Hey guys, welcome back to the new AMA. We have
Gribbly, hey!
Yeah, so we're going to start off with a really cool place right now at Rec Olympics. If you guys didn't know, we will be hosting the streams this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Before we get started, what do you think about Rec Olympics overall, Gribbly?
Oh, the Rec Olympics has been amazing so far. I watched the archery stream last weekend. It was so good. Really fun to watch.
That's amazing.
I was honored to be part of the opening ceremony.
That's
which
right.
was just an amazing honor. The Rec Olympics has been fantastic. A lot of people been visiting and watching, and it's been really, really fun.
Yeah, so what makes it really great is that you guys are actually interacting with us in the chat and all that and sharing your regions. So it's been a really cool community effort everyone just bringing together. So thanks to you guys for that. Hopefully we'll do that more next year too. So yeah, stay tuned for that. All right. So it is a bit short of questions, letting you guys know. And don't let your expectations too high. Okay. All right. Our first question.
I'll just make some stuff up.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe a hint on the new RO. Who knows? All right. Our first question comes from Mortimer. He asks, can you talk about the subscribers CV2 chip and what the plans are to address meta for the top 35 creators, building subscribers to play rooms? Currently, it seems like having the top 35 creators promoted so much is causing so many on the list that abuse the CV2 chip to get subscribers and an endless feedback loop. The recent changes to the CV2 chip haven't done too much to help either. This is a problem that's causing a lot of grief for the creators community, and it feels like Rec Room is doubling down on what most people feel like harmful designs.
Yeah, got it. All right, so thank you for the question, Mortimer, and thank you for bringing up that issue. So the CV2 subscriber chip, what we've definitely seen is some kind of fairly almost like abusive use of that, where it's it's really just farming subscribers in a way. Like you have to press the button to even experience anything in the room.
All right.
I think we feel like that, that's not really a desirable pattern either. We have tried putting a cooldown on that chip to kind of make it so you can't just instantly ask the subscribers when you go in. I think we agree with you that that's not enough. So I don't want to go too deep into what our proposed solutions are, mainly because I know it's a sensitive topic, and I just want you to know that we are aware of it. We are discussing it. We're thinking through some of the best ways that we can handle it. But I agree. I don't think we want to have a really, really tight loop of subscription farming be the most common experience you have when you go to recommended rooms and stuff like that. So we don't want to really encourage that pattern. As with everything, we're going to ready, fire, aim it. We're going to iterate on it until we get it dialed in and right. I just want to say thank you for raising the issue. It's something we're aware of and something that we're actively thinking about. When we add these new features, there are sometimes some unintended consequences like this. So we will keep iterating on it until we find the right balance of, allowing creators to promote their work and gain subscribers, which is very, very valuable. But having it be a really good experience. So when you go to a room, it's not just you're getting hit with you can't do anything unless you press the subscribe button, which feels a little coercive. Does that make sense, Harry?
Yeah, I can see why people are up in arms about that, subscribing to make sure you guys play the game. So it's kind of
we understand why it's a sensitive issue. So it's a really, really good and really, really fair question, and taken seriously and actively looking into.
All right, our next question comes from Human Jellyfish. What a great name, by the way. I love the name. He says Rec Room, more like Rec Room. Ooh, with a W. Ouch. Okay.
Oh, what?
He has he asks, are we gonna get rec watch skins? Example like Smart Rec, Classic Rec UI, and different watch brand skins. So this kind of a questions we had early before, so it's very familiar.
Yeah, we've definitely had this question come up before, and I got to give the same answer, which is we really like the idea. It's just not something that we're actively working on right now, but we can definitely imagine doing it. I think having watch skins would be really fun, and I think we know because the question comes up, we know people would like it. But yeah, not something we're working on right now, but it is a good idea.
Yeah, thank you so much for the creative idea, guys. As always,
we're going to take it more seriously, given how often this question comes up.
Yep.
Maybe we need to talk more seriously about it.
Zelon RR, he asks, can we get an option to make invisible props? Just because hiding in tiny weapons in a maker pin built weapons is annoying. Also, can use be hide RC cars for custom vehicles?
Yeah. So we are actively working on systems that allow you to build much better objects, including, not having to have a tiny shrunk down gun if you want to make a custom weapon, or not having to have a tiny shrunk down RC car. It's a long process, long road. There's a lot of architectural work we're putting into it, but the results I think are looking really, really promising. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to do it by the exact method that you're proposing, which is, hey, can we just hide the prop? We actually have a bit more of a larger scale system in mind that's going to allow you to create a large variety of objects, but we'll definitely cover those use cases of like, I want to make a custom weapon and I don't want it to be a incredibly tiny laser tag.
Yeah, I can see why people are saying that too. We've been seeing a lot of rooms like that where people are just hiding little tiny like weapons and everything like that to control your cars.
That's the way you can do it right now. And our creators are endlessly creative, and they'll find a way to do things. But
it's
we
really
want to
cool.
give them better tools.
Yeah, I've been seeing like some rooms where I'm actually like using the CD position and controlling with a little RC car. So that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, good job, guys. Yeah. All right.
Do you see the portal room that someone made with the position chips? There's like a little portal gun you can go.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I love seeing that one. That was one of the featured rooms, and it really like blew me away. Like someone was able to create that. So, shout out to you guys for being so creative. Holy. So, yeah, there we go. We always appraise the community because they always really think outside the box a lot. All right, the next question comes.
We should do one of these AMAs. One week, Harry. We should do one of these AMAs where we just say mean and rude things about the community. Rec Room community so great. We should be like just really mean about it. What do you think? I think
you should have Marisa here instead of me for that one. So I don't. No, I'm just joking. That's funny.
Perfect. All right.
Marisa's like, yeah, that sort of thing. So it's really funny. But that's a really funny idea. Maybe like for
Rec Room worst.
Oh, maybe like that would be good for an April Fool's thing, like a mean version. That'd be really cool.
We'll do Rec Room opposite day.
Oh yeah. That's a good idea, honestly. Our last question for this room is from Eevee Fan for Life. Ooh, Eevee Fan. Okay. Once a new UI is fully complete, will we have an option for a light and dark mode, similar to how it looked when it was first added to versus how it looks now?
Yeah, totally. So the question is about, right now, for a long time, we've been kind of slowly but surely switching over from the old watch style to the new watch style. We recently rolled out briefly the new home menu. We found a bunch of performance issues, which we're now addressing and working on, making that way better. We've improved the VR feel. Like, we had a really good town hall with a bunch of VR players who told us that the major complaint they had with the new UI was that it wasn't as good to tap with your finger as the old UI.
Yeah.
So we've done a bunch of targeted improvements to that to make that better. That's looking a lot better. But anyway, to get to the actual question, yes, once it's fully rolled out, we will support a dark and a light mode, and you'll be able to switch between them.
Oh, awesome. There we go, guys. That's amazing. Something to look forward to. But yeah, someone told me that the new UI, it reminds me of like a storybook. I thought that was so cool. The idea of that. It was pretty nice.
That's cute. Oh, I think it's really it's been a long road, pretty slow process getting there, but but it's really shaping up pretty nice. And as I've said many times in these AMAs, it's allowing us to do so much more iteration and be more creative with the way we do our UI. So we're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, thank you guys. I know that there's some people that prefer the old UI, but I feel like it just takes some time to get used to the new UI, and then you just over time it just get way better.
And like a lot of the complaints have been valid. Like, it's like the performance of the new one has been worse. Right. So we want to work on that, and the feel when you touch it and some of the scrolling stuff has not been
for sure
very satisfying. So but hey, what do I always say? We just keep iterating and iterating and iterating till we make it better.
Can I ask you, what's your favorite Pokemon since it was Eevee? I'm not sure if that's a thing.
Oh, my favorite Pokemon? Oh yeah, that's easy.
Sorry,
my favorite there's only one Pokemon that matters in my mind, and that's Jigglypuff.
Really?
Jigglypuff is easily Jigglypuff is easily the best Pokemon, because like Jigglypuff's whole deal is singing a weird song that makes you fall asleep and scribbling on your face with a marker. Like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. And I'm like, Jigglypuff is the best. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff team Jigglypuff all the way.
Everyone in the chat, if you guys are Team Jigglypuff, type in the comments, guys. I'm personally Team Charmander. I love Charmander. That's one of my favorites. But I like the fact that Jigglypuff carries
Charmander's cool and all, but there's no Jigglypuff.
That's true. Jigglypuff can also carry a microphone. I mean, come on, that's pretty cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Jigglypuff's the best for you.
Yep, just practice throw there. I think it should be started. I think you, save that little platform there. Perfect.
Let me just make sure I'm not going to punch my hand into anything.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Ooh. Oh. Oh, 100.
I'll take it.
You
I'm
take
not
it?
betting that.
Okay,
That's
guys.
as good as I can do.
REOX246, Rox246. Yes. Could we perhaps get a private voice chat feature? My friends play on Quest 2, but I'm also on PSVR, and the only way we can talk is public chat, and having others listen in our conversations is kind of uncomfortable. I think it could be near the top of the watch menu by the settings, just a little micro headphone icon when the click brings up in the chat menu.
Okay, so I don't fully understand the question, but I want to make sure that Rox2 is aware of in your watch in the settings, you've got a voices I can hear slider, and you can set it to everyone, which is public,
Yeah.
just friends, just favorite friends, or just your current party. So that feature kind of already exists. So what you want to do is like party up with your cross-platform friend. You both your voice chat to party only, and then you can just chat with yourselves.
Oh, that's it. Guys, the more you know. Like, I forget sometimes, like, certain features. I'm like, oh, wait, I can do that. So, yeah, make sure you guys play with the audio settings, and it's really cool because sometimes when me and Marisa are in the same rooms and we have, like, a lot of people crowding up with us, it's so loud. So what we do is we hit the friends only sound or our favorites, and we just hear each other, so it's perfect. So, next question comes from Sario8, asks, any news about physics update, fixing PC walking slowness bug, and TAR, teleport animation reset bug, aka teleport delay bug? Both bugs been out 1 year and 11 months. Oh, someone's been counting. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the answer is no. I've said before that that we've been working on a physics update. I know the team hit a bit of a snag with it. They're looking into it. So I don't have an update for you on that. But yeah, I know that those are annoying bugs.
Yeah.
We're annoyed about it too. But please, I appreciate the patience so far. Patient a little bit longer, but please know that we continue to work on the physics update.
Yeah.
I wish I had more of an update.
Yeah, same thing too about like the zombie bug. I think fortunately it's fixed now. I don't think anyone has experienced that.
The
So
zombie bug, I think we have found that one. I think there was actually a couple of root causes of that one. Hopefully we've found them all at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, as always, if you're finding the zombie thing, let us know. And yeah, please keep bugging us about these bugs, no pun intended.
Yeah. Okay.
We know it's frustrating, but hey, we're always happy to talk about it, give you the best update we can, which unfortunately the update's not very exciting this time, which is just like,
Yeah.
yep, we're still working on it.
Yeah. And if you guys have any questions or also like report bugs, make sure you guys go to the Rec Room Happy Fox. I'll list that down and below here in the description as well. And everything you guys can like to find, especially the blog posts and all that too. So yeah, keep reaching out to us, guys, on Reddit, on Discord. We are here to help you guys. So, or just let us know in general.
Can I add one last thing?
Yep,
answer, which
absolutely.
is just physics is hard.
Our next question comes from the comedian _. He asks, I have two questions actually. One, will every CV1 chip get a CV2 variant, such as an animation gizmo, clamp, samplers, doors, objects, spawners, etc.?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, now our plan is, we're not going to actually remove CV1 from the game. Our plan is that over the long term to make it that you basically don't need to use it unless for historical interest you really want to. So yeah, eventually there'll be a for everything that CV1 does, and then plenty more. I mean, CV2 already does stuff that CV1 can't. But like animation and clamping, there's still some things that are CV1 only. So yeah, absolutely the plan is to have equivalents for everything. In many cases, they'll be in a slightly different form.
Okay.
We're making the CV2 stuff a little more single purpose so that you can mix and match it in more creative ways. But yes, there'll absolutely be an animator and all of the rest of that stuff. It take a while. The stuff I was talking about before with the invisible guns and the invisible weapons is kind of part of the system upgrade that we're doing to allow you to build more complex objects that integrate with CV2 in a really kind of interesting way. And so there's a lot of kind of work that goes into that. But yes, the answer is yes, for sure.
The second question he asked, then when can we expect these to be implemented into the game?
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of different stuff. So I think you're looking at, at least several more months before to parity. I bet we're going into early next year before we're.
All right. Our next question comes from Yusikun. He asks, can we get a way to set a dead zone for controllers in VR, specifically Oculus Quest?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So maybe I think we'd want to know more about what we want to use it for. Like, what would be the use case? Is it to compensate for like controllers that are getting a little old and like maybe getting a little drifty. Is that the goal?
So I'm guessing people are talking about the drifting on their controllers.
We can consider. I think it'd be really interesting to get a little bit more signal about how many people would get value from that. So like, I didn't look at the Reddit thread on that one yet. Was there a bunch of people going, please, me too? Or
I'm not quite sure. It's just specifically for the Quest, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at it, and like, please make some noise in the Discord or in the Happy Picks, if that one is important to you. Please upvote that or comment on it. I think we're looking for a little bit more signal for how widespread of an issue it is, but it shouldn't be a super hard thing for us to support if a lot of people need it. All right, this room is awesome.
So far, every single room this weekend is.
I'm coming in to score the goal.
Woo! Ooh! Goal! RR Goblin, he asks, are you guys and girls going to release a new RR Quest in 2021 or 22? I'm specifically asking about a Quest and not a RRO.
Right. So in 2021, no. So we're working on an RRO right now that is coming soon.
Ooh. Yes.
And so not for 2021. We won't be making a Quest this year. Possibly for next year. We've actually been floating an idea that is kind of interesting.
Okay.
So maybe. I don't want to say it because then I'll never hear the end of it. But I will say maybe. I'll give you a hard maybe.
Okay.
And definitely, we've been having some chats that we have an angle on one that might be interesting. So
okay.
Maybe.
That's all we can give to you guys. So we're gonna zip it. Yeah, sorry. We would love to like give you guys a little more hints here and there about like other updates and all that. But this is from RDS_BM. He asks, so I have a few suggestions for custom weapons in the game, and I was wondering how you guys feel about them. What if you could independently create and modify each part of the weapon? Create a gun, you could add a handle that would grab the gun by, which could trigger a projectile emitter and emit a paint rifle around you. Press the trigger button. But ranged weapons shouldn't be the only weapons to be able to customize. So the blades for melee weapons would be also a fantastic idea. And some of the configurable options for each part of the weapons, the projectile emitter could be, emit different types of projectiles?
No. There's all right, so first of all, thank you for the very detailed question and all the thought process that went into that. So yeah, I mean, actually, like, I'm not going to go into every detail of what you're pitching there, but like, I'll kind of connect it back to what I was saying about the question about the invisible weapons and the invisible vehicles. That kind of scenario where you want to like do a modular, custom weapon that, you can shoot custom things and it has custom visuals and custom behaviors. That is exactly the system we are building. So
Very cool.
we're definitely going to support that kind of thing. There may be a little piece of it available this year that you'll be able to play with.
Ooh, okay.
I would say maybe on that one, but
all right.
But yeah, we're sort of actively working towards supporting exactly the kind of thing you're talking about. So yeah, just be a little patient. It's coming, and thank you for the very detailed suggestion and question.
Yeah, that's very creative, and thank you so much for the question. We had a really fun time reading that because I just kind of pictured in my mind like, oh, okay, that's really cool.
Right.
Well, thank you so much again. Right, our next question comes from old RRF. He asks, are you ever going to add a soccer to Quest 1? It's a pretty simple game, and if the giant screens or graphics are the issue, why not just make it black for the Quest 1 or lower the graphics quality if that's possible?
Thank you for the question. So yeah. So I think what I can say is, we'd love to bring everything to every platform, but we got to really prioritize where we spend our time. And I think, soccer is not top of our priority list in terms of porting to other platforms. So unfortunately, I would say I wouldn't hold your breath there. I will go take a look. If it really is just the screens that's holding it back, maybe that's a good suggestion. We just turn them off and that makes it easy. So if it's that easy, maybe. But to be honest with you, I think it's unlikely.
Okay. All right. The next question is from Cole Skills. He asks, is there going to be a way to like auto join so when your friend's room is full, auto join will warp you when there is a spare open?
So this is a really cool idea, and not something that we had been actively thinking about, but it's a great suggestion, and so we're going to take that one on board and look into supporting that because we always want to keep friends together, and because rooms can only have so many people, you can't always have everyone in the room. It'd be really cool if a slot opened up and you could bring the person in auto-magically.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Maybe at least send an invite that they can respond to automatically. So that's a great suggestion. Thank you, and we're really going to take that one seriously. Thank you for the thought.
Really creative. So thank you so much for the question there, Cole Skills. Very, very creative question. I like that quite a bit. All right, you ready for this one? All right, here we go.
Okay.
All right, from Cookie Lynn. Okay, Cookie Lynn is also a TikToker. Amazing videos, by the way. What is something you dislike about Rec Room and wish you could change? Ouch. What do you think?
Okay. Well, there's this player called Cookie Lynn, and so I wish we could get rid of. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm gonna go this way, guys. Yeah.
How about this? Like, so I mean, obviously, look, I love Rec Room. I love the Rec Room community. It's hard for me to say anything, negative. But I think I will probably be in alignment with many people who watch these AMAs and say, I always wish that our performance was better. That our stability was better. I hate it anytime we crash or anytime the game chugs or anytime a weird thing gets in the way of having fun and socializing. So I think that's probably my main thing of like, I always wish, everything was completely smooth and seamless. And that's a really hard balance for us because it's often my fault that it's not, because I'm always like, let's put this new crazy thing in. Let's support this new crazy thing. So I'm often the cause of all of that. But, definitely if I had a magic wand and I could just like magically fix it, I think it would be, it runs perfectly on every platform all the time.
Oh, that'd be good.
And you just don't ever need to worry about it. So, and like, shout out to the team. They do an amazing job keeping everything running super well. They're actually like a lot of optimizations have happened. Like you might have seen on the dev blog, there was an interesting little write-up of how we managed to shorten the boot time a whole bunch. Like our platform team got the boot time, like they halved it from where it was.
Yeah,
so we are constantly making improvements. Yeah. But hey, I'm a creative director. I always wish things. I always want magical things. So I want it to boot in 1 second, and I want everything to run perfectly. So anyway, that would be my answer. My heart breaks a little bit anytime the game crashes or you get disconnected back to the dorm room or something weird happens and you're like, what the hell's going on? So that's my answer for that. It's a good question. We don't get many questions like that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. It's definitely out of the box question. Usually we just get like very detailed questions, but this is more of like a personal question, I feel like. So thank you again. Go-karts win. Yeah. We haven't heard that in a while.
We didn't get Go-karts win this year.
Yeah, Go-karts or Android anymore. Now people are going to the Switch now. Man. Switch win. I don't know, you've seen that a lot.
No questions about Steam Deck? Questions about the Steam.
Come on, Steam Deck guys, come on. But yeah, other than that, guys, thank you guys again so much for the community questions. We really appreciate it. I know it's a really short AMA, and also I know that it's not like a big announcement videos like you guys were expecting or anything like that. So we'll hold that off to like a big announcement, like premieres and all that too. So just letting you guys know that this is AMA that we just kind of show up a little bit updates here and there. Just talk about you guys and all that. So
it's not announce me anything. It's ask me.
Yeah, exactly.
These videos are meant to be boring.
So it just kind of gives you, yeah, not trying to like sugarcoat it, but I'm just saying it's not that boring. But anyways, guys, I just want to say thank you again so much for the questions. We always really appreciate having Mr. Gribbly right here with us. He's always making this really fun and just showing, like, always supporting the community and listening to you guys. And yeah, anything you want to say to the AMA this episode?
Well, as always, I want to thank everyone for playing Rec Room and for being part of the community. We love you all, and we hope you're having fun out there. I do want to say, like, I'm blown away by the Rec Olympics. The work that the creative team has put in, the whole Rec Olympics crew has put in, these amazing rooms, the amazing rule sets that they've built, the events, the streams. So cool. So I've just been really, 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 really excited to see all of that. It's just a really fun thing to see in the community.
Exactly.
And so please check out the Rec Olympic streams. Check out the Rec Olympic rooms. Really, really fun and worth it. The other thing I would say, actually two other things that I've just seen in the community and that people have been working on that have really excited me. One was the Wheel of Tokens video that came out.
That's so cool.
Super fun game show. There's a room that you can play. That was really cool. So Wheel of Tokens. I think the room is just called Wheel of Tokens, right?
Right.
Super fun kind of game show style game. And then we got RecCon coming up.
Yes.
That'll be honest.
Oh my goodness.
That'll be happening before we know it. And boy, we got some interesting stuff happening in RecCon. So I'm sure there'll be some announcements coming out about that soon.
There's so much to list.
We're currently looking for we're setting up panels and people. I think it's going to be fascinating. I can't wait to attend RecCon this year.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, guys. I know that everyone is really hyped, especially after seeing that orange hoodie. People are like, when am I going to get it and stuff like that. So guys, we know that you're excited. I know that we're excited. So yeah, it's going to be a fantastic event. So guys, please attend it. It's going to be awesome. And again, guys, thank you again so much for joining the AMA for this premiere. We really appreciate it. And we just want to say, make sure you guys check out the streams on the Rec Olympics and everything. It's happening tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. So other than that, guys, have a great day. My name's Harry. That's Gribbly.
I'm Gribbly.
And please leave a like, comment, subscribe for everything Rec Room. And we'll see you guys in the games. All right. Bye for now, guys. Peace. Woo! Oh, yes. We need to show you your skills on archery. Let's check that out.
Oh, yeah. Let me.
Ooh, okay. All right. Gribbly. Oh, my goodness. Should we send Gribbly to the face house?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, you were so close. That was so good. Wow, there you go. You got the hang of it. Okay. Guys, should Gribbly just quit and just be a pro gamer, guys? I think that's the thing. He should just work
That's
for
right, yeah. Look at my pro gamer strats.
That's
that
awesome.
Big score of 3.
Oh, that's
I
it.
challenge you.
It's actually
Who can beat 3? Just want to say good luck to all the players out there for Rec Olympics this weekend. Let's go.
yeah. All right, guys. Good luck, everyone. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the AMA. I'm with.
Gribbly, hey.
This is gonna be a very spooky edition of the AMA. So if you guys don't know what the AMA is, if you guys don't know what the AMA means, it stands for Ask Me Anything. That means that you guys on Reddit give us a bunch of questions, and yeah, Gribbly and the team will do their best they can to answer your questions, guys. This is a very spooky month, and not only that, but Rec Rally just came out recently, and it's been amazing. So finally, right, you're gonna get rid of those go-kart questions.
Yeah, I know, right? I guess I'll never have to answer the go-kart question ever again. RIP the go-kart question.
Yeah, RIP to the go-kart question, guys. So hopefully you guys are excited and playing Rec Rally. If you guys haven't already, check out the amazing trailer. Put yourself into the game. It's a blast, guys. It's amazing. How are you overall with Rec Rally?
Oh, it's been great. It's really fun to see everyone playing it. I'm glad to see it be out in public, because we obviously get to play test things a little early. We've been running around having fun with the buggy, so it's really nice to see everyone playing it and seeing so many people going and playing the game.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And yeah, before we get started again, too, as well, how's your day? And also, are you looking forward to anything Halloween related?
Yeah, I love Halloween. I'm a big fan. I grew up in Australia, and Halloween is not such a big deal as it is here in the States. And so it's kind of, I always really enjoy the costumes and all the crazy decorations that people do. So I'm excited for Halloween. I'm going to see some friends over the Halloween break, which will be nice. But yeah, other than that, I'm doing good. How are you? Doing anything special for Halloween?
Oh, I hope. In Seattle area, there's a bunch of mountains. We have a lot of farm areas to do one of those hay rides and mazes and all that. So hopefully I'll be going to one of those. I love scary stuff.
Many years ago, I did a haunted hayride with Pow.
What? That's so cool.
We were terrified together. I know.
What? Oh, really? I remember a while back ago, you said you're not frightened at all in scary movies and all that. Are you
Nope, that's right.
How about in real life, haunted house? Are you scared of those?
Here's what I'll say. Every time that I've been to a real life haunted house, I've been terrified.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for the update. And hopefully you guys are having a wonderful spooky month. And yeah, it's super exciting, guys. All right. With this special edition of the AMA, let's get started. Boom. All right.
Let's do it.
The question comes from the Boo. It asks, any update on trying to fix the barrel neck in the quest? For example, when you hit the green one in the back, and when the axe is down, it turns towards you, and the axe is down to killing you.
Here, we can act it out. Here, hit me in the back.
All right. Oh, yes.
Oh, I got you. Thank you for the question. I spoke to the game team about this, so it's kind of a glitch with the barrel knights in the quest. So something that I'll probably mention a few times during this AMA is that this quarter for us, the end of the year, we're doing a little bit of a cleanup period where we're fixing bugs, we're cleaning up some kind of crazy weird stuff. And so I talked to the game team, and they're definitely going to take a look at that one. It doesn't sound like a hard fix, so hopefully they'll be able to fix that one, but they're definitely going to at least take a look. So thanks for that question, and yes, we are looking at it.
Oh, thank you for the update, guys, and I really appreciate the question. Next question comes from Sorio8. Yes, once again, I asked this. Any news about fixing the PC walking slowness bug? The teleport animation reset bug, aka teleport delay bug. Both bugs been out for 2 years and 1 month. Oh, they're calculating that. Oh, wow. Okay.
So my answer to this one is that we want to make sure that bug is in the game for 3 years before we fix it. That's 11 months to go. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being an idiot. Yeah, we've talked about this one at previous AMAs. You know that it is our white whale of bugs to fix. We just haven't been able to find it. We haven't been able to fix it. I've mentioned in previous AMAs that we're doing some under the hood physics work that might well clean it up, that we hope will clean it up. That still has not shipped yet. So when it does, which it will do before the end of the year, there is a good chance that bug will go away. But because we don't know what causes it exactly, I can't promise that. But thank you for pestering us about it. It's totally fair. We know it's a pain in the butt and it's been in there forever. It's just an incredibly frustrating low-level physics thing that we haven't been able to figure out. So sorry. But yeah, it's on our radar. We test for it each week. And there is a potential fix that'll come before the end of the year, but we'll see.
All right, our first Rec Rally questions. Yes, what are your future plans for Rec Rally? Do you plan on creating a new map and leaderboard system? Oh, okay. And will there be an official way to track lap times? And will we ever get a buggy skin weekly? We could have a ability to start the games without needing to full of 6. Oh, wow. Interesting questions.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so there's a bunch of questions there. So thanks for all those questions. Let me go through them backwards. So the ability to start the game without all 6, that one we're looking at. I think that's fairly likely.
Okay.
So I think last I heard the game team talk about it, we'll see what they end up doing. But I think the plan was like if you do a private instance of Rec Rally, let you start with just however many players you want. So yeah, that one will probably happen. The other one was buggy skins. So
buggy skins.
The system was set
cool.
up to allow buggy skins, and so we don't have a timing or when exactly that will happen. But it's definitely set up to allow us to do that. So I wouldn't expect to do that before the new year.
Oh, okay.
But we definitely have the option to do it, and yeah, definitely if people are playing Rec Rally and using the buggies, and we're seeing a lot of action, that's likely something we'll invest in. Then the other one was, are you going to have an official way to time your laps? Nothing planned. So one of our design goals for Rec Rally was to make it a little more casual. Like when we did Stunt Runner, obviously, like that's the one we think of as like the tight timing, milliseconds count. It's got the leaderboard where you can see all your times. We want to leave Stunt Runner for that and have Rec Rally be a little more casual, a little more just kind of fun, casual driving. And then as for a new track, no plans for a new track. We wanted to kind of get one really nailed.
Right.
And then what you may have noticed is that we've got the buggies in beta in the creative palette, in the Maker Pen palette. And we're actually doing a ton of work on kind of learning from Stunt Runner. Like when we shipped Stunt Runner, one of our thoughts was, oh man, we'll do, some tracks and then we'll have our creators be able to build a bunch more tracks. But I think we did a lot of things that made it harder than it should have been to create a Stunt Runner map and to kind of get that going. And so what we want to do is do a way better job. So we have a kind of racetrack creation kit that's coming. In fact, I think you can already go use that to create your own racetracks. We're going to provide some inventions that let you do things like, checkpoint lap counting and stuff like that.
What?
And we've got some really exciting updates coming for the buggies and vehicles in the palette. So stay tuned for all of that. And so I know not everyone loves it when I say, hey, we're not going to make the maps. You're going to make the maps. But, every time we do this, I think we get better at it. And so I'm hoping we'll see some really cool community Rec Rally maps before the end of the year. So yeah, we're not currently planning to make another map, but we hope to see some really cool ones before the end of the year from the Maker Pen.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of really cool updates. Oh my goodness, thank you to the dev team for doing that. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, it really is. All the questions there was amazing. So, and also we've been seeing some really cool community made rooms with the buggies. Like one of my personal favorites is the runners versus buggies. Have you played that one yet?
I haven't. No.
Oh, really?
I'd like to.
It's like half the team is running a course, and the other half is on buggies trying to run them over. It's pretty funny. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I mean that's what we hope with the buggies is that we're providing a tool that people can use in all kinds of rooms. So we got some really exciting updates coming with the kind of buggies that you can use in your room. So I won't say more than that today, but just know that there's some. A bunch more coming soon.
Keep an eye out on another update or announcement and maybe an AMA. We're super excited seeing all the community builds you guys been doing. Next question comes from get_noob666. Ooh, really appropriate name for Halloween. He asks, will you make Rec Rally steering realistic?
Okay, yeah, so good question. So we've had a bunch of feedback on that, so the question is really coming from VR players. The way that you steer in Rec Rally is that you can use the thumbstick, a lot of people expect, hey, you just grab the steering wheel and you steer it like a real steering wheel.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about that. So that was the very first thing we tried, both in our original go-kart prototype and in Rec Rally when we dusted off. We're like, all right, well, in VR you're gonna drive like this, like driving a car, right? And what we found was we ran into a bunch of problems that ultimately meant that we chose not to do it that way. So problem number one is it got really quite fatiguing to play actual race length sessions, holding your arms out like that. Got really kind of tiring. That was one issue. Another issue was we just found people weren't being successful with it. One of the design goals for the flexibility of the buggy system is that you only need to use one hand to drive it, so that you got your other hand free to hold various tools like a paintball gun or a crossbow or throw things or whatever you want. So we really want to have that flexibility. So we didn't want to require. Whoops, I'm getting a pop up. We didn't want to require two hands on the steering wheel at all times. And so if you have to be able to steer with one hand, we found it was we're getting a lot of false directions, and people would be trying to turn hard left, but they'd be turning hard right. And they just, we had people play test it, and the feedback we were getting was just this just isn't good, So I understand that everyone's intuition is just hey, just grab the wheel and steer it like this. That's our intuition as well. Literally the first thing we tried. We just weren't able to get it to be consistent and fun enough. Certainly some of our VR platforms, the wrist twist information that we get is not as high fidelity as we might wish. So that was also a challenge. So ultimately, the feedback we got basically from multiple playtests is that, people had more fun using the thumbstick style steering, or the more basic kind of steering that's less grab the steering wheel. That's what we went with. Now that said, we're totally open to more feedback. So, we're happy to keep chatting about it. We love that kind of idea as well. We just weren't able to get it to a point where we're we feel good about shipping that. So appreciate the question. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of context, that it wasn't just we were we don't want to do it. It was more we tried it and we just didn't like the result. So thanks for the question, GetNoob666.
All right, our next question. Are you ready for this one?
I am ready for this, but before we do the question, I just want to thank you for taking me to this beautiful sewer.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. Anytime. This is the best thing about this, definitely top 10 smells in the world, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys can, pick out a name for Gribbly for Halloween, guys. We've been thinking of for a while, and we just really can't. But we need to help the community. So, guys, in chat.
Basically, I'm jealous of Harry and his scary man legs variant. That's a great Halloween variant.
Yes,
I can't think of anything cool for Gribbly. So help me think of something. Help me think of a fun Halloween variant of Gribbly. I've never been able to think of something. So
okay,
let's see how we do.
That sounds great.
I'd love to see suggestions.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of people in Rec Room, just in general, just having their names kind of different variants of it, being all spooky and stuff. So you guys have been doing a killer job in that.
Now I'm just thinking about scary versions of Gribbly. I'm not. All right, I gotta get my head in the game.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
Okay,
head in the game.
Ready.
The next question comes from Duncan. He asks, is there going to be any improvements on your QA department anytime soon? It seems like an encounter a new bug every time I play the game.
Okay, first of all, hey, we don't say that about our QA team. We have QA team on the planet.
Absolutely.
I won't hear anyone saying a bad word against them. No, our QA team legit is awesome. And the fact that Rec Room works at all is a testament to their dedication and their skill as testers. That said, to engage with the spirit of your question, so we know that there's a fair few bugs in Rec Room. It's a big, ambitious game. It runs on 400 platforms all at once. We support arbitrary player-created content, and so that's just it's a difficult game to make. It's a difficult game to make sure is bug-free, and we don't do it perfectly. I hear you. The QA team does a great job, but every so often, if you've been playing with us for a few years. Every so often we do kind of little cleanup phases, and we're doing that at the end of this year. We've asked all the teams to just kind of take some time to pay down some bugs that they have on the backlog, see if they can fix some of those niggly issues that have been with us for a long time. So I'm hoping, over the next month or two, you'll see quite a few bug fixes coming out. So hopefully that'll fix most of the things that you care about. But yeah, I hear the feedback. I appreciate it, but I won't hear bad words spoken about our QA team. Okay?
All right, guys.
No.
Please, guys, be a little nice to the QA
Our
team.
QA team is world class. Yeah.
My favorite place to go to. All right, Taco Bell. He asked, one thing all my friends wanted for a while. Are there any plans for scaling tool animation Gizmo, like the regular scale tool in the MakerPen, but in the animation Gizmo? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so great question. So first of all, I got to say, it's trickier than you might think. You know, there is a couple of challenges with scaling of that type. One big one is collision.
Okay.
Unity gets quite upset when you dynamically scale collision. You can do it in certain contexts, but it comes in a fairly limited form. And then the UV scaling of materials on shapes is a little bit of a trick as well. That said, you know, we do plan to bring, you know, to create an animator V2 that goes in the Circuits V2 system to kind of replace the V1 animation gizmo. And the ability to animate scale is definitely on that list, but, you know, there'll definitely be trade-offs and things that we have to, like, figure out, like the collision issue and the UV issue to make sure that it's possible. Like, for example, it might be a kind of thing where, like, yeah, you can animate scale, but only on shapes don't have any collision, right? Because otherwise things get too weird. Which, you know, that's still an extremely useful tool. A lot of what you would want to do with animating scale, you know, you don't need collision for, so that's, you know, probably fine. But yeah, thanks for the question, and I'll make sure that, you know, as we're working on the Animator V2, we've got that feedback integrated.
Next question comes from Kobe the Wreck. He asks, when could we potentially get a new Quest?
You know, probably sometime. You know, we're not actively working on it. I think I've talked about it in previous AMAs. We do have some ideas for other quests and you know, what we would want to highlight when we do it. But we're not actively working on one, so I wouldn't hold you back.
All right, our last two questions, guys, for the AMA. We got random_bots asks, when you point the finger, your glove and wristband that you have will disappear. Will there ever be an update where the glove's wristband will still be seen when pointing?
Maybe. I talked to the art team about this. It's something they would like to do, but it's a ton of work. And so they said maybe someday, but not anytime soon.
All right, guys, our last question for the AMA. Are you ready for this one?
I'm just dancing around.
Dancing? Oh, let me see your best dance moves. Hey, I think I can do the best Macarena in game. Ooh.
That is pretty good. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do it.
All right, our last question, guys, for the Halloween edition of the AMA comes from C. Derek 9 asks, are there going to be physical MakerPen consumables like the MakerPen version of pizza fries, the burgers, and things like the more potions and other types of foods? Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. So good question. Yeah. So the question is about you know, room consumables. So yeah, we'll definitely support that at some point. I don't know exactly when. We've only just got the consumable systems up and running in the kind of with the MakerPen stuff. But yeah, ultimately, like making it so you can have physical items and they can get consumed over time, like the pizza and stuff, is definitely on the roadmap.
Oh, that sounds awesome. If you had to pick any item that's consumable at this very moment, like all the foods and everything, what's your favorite?
Ice cream.
Ice cream? What? Okay, all right. Well, ice cream sounds good.
You're asking me about things that are in the game?
Yeah, that too. That sounds really good. Yeah, in the game.
Sushi.
Woo! Sushi is so good.
Sushi.
If you guys are like have any of like favorites or anything, let us know in the comments, guys. And again, get to any questions.
Popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn's really good too. The sound it makes.
And like all of it. I like all of it.
You like all of it? Even pineapple pizza?
Yeah. Especially pineapple.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go, guys. There you go. Before we wrap everything up, guys, for the AMA here, Gribbly, how was your weekend?
Terrible.
What?
It was awful.
What? I was expecting something else.
Yeah, I had a terrible weekend.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I had a terrible weekend. I injured my knee.
Oh my gosh.
I hit it really hard with a kettlebell, and and man, it hurts. It really hurts. And so I'm doing this in seated mode. I'm sitting down with my legs stretched out and an ice pack, the whole business.
Some hearts, guys.
So today I'm very grateful for Rec Room seated mode because I can kind of be here and pretending I'm
oh my gosh, using the Macarena in seated mode. I'm so sorry about that. Are you okay?
No, I can Macarena just fine.
Oh, there you go. You got it. You got it.
I got a nasty bruise and it swelled up and I've been hobbling around. Ugh.
Can you like go into detail like what happened? If you don't even mind me asking, like.
Oh, well, see, so you know what kettlebells, right? They're like they're like little kind of Russian weightlifting things. Like
okay, you're working out.
And you do like little. So I was doing I was doing a workout. I was doing like a kettlebell press, and you kind of like drop it back down like this, and I went smack really hard.
Oh my god!
I just got it on some exact point on my knee, And yeah, it's just been a bit sloppy. With
Oh my
form,
God.
You know, that's the lesson. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah.
If you're gonna lift something heavy, lift it properly. And don't...
Are you feeling like a little bit okay from that today?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh God.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
Luckily,
Okay.
it's like I can put weight on it and I can move around, so it's nothing too major. But
Okay.
I was not a happy camper on Sunday when I did it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But guys, that sounds very terrible. If you guys can leave like hearts for Gribbly guys for his fast recovery pretty soon, hopefully. Oh, that sounds painful, and hopefully you guys don't do that as well to
Sad
yourself.
Gribbly today.
I know. I didn't.
Gribbly. Yes,
Alright.
be careful.
Be careful,
with
guys.
kettlebells.
Yes. Yeah, we just want to say, guys, thank you again so much for being part of the AMA this Halloween season. I know that it's a very short AMA, but hopefully we get some of your questions answered. And there's a bunch of updates that, the dev team has updated on, so that's great. We also want to say be very careful, especially, and have a safe Halloween out there. Anything else you want to say?
Harry, I think you pretty much nailed it. Like, hope everyone has a great Halloween. I hope everyone has a very safe Halloween. Be careful out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks for as always, we just super appreciate everyone playing Rec Room. We love the questions, and Harry, always fun to do the AMA.
No, it's a pleasure always. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, really. All right, guys. Well, I just want to say,
All right.
guys, we're so close to 200,000 subscribers, which is like 3,000 away or so. That's incredible. So, guys, please be sure to tell your mom, your dad, anybody you know to subscribe to Rec Room and spread the word that Rec Room is awesome. Let's get to
Tell
200K.
any scary sewer clowns that you know.
Oh,
Any
yeah.
Scary clowns that you know that live in a sewer. Tell them to smash that subscribe button.
Smash that like button, guys. Yes, smash that like and subscribe button, guys. We're going to get there, and Rec Room is going to be world domination one day, hopefully. Anyways, all right, guys. We'll see you guys later. Have a great day. See you pretty soon. Peace, guys.
Bye, everybody.
All right, thank you, really. Hey, guys, welcome back to the AMA. My name's Harry, and I'm with...
Gribbly, hey.
Hey, how's it going, guys? And you guys know that this week is a very special week. It's going to be a Thanksgiving special AMA. Even if you guys don't celebrate Thanksgiving, we just want to say it's a, kind of a thankful type of holiday, and hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself this season, right?
Time for family, time for friends.
Yeah, time for friends and family. And what about you, Gribbly? Do you have any plans, or overall, what are you going to be doing?
Nothing too elaborate. Some friends, have a small little Thanksgiving because we're planning to travel to Australia soon. My first time back, long time. And so we got to be very careful about COVID and all that kind of stuff because the regulations are very strict. So we can't.
Yeah.
We're trying not to have too many crazy big gatherings because I want to get back and see my Australian friends and fans. So keeping it small. How about you? Doing anything fun?
Just kind of hanging around town, just keeping it very small too as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna be enjoying the weather. Hopefully, you're really fantastic. But that's super exciting though.
Well, I hope everyone out there is going to have a wonderful Thanksgiving and be safe. See your friends and family.
All right, guys, straight off to our first couple of questions here. These are very similar questions from both height_height5861 and RX1, but they both have Rec Center questions. All right, so the Rec Center questions is they wanted some revisions for the Rec Center. Basically, they're asking for an upgrade because it's getting old and boring. The Maker Pin editions is nice and all, but they would be nice to have some official Rec Room polish to it, I guess. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Good suggestion and good question. So asking about the Rec Center. So it has been a while since we've had the Rec Center a major upgrade and facelift. That is true. I really like. We've been having fun with the Maker Pen in there, kind of putting the photo booth and the ink decorations and the featured inventions and all that kind of stuff. Super cool. I love all that stuff. But so. I think I hear the feedback, and long term, we definitely want to expand the Rec Center to be more like the questioner is like more of an open space, more of a kind of a plaza or a town square where you can walk around and kind of see, maybe see something over there like, hey, what's that interesting building over there? Let's go check it out. And it's a bit more like that rather than just like one little room.
Right.
I agree. That's a long-term goal for the Rec Center. Will probably evolve into something more like the town square, which seems really cool and fun.
Yeah.
But so thanks for the suggestion. That's kind of in line with what we're thinking. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and I see the question also saying that maybe a 40-player max in Rec Center, which is, I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But right now, I think 12 people, it's more personal and it's easier to make friends that way. Because
Yeah.
if you have more than
So
that,
I mean, that's probably what determines. That's what's going to determine timing on all this. Is like
Right.
we're going to keep opposing things, so like you can have more players and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think right now, if you had a town square with only 12 people in it, that would be kind of crappy.
yeah,
Hundreds of people in a town square.
absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for the questions. I really appreciate that. All right, our next question is coming from, I think, Oyster Vic. He asks, will we ever have a custom-made weapons as a projectiles, ammo, and etc.?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yes, that is definitely on the roadmap. That's stuff that our UGC Make a Pen team, the circuits team are all working on. The trigger handle and the vector gadget, which came out recently, we've seen some really fun experiments with people making flashlights and grapple guns and kind of really cool custom weapons. We are currently working on a bunch of CV2 combat stuff to kind of make it kind of so you can get events like things that get hit when things get hit. So yeah, you're definitely going to see the capability to build not just custom weapons, custom all kinds of objects. I've been saying this in the AMAs for many months now. That's a really big effort in our team to kind of really level up the quality and sophistication of the objects that you can build.
Have you seen the room on the grappling hook one? That was fantastic.
Yeah, I did see that one. That is crazy.
That is hilarious.
But yeah, we want to see more and more stuff like that. Yeah, like really expanding. There's some really fun stuff coming in the ability to interactive objects. Things are really heating up there.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And yeah, we're super excited to see more updates in the future. From CFC Gaming, he has, will two-factor authentication ever come to Rec Room?
Yeah, I actually went and talked to the social team, the server team about this, and they both say yes. So back-end work should be happening pretty soon. As for when it'll roll out to players, I'm not quite sure, but I think in the new year at some sure we'll enable 2FA. I think we all know people want it, and I think it's a nice security upgrade for the app. So yeah, I'm 2FA all the way. Like I love all that stuff. So
yeah, me too. At first it was kind of annoying to be like, oh, I have to sign in on my phone, this and that. But you know what? It's the security measures. So yeah, absolutely. Our next question comes from Time. He asks, with all the skill of the creators nowadays, the only limiting factor is the tools. Will there be any updates soon regarding tubes and having them be more versatile?
Oh yeah, actually, great question. So yeah, that's also an area of active interest. There's a lot of design work going in right now about like what's the next level of tubes look like. How can improve it? Okay. Like one obvious thing is that forever tube collision has kind of sucked. Like for trying to select a tube, like 1 minute a little Make a Pen laser pointer goes through it, the next minute it hits it. It's really hard to predict. It's also really hard to adjust tubes after the fact, changing thickness per node, all this kind of stuff. So I know the team has a bunch of really cool ideas for how to make tubes more powerful, better, easier to use. And so yeah, I think you can expect an update on that in the new year. What, Harry?
Yeah.
Can I tell you about a fun VR thing I've been doing recently?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
So my arms are like really tired. I can barely bring it to here because I've been playing Thrill of the Fight every day, trying to get some exercise.
Yeah.
And I've always enjoyed boxing.
Yeah.
I've defeated you many times in boxing.
You guys already know.
And Thrill of the Fight. Have you played that game on the Quest?
No. It's
Thrill of the Fight, man. It's basically a single player boxing game, and it's just really like boxing gloves and there's like opponents, and it's just really well done. It's really fun, and so it's a great workout.
Wow.
Like I do half an hour and I'm just dripping sweat and my arms are falling off. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just excited about it. I don't know why I started talking about it.
No.
I know why. It's because I lifted my arms up. I'm like, oh man, my arms are really sore. Why is it? Oh, that's right. I've been playing Thrill of the Fight. So if anyone wants a good workout, try Thrill of the Fight.
Yeah, guys, that sounds really amazing. It's really funny too because I'm gonna get you. That punch in the face. Shoryuken.
Oh my God! You sure you can?
Yep. Sorry about that.
All right.
Oh yeah, Spookcat's Rec Room Player. That's his name. All right. Do you have a system plan that'll help you move to beta creations between subrooms? If not, what are you waiting for? Oh yeah, what are you waiting for?
Oh yeah, no, good question. And I went and chatted to the UGC team about that, and they were like, that's a good question. We don't know exactly how to do that. So at least they're thinking now. So Spookcat, great question. Thank you. We'll let you know when we have an update. But yeah, right now you can't do that. So
okay.
Sorry. But we are working to make the beta better and easier to understand.
Woo! Yeah.
Oh, nice.
More game shows. Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
Variety of stuff. You know what? What's funny, guys? If you guys didn't know, Gribbly is always getting himself injured somehow. Last AMA, you had some dumbbells, right? You got or something like that. I forgot some.
Oh yeah, I hit myself in the knee with a kettlebell last time. That's right.
Yeah.
No, that's all better now. My knee is fine. But yeah, this time I'm injured. I'm just tired.
So guys, leave some hearts in the chat for Gribbly. Fast recovery.
It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour.
Oh yes. Tubby with a gun. Oh, please don't. Oh god. Can we still be expecting the Rec Room original Focus tier, or was that canceled due to COVID obligations?
It wasn't really due to COVID. It was like we made Rec Rally. That was kind of our focus. So we did the orientation and Rec Rally. That was kind of a big year for the experienced team. Also did the full body tunes. Rec Rally plus the follow-on project of getting a bunch of the vehicles available for the Maker Pen has taken up that team for the whole year. Yeah, I mean, I know everyone wants us to do like four Rec Room originals a year, but that's what a Rec Room original year. That's what a focused year looks like.
Yeah. Well, we hope you guys are also enjoying Rec Rally. That was such a pretty amazing success, really. It brought back some new players and old players alike, and we hope you guys really enjoy the whole like drifting and stuff. Oh, that's such a blast. So absolutely. From Raynex_, he asks, when will there be an option to turn off the name clicking feature? It'd be great for moderation, but the range is too short and most players don't use it. Find it annoying to accidentally click on the names all the time.
Yeah. We've heard that feedback a lot, and we kind of feel the same way. Like, that was definitely an experiment. I think had some pros, but probably more cons than pros. So we're actually working on a replacement, an improvement to that system that should be rolling out in part before the end of the year, and then the rest early in the new year. So we're going to replace that with a much more intuitive system. So good feedback. We agree. That's going on.
We have a lot of questions during this AMA.
But you know what, Harry?
Yeah.
I stay hungry. I've got it.
Yeah, you got it.
About power.
Kyle_the_legend asks, any ideas on what's planned now that Rec Rally has finished?
Some ideas, yes, but nothing I'm going to share today. We got interesting thought. We're definitely not going to work on any, new RRO games or rooms before the end of the year. We do have some interesting plans for the new year, but we'll talk about that next year.
From ZEZCTV asks, will there ever be a custom skins that will be able to uploaded by a specific group of people like Roblox?
Yes, we probably will do stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure how it'll work. There's a lot to figure out because right now we don't support uploading external images into the game. So we're not looking to change that anytime soon. Something we are looking to do is do some experimentation with allowing UGC creation of some avatar items. So basically allowing you to customize things in the game and then have them be items that you can wear. So that's something that we're going to play with very early in the new year. So that's probably what the first thing of that will look like. And we could imagine doing that for skins or something like that. So we'll experiment with this avatar experiment first, and we'll see how that goes.
And leave some feedback in the comments. We really appreciate that. And you guys can also in the Discord and Rec Room Happy Fox too. We just love hearing just feedback in general. From Slippy McBacon asks, will there ever be a way? Will there ever be a way to make our own menus like the prompt local player menu, but more customizable with more options such as being force open displayed like the inventory menu from Minecraft?
Yeah. We've been talking about that a little bit. So I don't want to make any timing guarantees, but yeah. So let me kind of I feel like we may have talked about this in a previous AMA, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself so much. But as you know, we've been on this kind of long journey to switch over from the old UI to the new UI system. We are making really, really good progress on that. So I think, by early in the new year, the vast majority of the UI will be the new style. And then once that new system's kind of in place, like you're not really worrying about the old UI anymore, I think it's the time when we'll look at, hey, can you use circuits to pop up a menu and have like a progress or have like an inventory? We haven't designed that system yet, so we got to design it first. And to Harry's point, getting feedback and specific cases, like if you chat with us in the Discord or on Happy Fox, or send us, by carrier pigeon if you need to, send us whatever kind of ideas you have of like, hey, here's what I'd like to do with a UI system if I had it. Like, here's the game I'd like to make or the experience I'd like to make. That would be very helpful for us because we're about to go into the design process for that and get an idea. And, like everything we do, probably do it in baby steps. Like, so it won't be like, hey, create absolutely any UI you can think of. It'll be more targeted and like, hey, here's things you can do. Let's learn from it. Let's iterate on But yes, we are definitely thinking along those lines. I think it would expand out the kinds of games that people can, and the kind of things that you can do. If you could pop open menus and be a bit more flexible with that. So it's definitely on our roadmap. We love the idea. Thank you for the suggestion.
From that person asked, will we ever get a new laser tag or game mode? Old friend 9546 asked, would the devs ever go back to say it's been a while since we made a quest or a laser tag map, or will a Rec Room original going forward be a tech demo or new creation tools? And PB James at 429 asked, new laser tag map, planetarium? I rest my case. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool, actually.
All right, yeah. Okay, so a few questions about laser tag. I think it's, unlikely we're going to go build a new laser tag map anytime soon. It's not impossible, but it's not currently planned. Definitely the way we're thinking about RROs right now is, every time we do one, we want it to introduce a new capability to the game. So when we did Stunt Runner, it was running and sliding and climbing. Rec Rally is obviously vehicles and driving and all of that kind of stuff, seats. So whatever we do for the next RRO is likely to introduce, something new to the capability of what you can do in Rec Room. And so we feel like, doing another laser tag map or doing another game mode doesn't really achieve that for us. So therefore, it's not really a priority. We know people love laser tag and we super appreciate it. We love it too. And we'll actually talk before the end of the AMA about bug fixes and things like that, because I know there's been some bugs and issues. So we want to fix those up. But as an example, it's in this kind of last quarter of the year, when we've got Thanksgiving and Christmas and it's a bit of an interrupted quarter. That's the most likely time when we would do something that's a bit lower on the priority list of hey, maybe let's just spend some time, do a new laser tag map or something like that. But for this year, we figure it's a much higher priority to just actually rather than create something new, just go back and try and fix a bunch of bugs. So something that the experience team has been doing in this quarter is just trying to find and fix a bunch of those annoying bugs that have been lingering for a while. We think, I hope you agree with me, is probably more important than creating a new laser tag map is fixing up the bugs in, the existing RROs. So that's what we're trying to prioritize. So appreciate the enthusiasm for laser tag. We love it too, but I think moving forward, RROs are more about expanding the universe of what you can do in Rec Room and less about adding on to what exists.
Exactly, because in the past AMAs, we have more people talk about can you fix more bugs, in this room, rather than focus on a new Rec Room original. So I think in the long run, I think people will be more happy about updated rooms in general. So yeah,
it's always a balance, and I know not everyone loves when I say this, but the dream is that really the next great planetarium map for laser tag, which is a great idea. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But, I would hope that someone in the community can build that map, and it's on us to provide the quality of tools and capabilities to get to RRO quality laser tag experience using the UGC tools. But we believe that's very possible, and whatever's missing, we'll add it. So I think you'll get your planetarium map. I'm not sure we'll build it.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much for the question. Very interesting ideas, but however, can I suggest a Rec Room original to you? Okay,
sure.
Think about it. Okay. You know the game Paddleball? Right? You have one paddle in one hand, but think about it. Two paddles in two hands. Paddleball 2. Guys.
Paddle ball?
Yeah. Oh,
amazing.
Some ideas to throw at you guys.
All right, we're drawing everything. That is now P1. All
right.
We're focused entirely on paddle ball.
Mountain Lab 5958. He asks, will we ever add a color wheel to the Maker Pen?
Maybe. No current plans. It's a request that comes up a lot. But yeah, no current plans. We might do it at some point, but we got a lot of other things in the priority list first.
Okay, that sounds really exciting because if that was that's not the priority list, well, stay tuned for the major updates in the future then. The HCOL Liddy _H3O asks, any idea when the terrain tool will come out?
No, don't have an idea when the terrain tool will come out. I think remember we talked about the terrain tool ages ago now when we were talking about vehicles and things. We did take a look at building it. At the time, I remember saying hey, we ran into some unforeseen technical difficulties really around the amount of memory it would require. And so we kind of shelved it at that point, haven't really gone back to it yet. That said, so kind of two things. One, in the short term, there is the mound shape that you can use that people have been using really successfully to create interesting terrains and drivable spaces. So you can do it with shapes, and with the vehicles that we're bringing out. They're very carefully designed to be able to drive well over just about anything. So you can throw a very, very crazy assortment of shapes at them and they'll behave pretty well. So that's one thing. secondarily, and a little bit longer term, similar to what I was saying about with the tubes, it's definitely on our list to think about like kind of sculpting tools to be able to make kind of like more organic shapes. And so I think that would probably not arrive as a terrain tool. I think that was something we were thinking about. We experimented with, kind of like the original, very old go-karts prototype. We tried it. We didn't really think it worked for what we needed, so we kind of shelved it. So I think it won't come back in that form. But I think the ability to kind of merge shapes organically, kind of get like terrain-like effects, but a whole bunch of other effects as well, that is something that we will likely do. And we are actively working on the shape technology, making it better to enable some of these possibilities.
Oh, that sounds really great. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for the update on that too as well on Terrain Tool.
Very fair question. We did make a song and dance about Terrain Tool, and then we solved it, so it's a very reasonable question.
Yeah, it's been a while since we heard about the Terrain Tool, so thank you so much for the question and the reminder too. From ESAC914 asks, it would be cool to be able to print Rec.net pictures in Rec Room. I know it's been a talking point in the past AMAs, but we would love to know any updates on that.
Yeah, good question. So yeah, there's no reason we wouldn't want to support that. I'm actually not 100% sure of the status of anyone working on that. What I do know is that the team is planning to do a major update to the ShareCam, kind of improve it and make a bunch of new features available in the ShareCam on all the platforms. So I'm pretty excited about that. I think we can make the camera experience a lot better. And I think as part of that, we can take a look at, hey, maybe you can browse your RecNet photos and print them out. Because that'd be pretty cool. So thank you for the suggestion, and I'll follow up on that because yeah, I've kind of lost track of status of that one.
No worries.
There's a lot going on, Harry.
Yeah,
I
mean,
don't
there's
know 100% of everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like questions blending in with each other, so I mean, I totally get that. It's really hard to like understand every little detail. Dry dash extension 3107 asks, will you hear other sides of Rec Room that's not creative side? Yes, I'm talking about League's Rec Room Original Players 2 that you ignore and barely touch. Whoa, okay. 1. You promise bots will not attack on official refs laser tag league like 1 and 2 years ago, and still nothing. It is really that hard to see AI only attack other teams that all players are not in the same team. 2. Laser tag have only 1 gold skin, and paintball got like 4 or 5 of them. Some players probably like gold railgun and SMG more than pistols. 3. Many issues with the games ruin League's games. In the first role, we have set the servers that are slow and can cause some issues, lag, shadow hits, damage that don't work. How's it supposed to do a global crashes? I don't have the best internet, but this is start happening since that 10 servers crashes per week. In the second, we have the tar bug. You still don't give us any info on the stat on this now. Finally, AC unit bug fix. When? Never happened in the league, but just in case. Okay. Whoa. All right.
Okay, good. All right, the whole list. Okay, so let me go backwards from the AC unit bug fix. I'm actually not 100% sure what that is. I would need more detail on that one.
Yeah, I don't think I heard that.
So I can't really say much about that one. On the TAR bug, which I think the next question is about TAR. So this is the teleport activation. I forget what the last end. Anyway, it's basically teleport being a bit slower than it used to be. Was a problem for speedrunners and people who are really used to the feel of teleport.
Oh, I see.
We've addressed this one in the AMA many times, and I know the questioner said, hey, I never give details on this. But yeah, that's because, like, in the past, it's been, hey, we can't figure out what's going on here. We can't get a repro. We know it seems like a simple issue. Trust us, we have spent weeks looking into this and not being able to figure out what's going on. So this is weird. That said, in the last couple of days, we did get a fresh repro and some fresh information. I can't guarantee that that's going to lead to a fix, but it is promising. It's more information than we've had, and we have an angle of attack that we can at least take a look, and we're in with a shot of fixing it. So not a promise, but we are trying. Please believe me, we are trying. Similarly, on the AI, the AI bots that will attack sitters, which is a pain in the ass for league games. Yep, I hear you.
Yeah.
We do love the leagues. We want the leagues to feel supported. So like I said, what we're doing for the last quarter, this basically last 3 months of the year, we're putting a bunch of into trying to fix a bunch of long-standing and annoying bugs, especially in RROs that have been sitting around. So that one I know is on the list. I've experienced team about it. They're very hopeful that they feel like they know how to fix that one. So I think it's reasonable to hope for a fix for that one before the end of the year. And so I apologize. I know it takes us a while to get to bugs. We are always very busy doing a bunch of stuff. So yeah, we will. I'm hopeful on the AI bug. I'm less confident on the teleport bug, but I'm hopeful. Cross your. But yeah, we'll get as much of that cleaned up as we can. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. And he also asked about the gold skins where paintball got like 4 or 5 of them.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
So on the gold skins, I don't know. I'll have to go talk to B-Boz about if there's any more of those in the works.
Yeah.
Making some noise about it and making it clear that you want it helps. So let me go talk to that team about that, and I'll let them know that that it'd be real cool if we had a golden railgun for laser tag.
Yeah. So this kind of goes back to the question of like we working on rather new Rec Room originals or going back to fixing bugs. This is one making more polished, easy for players to understand.
Oh man,
and
play. I hope we'll get that teleport one soon because I know how frustrating that is for people. It's been frustrating for us. It's a weird one. Usually something like that is super easy to fix, but
yeah,
game developers hard, kids. Game development is very complicated.
Oh yeah, the other question too from Mafia_boss. Yeah, same thing too. Any updates on the TAR bug fix? We'll gather together.
Yes, same answer. We are hopeful. I don't want to set expectations too high, but we did get some really good information. So maybe we have a new angle of attack on it. I'm hopeful. I haven't had confirmation from the team that they're like, oh yeah, we found it and we can fix it. But at least we got something to go on, which wasn't true last AMA. Last year we were just like, I don't know. We've looked at it. We have no clue.
Perps Waffles asks, will we ever bring back the old rotate system that the screen mode had? When you held the item and pushed a button, you would be able to rotate 3 axes like the Maker Pen.
Yeah. So what they're asking about is like on screen mode for a while, we had something that we called instant mode. Where you could pick up any object in screen mode and you could essentially hold it in front of you and rotate it around all 3 axes. Like, so you could like grab a bucket, turn it up, put it on someone's head, which in VR is trivial to do, just pick it up. So the answer is yes, actively working on it, should come back in the new year very early.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, so we really think that's an important thing for to allow screen players to be expressive in a way that VR players can be able to like manipulate objects in more detail. So thank you for the question, and yes, that is.
OG Ram, he asks, why don't the weekly and daily challenges like link to the games, like instead of the Wild Goose Chase, a simple go-to button would be sweet? And why, when the paintball challenges are sub-game specific team battles, or capture the flag, are those specific games types so hard to get? Getting shuffled into CTF when only looking for TB mode is super frustrating.
It's because we're trying to make it a challenge, first part of the challenge is finding the room. No, I'm kidding. Right? No, it's just bad UI from us. We should really put a button on there to jump you to it. We'll be looking at that soon, updating it, updating the system, but also obviously bringing it over to the new UI. The challenges are still in the old UI system. And so when we do that, make sure we add a button to make it a little easier. So yeah, thank you for the suggestion.
Ethic84, yes. Is there any way, will there be a fix for coming for the glitch AFK people stopping games? Like someone goes AFK and no one is able to disconnect.
Yes. So yeah, again, that one's on the list of like annoying bugs that have been sitting around for a while that the team's going to take a look at end of the year. So hopefully we'll get a fix for that one.
Yeah, totally understandable on that question for sure. I think a lot of people like, for instance, our Quest players, they dove in like 30 minutes into the game and then someone just went AFK on them. And I'm like, oh no, so that time's kind of wasted. So nice. Okay, all right. I already got one. Boom. That person with called Teletubby.
I don't have a gun. How come?
Wait, you want a gun? Here, you can have the gun. Here, you can have the gun.
No, I don't want it. No, I don't want
it. Are you sure?
I'm
okay.
happy to go unarmed. I'm a pacifist here.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're a pacifist. I see. Okay. All right.
Will we ever add like physics to the
like the hair
costumes? To the hair and stuff. So that's definitely something we want to do. There's actually been prototypes we've done internally. If you go back and look on the dev blogs, it's like from a year ago. We have some GIFs on there of like physics and hair and stuff. Something we definitely want to do. It's just one of those things. Hey, there's always something above it in the priority list, but we'll get to it for sure. I don't know when, but we'll get to it. Definitely something we all want. Be great. Like these turkey legs should be like, dangling.
That'd be really good. I think it has to be also with the capabilities probably too, of like the memory, probably on other like platforms so people can't see it. Oh, I don't know.
Probably more like CPU perf than memory. Like you've got to simulate the physics. But I think there's ways to do it.
Is it? Okay. Well, that's being hopeful. So yeah, guys. Okay. Last question for the AMA guys. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, well...
Yes, I'm ready, yes.
All right, our last question, guys, from That Is Devin asks, are we ever going to be getting an update for dedicate on to fixing bugs? I know when the new content is keeping the game alive, but the bug fixes is going to improve overall experience with the game.
Yeah, great question. So Yes, so we're actually doing a bunch of that in the last part of this year. Like we're focusing on some bug fixes, cleaning up long-standing stuff. We actually fixed a bunch of bugs in the creation tools recently. We're fixing a bunch in the RRO, some game systems. So hopefully you'll see those improvements rolling out it'll probably be like the next couple of updates, will have bug fixes in them. The last one actually had a bunch in it. And probably the first 1 or 2 ships in the new year will have a bunch of bug fixes in them as well. Because we won't ship as it gets really, really close to Christmas because a lot of the team goes on vacation and we don't want to ship an update that's broken and then have it for weeks while, people are seeing their families and stuff. Yeah. So there'll be a pretty I can't remember exactly how many times we're shipping in the rest of the year. It'll be a pretty modest update for the end of the year. That's mainly just bug fixes and cleaning things up. And then won't do it over Christmas, and then there'll be one in the new year that'll have a bunch more updates and fixes in it. But yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we're focusing on bug fixes right now, so hopefully you'll see them rolling out over the next few weeks. The only additional thing I would say about that, Harry, is I got drive, power. I stay hungry. I devour.
Ooh, yeah. You know what?
I would say that about the bug.
That even though that song is really memey, it's very motivational. So I mean, that's
good. It's good. Yeah, I feel motivated. I feel pumped up. I'm gonna go beat up some.
Oh yeah.
AI boxes.
Rest up your arms at least. Whew. But yeah, no, thank you so much for the question. I mean, the updates on bugs and fixes and everything. Letting you guys know that the team is prioritizing that. So stay tuned for amazing updates in the future for sure. Rec Room has put out a lot of updates throughout the year, so that's a lot. So
yeah, it's been a big year. But yeah, we should probably do an end of year wrap up, some kind of thing. Actually, I won't say anything, but I know there's some fun end of year wrap up stuff coming. So we'll.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not saying anything. But yeah, no, it would be fun to I won't be able to remember off the top of my head, but it would be kind of good to just look back and look at all the things we shipped this year because it's a lot.
Yeah, it is quite a lot. So yeah. Thank you again so much, guys. And yeah, this is going to be our last, well, not last, I'm sorry, we have one more AMA next month. But yeah, what you want to say?
There you go. Maybe we can do a little bit of retrospective. We can go back some of the things we shipped.
Oh my God. We just want to say thank you again so much for the questions. We always have a blast answering them. And I just want to say thank you to Gribbly over here for being an amazing guest as always. We always have a blast just answering questions. And yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, of course. And hey, let me say happy Thanksgiving to everyone who's celebrating. Hope you have fun with your friends and family. Stay safe out there. We love you, and we'll see you in the next day.
And if you guys can, leave a like, comment, and
subscribe.
Yeah,
I can devour.
But yeah, we hope
you've created a monster here, Harry. I'm gonna be saying this all day.
It's addicting to say, yeah. But yeah, we hope to see you stay safe with your friends and family out there in Australia. I mean, that's exciting.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
If you guys guys in chat, put in the comments, say stay safe, Gribbly, that'd be awesome. Yeah, just for the safe travels out there.
Thank you.
And you guys too. All right, bye guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys in the next AMA. Bye everyone. Woo! Hey guys, we are back again with a new AMA. This time it's the first AMA of the year. That's 2022. And of course, we have Mr.
Gribbly. Hey, Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, Harry.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Do you have a New Year resolution?
You know what? I haven't really thought of one yet. It's just to have fun and be nice to everybody.
Oh, that's really wholesome. Yeah, I like that.
But should we explain to people, Harry, that this is our first ever international AMA?
That's right.
Because I am currently in Melbourne, Australia, doing this AMA from all the way across the planet from Harry. And so,
that's
all right,
crazy.
Let's do an international high five. You ready?
Whoa! That's so cool.
So yeah, I'm here visiting family, having a great time, and pleased I can be here with you.
Oh, that's a pleasure as always. And you said it's kind of like summertime over there right now with the weather.
It's summer in Australia, yeah, I think, and it's like I'm a day ahead of you. It's Wednesday for you, Thursday for me?
Yeah, it's pretty much Thursday.
All kinds of crazy.
Let us know in the comments if you guys are from Australia. So that's really cool. We're so excited for your questions today. And this is going to be an international AMA. It's pretty exciting. So, all right. Our first question comes from Clasher __. He asks, can we have the ability to turn off up and down different individual players' volumes? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this request is for per player audio settings, so you can have like, hey, someone's really loud in the room, you can turn them down, turn them up. Yeah, we want to add that. We've been looking into it. There's a bunch of server work we got to do because we actually got to do it right. We got to be like, once you set someone's volume, we got to save that on the server for you. So that one's queued up behind some other server work, but yeah, we will get that one in for you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can understand like going to the rec center. There's like a lot of people talking at once. So especially
Some people are really
music. Yeah, for sure. Question we got from is Soundwave39 Dubs. He asks, hi there, 2 questions. First question is, in some previous AMAs, it was mentioned that the team is planning on fixing some improvements for the audio and screen sharing features. Is that still in the works? Could we get a little more insight into these improvements, and we could possibly expect them?
Yeah, okay, so let's divide that into 2 parts because yes, there's kind of like audio improvements and then there's screen sharing improvements. So audio improvements we're actively working on, and you can expect them to roll out over the next few updates. We're especially working on improving the reliability and quality of voice chat. So there's less dropouts and kind of less kind of hiccups and less weirdness. So that'll get better. And then yeah, so audio is being worked on. The screen sharing and the kind of sharing tech is going to take us a bit longer. We've been looking into that. And as with a lot of things, as we go digging, we're like, we actually need to do some underlying systems work to do this the right way. So it's going to end up taking us a bit longer. So I don't want to give you an exact date for when that's going to come out, but still planned, still something we're looking at. We actually need to optimize some networking stuff to make that possible. So that's not going to come out in the next couple of updates or anything like that, but it is something that we're looking at.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And the second part question he asked, second, I have a question regarding the weekly skins. Why do some of the items like a paint thrower and a shotgun and one appear pretty much once a month, while the other things like the skin for paintball, a pistol, haven't seen paintball, pistol skins for months?
Yeah. Okay, that's good feedback. Yeah, that's totally fair. I went and talked to the store folks about that. And we all kind of like looked slightly embarrassed and like, well, they're just trying to do too much stuff. And so we're always like, what can we do? What can we do?
Right.
And so, yeah, we just took that as feedback of like, hey, we should probably balance that a little better. So, yeah, we'll just take that as feedback and we'll try and get a better balance for you going forward.
All right. Thank you so much for the question and feedback. We really appreciate that. All right, our next question comes from Animosity VR. Asks, will we ever be able to use a spawner gadget to spawn quest bosses, even if it's just one at a time?
Yeah, probably eventually. So yeah, like not something we're working on tomorrow or anything like that, but yeah, at some point you'll be able to spawn stuff like that. We want to do a V2 of the spawner gadget before we do any new feature additions to it. So
okay.
I think what you'll see is the ability to spawn things using the V2 circuit system first, and then we'll add to the kind of stuff you can spawn.
Okay, that sounds really good. Look in the future for that, guys. That's a really cool feature. Hopefully we'll get that planned out for you guys. All right, our next question comes from True CDC. He asks, could you ever give us a rough outline of Rec Room's plans for 2022? What are your main focuses this year?
So yeah, that's a big picture one. So let's talk about some of the big focus areas for us. Now, one thing, bit of a caveat, we are the kind of team that we're fairly reactive and we kind of change our plans a fair bit. So, I can't say for sure everything we're going to do this year, but here's a couple of high-level things that we are really focused on. One, as I've mentioned in a bunch of AMAs, there's a bunch of underlying tech work we're doing to make the systems more efficient so that you can have more ink, more heat when you're creating, especially, so that you can have more stuff in your rooms. It runs better on all of our platforms. Those are big, multi-month, huge efforts that, a lot of engineers are working on. And so, I know sometimes you might wonder, like, hey, Rec Room's working on a bunch of stuff, update comes out, why haven't they done this feature that I care about? It's very often because we're investing in some kind of like major upgrades that's going to make the system way better. And so, there's a lot of work so more heat, more ink, investing in rendering, investing in a bunch of the underlying systems to make them more efficient. I'm reminded of people use the metaphor of a duck. Sometimes it looks like we're just kind of cruising along all easy on the top of the water, but underneath we are very rapidly. So a bunch of that stuff in flight. What else is going on? So you'll see some really big investments in chat. Like we're really trying to level up the chat systems and make chat way better. So it's way easier to chat back and forth, and that UI and that system is just way nicer. So you'll definitely see a bunch of improvements to that. Yeah, so talk about underlying systems, talk about chat. We're taking a pretty deep look at the club and event systems. Like, we think that the club systems can be made way, 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 way better to support our communities a lot better. So we're looking to invest in them and make them way easier to use, way more integrated with the chat. So it's basically way easier to kind of like stay in touch with the people you care about in Rec Room. So you can expect some big investments in clubs and events. The automated moderation we've talked about a bunch in the AMA is a big thing for us. Like, we've got that rolled out. It's being piloted in the rec center. We're seeing some really promising results from that. And so you'll see us continue to invest in automating the moderation systems and doing a better and better job of kind of making sure that we are a fun and welcoming community. A lot of plans to make the controls smoother and easier and just kind of, take a lot of the learnings that we've learned from over the years and make all that stuff better. We're doing a bunch of updates to the Maker Pen to make the UI of the Maker Pen a lot better, a lot smoother. A bunch of features that people have been asking about for a long time are coming to the Maker Pen. So you'll see that rolling out over the next couple of months. And of course, everyone always wants to know about RROs and are we doing new games? There'll be more RRO content. I'm not going to tell you when or what.
Okay. Right.
But there's always going to, we really think it's important to build RROs. Like I've said, it's a way that, as well as making fun stuff that's, fun for us to build and fun for you to play, it's also a way for us to level up Rec Room and really kind of drive forward the kind of features you have available. A bunch of stuff this year. There's probably a million more things I'm forgetting, but that's the kind of gist of it. So and as I said, it'll all probably change. But for the first half of the year, I think that's probably our big focuses. Some big investments in performance and systemic systems so that you can have more heat and ink, and then clubs, events, chat, automated moderation, controls, a million other things.
Really exciting because not only we're looking forward to some of the games in the future, but like make it the experience much more friendly to players. That's super cool.
I'm personally really excited for the chat features because it's just anything that can make it easier to kind of just stay in touch with my Rec Room friends. It's like as we like prototype some of this stuff internally, I'm like, oh man, this is so much better. You'll love it, and I'm sure you'll let us know if you don't, and we'll take the feedback and we'll make everything better.
Yeah, look forward to that in 2022, guys. So stay tuned for all that really cool news and updates. All right. Our next question comes from Mafia Boss. Some of the ads lately have been very bad and targeted towards children. Any updates on making it better? There's been a lot of Discord threads about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is a really good question, and I appreciate the question. We've seen some chatter about this on the Discord and on the Reddit. Let's talk a little bit about, some of the way the advertising is working. So let me step back and provide a bit of context. So what Mafia Boss is talking about is we've seen some ads. Well, actually, let me take an even bigger step back.
Okay.
We've actually only just been investing as a company in sort of marketing and advertising. And so as with everything, we're taking our ready, fire, aim approach and kind of learning by kind of getting out there, trying out a bunch of different things, trying out a bunch of experiments. We've been seeing some really, really great success with, new people finding the app based on advertisements that we create. But we've trying all different kinds of experiments. And what Mafia Boss is talking about is we've seen a few ads kind of get out there that are video ads that are kind of made by influencers, right? So they're like content creators who are like creating Rec Room themed content. And we've seen some ads that frankly we don't like. They've kind of been low effort, clickbaity kind of things.
Right.
They're not actually targeted at kids. So part of the question was, we've seen these ads targeted at kids. We actually don't target any ads toward kids. All of our stuff is targeted at 13 and over. But yeah, we've seen some really kind of low effort ads that have been made, and we've kind of been working with the partners we work with to create these ads to kind of like not work with those influencers anymore, try and come up with better ways to filter them out before they get out into the ecosystem generally. I will say, generally speaking, the ads that, we see people talk about on Reddit, which I agree are concerning. Like we've seen some ads that we just really, really don't like, and we really, really want to, stop seeing them in the future. They typically go to a much smaller audience, so they'll be kind of sent out as kind of a test ad, and then, if the ads that kind of people click on and seem to like will get more traction. Those ads don't perform well. Like no one seems to like clicking on them. They don't drive a lot of users to us. We don't end up paying for those ads. But that said, we still don't like them getting created and distributed in the first place. So we are working with our kind of marketing partners to be like, hey, let's do a better job filtering out those ads and those influencers before they even get created and disseminated. So appreciate the feedback. We're not targeting those ads to kids. There's definitely been some ads that we don't like either any more than you do. and we are actively working with our marketing and platform partners to do a better job of filtering those out. So yeah, please continue to call us out on that, and we're working on improving the quality of those ads always.
Yeah, and some of the ads that we make in-house and everything, it's mostly we just feature rooms that our actual players make. So we don't like just go by just the trends or anything, even though people might think that.
Right.
It's basically off of real players by real rooms. So we are just featuring those type of rooms, and again, it's just it is featuring the community after all. The things that Gribbly was talking about is mostly just like the TikTok ads that are just really out there. It has nothing to do with Rec Room at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, we definitely see that.
They tend to be the really low effort kind of clickbaity things where it's like video that has nothing to do with Rec Room.
Right.
And like suddenly they'll talk about Rec Room, so it's technically an ad, and then they'll talk about some clickbaity stuff again. We don't like those ads. We're trying to get rid of them.
Yeah, thank you guys. And if you guys ever see anything like that, please let us know. We definitely will make sure the marketing team handles that. Our next question comes from Stevie JD. He asks, when will we get more AI features?
All right, yeah, good question. So I think Stevie's asking about, we have features, some AI features in the V1 system. So really, we're trying to bring all that stuff into the V2 system, and our strategy with the V2 system is to, instead of providing kind of the canned AI that the V1 system does, where it's like, hey, here's a goblin and it just does goblin stuff, we want to break it into more usable tools. So it's like, hey, here's pathfinding, here's like a raycast, and here's you can use the circuits and logic. Some of this is caught up behind the stuff I was talking about before about like, look, if you talk to a Rec Room creator, and we do all the time, very early in the conversation, they will say, we need more heat, to do more stuff with Circuits V2, we need more heat so that we can just build more stuff. And so I think to get really good V2 AI, we're going to need to give you more heat. So I think that comes first, and then you'll see way more AI features.
Ooh, okay. That's really exciting. All right, next question comes from Callan Smiles. He asks, do you ever have any updates on the terrain making system? If so, what's happening?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've talked about this one in a bunch of AMAs. This question has come up a few times, and, just to quickly recap, we started investigating the terrain system. We built prototypes. We ran into an issue of like, it's really hard to find the memory to fit the terrain in. So we've kind of we've basically paused that work for the time being, and we'll certainly talk about it again when we kind of dust it off. But right now we're not actively working on that. We're kind of like focused more on, hey, we got to get more ink, we got to get more heat, we need more efficiency in the system so that we can provide those features for you. But yeah, kind of like I've said in previous AMAs, kind of have put the terrain system on ice until we can solve some of these lower level efficiency challenges.
Our next question comes from definitely not Frank. Very, very questionable.
Okay.
When will we have...
Clearly it's not Frank.
Yeah, apparently not. When will we finally get a basic account security features such as a two-factor authentication? There are creators making thousands of dollars, yet they can't secure the accounts. To add on to this note, it should definitely support a Google Authenticator app, which is even more secure than just an email or text.
Got it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good question. So, I mean, first of all, I just want to take a moment and say how cool it is that people are making thousands of dollars making Rec Room content. That makes me...
Yeah. You guys have no idea. It's pretty cool.
So this person who is definitely not Frank has a great point, which is, as you start to do things like make money from your Rec Room stuff, like it's really important that you can secure your account. Totally aware of that. We hear that feedback. We're actively working on 2FA right now.
Ooh, okay.
The way it's going to roll out is it'll roll out on RecNet first, so you'll be able to kind of use 2FA for your RecNet login. That's just a way of kind of us getting the system out, getting it up and running as quickly as we can. After that, we'll get it to the general game client. And your point about using authenticator apps is well taken. We're looking into that as well. So yeah, this is something that we have people actively working on, and you should see it fairly early in the year rolling out on RecNet, and then quickly after that on the client.
Oh, that's so exciting for not only for Rec Room YouTubers, but like MakerPin builders and everything, just in case they're ever afraid of people logging into their accounts and everything. So yeah, I mean, that's super exciting. So guys, we got your back. So thank you again so much for the update on that. That's really awesome. BraveDog09 asks, when will there ever be a feature that lets you see your body when you look down, and of course with a toggle?
Yeah, good question, and not something I've really thought about. Yeah, when you wear a costume, you can actually see your body. So, but yeah, great. I actually don't have a great answer for this one. Not something we've been actively thinking about, but yeah, I'll talk to the team about it. It's I think it'd be cool if you could look down and see yourself. So yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, it makes it much more like an immersive experience, so I totally understand that, guys. So yeah, thank you so much for the feedback. We appreciate it, guys. Corrupted H2O, he asks, will Rec Room Plus ever have a year subscription rather than just a monthly subscription?
Yeah, good question. So we would actually, we'd like to add that. Not all of the platforms that we're on support a yearly subscription. So I think what we'll do is we'll look into that and we'll add it to the platforms that allow us to do a yearly subscription, but it won't be for all of the platforms. So if that's not for your platform, I apologize. But yeah, something we'd like to add for sure.
All right, our question comes from Corbin on VR. He asks, will there ever be a performance mode on PC? It would be a huge game changer to people like myself whose PCs almost create a black hole solely before starting the game on Rec Royale.
Yeah, I hear you, Corbin. So yeah, that's something that people have asked for a bit, and yeah, the short answer is yes. I think we will invest in supporting a wider range of PCs. We're doing a bunch of work on our PC build. Because we've actually been seeing some PC players coming in recently, which has been great to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, yeah, we've got a lot we can do to kind of make the game run better on lower-end PCs, and that is something we'll be investing in. I would say first half of this year is probably the time frame on that.
A split second, he asks, why is the paintball grenade still not a palette? We have laser tag grenade, but not the paintball version. It's been missing since forever, and I'd like to make a custom paintball maps with them. I even tried saving an invention in paintball grenade, but it's counted as an invalid object and cannot be saved.
Yes. Thank you for that reminder. You're right. It is missing from the palette. I talked to the Maker Pen folks about this. They're going to see about adding it. And so, yeah, I would say you shouldn't have to wait too long for that one, unless there's some weird problem that I don't know about, and I don't think there is. I think it's just an oversight, so I'll talk to them about it.
All right. Thank you so much for the question, Harrison. Appreciate it. And awesome room, by the way. Really love this room. All right, thank you again.
Yeah.
All right.
Harry, by the way, did you know that there is... Did you know, this room is reminding me because it's a winter themed room. Did you know that there is an Australian Christmas carol?
No, I have... Are you going to sing us a song, Ripley?
I can sing you a song, but first let me explain why it's an Australian Christmas carol.
Yeah, please.
It's because in Australia, if you grow up in Australia, Christmas is in the middle of summer.
That's just mind-blowing. Yeah. It really is?
Yeah, December is summer in Australia. In the southern hemisphere, it's the opposite seasons.
Wow.
So Christmas, you're always like looking at Christmas cards and it's all snow themed. But it's the middle of summer and it's boiling hot. And so there's an Australian Christmas carol. It's called Six White Boomers. And Boomer is Australian.
Right.
This is before OK Boomer, right?
Right.
Australian slang for kangaroo.
Okay.
A big kangaroo is called a boomer. So Six White Boomers, it's like the pulling Santa's sleigh through the hot Australian desert. Yeah.
That's actually a really interesting little tidbit of Australia trivia there, guys. So let us know in comments.
I bet you could look it up on YouTube. I bet you could find Six White Boomers on YouTube. Sorry, I just got reminded of this map because it's it's the middle of summer for me, and I'm looking in this winter theme, and I'm like, why am I so hot?
Yeah, did it trip you out ever since you came to the U.S. where it's different compared to the?
It makes so much more sense. Like all of the kind of Christmas movies and Christmas themes. I'm like, oh right, it's winter.
Yeah,
I get it now. Yeah,
that's hilarious, and also
obvious to anyone who grew up in the northern hemisphere.
My goodness, during the summertime, you guys have Christmas and all that. Wow, I can't imagine that. That's completely different.
Santa Claus is wearing his big suit and he's like, well, everyone's all decked out like man.
Matthew Watt X, he asks, when is the desktop sharing feature going to be updated to have better frames per second? Okay.
Oh, yeah. We kind of talked about this earlier in an earlier question. So, yeah, we've been looking at it. Like I mentioned, we found some kind of more lower-level networking stuff that we need to improve first. So I can't give you a good time estimate on that. All I can say is we definitely want to still improve it, but it'll be a little bit longer yet.
We have another question comes from Spazzy Vomit 916. Great name, by the way. You guys are getting more and more creative every time. I swear, guys. All right. He says, okay, serious question. What's holding you back from adding a feature to export buildings as 3D models? I only ask this because a Maker Pen is such a great construction tool and can be such a helpful thing for making 3D models and bring them into the real world by 3D prints. Also, I'm building my future home in Rec Room. Whoa. And it would be nice to have a 3D model for showing the contractors. A good way to come about this, if you made it this far, is to make a export 3D model an option for PC players. Select the menu from Make Invention, and you can save in the File Explorer. So what's holding you guys back from doing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so first of all, thank you for the kind words about building with the Maker Pen. I'm glad you enjoy it. I find it really a nice way to build in 3D as well. So yeah, as for why we haven't supported exporting as a 3D model, yeah, you're right. Like, it's certainly something that's technically possible. Certainly something that we could support. I think the simple answer is, we've kind of treated Rec Room as mainly a closed ecosystem for the time being, as and because it's a way for us. It solves a lot of problems for us, like not having to support import, export of stuff. There's a lot of moderation considerations. There's a lot of technical considerations. That said, as Rec Room has expanded and kind of the user base is growing, we're kind of definitely getting more and more interested at dabbling with, like, getting content out of Rec Room, getting content into Rec Room. But it's kind of a big decision for us, and it's like it comes with a lot of complexities of, like, once we support things, we're going to make sure we support them well. So yeah, it's kind of a non-trivial feature to support. But that said, we are kind of interested about it. I'm definitely not saying no, we will never do that. I'm saying we are kind of actively thinking about it and what is the right way to open up the Rec Room ecosystem in a way that provides a lot of benefit for users and creators like yourself, but also doesn't kind of open things up to bugs and security exploits and moderation problems. We got to hit a kind of really good balance there. But yeah, it's a great question and a great suggestion, and I think it's fair to say that over time you'll see us open up Rec Room more and more over time as we continue to grow. So thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah, thank you so much for the suggestion and being very creative on that too. I mean, it's just really mind-blowing to me that Rec Room uses a lot of different ways, even like building a house to like teaching classes and everything. I mean, that's super awesome, guys. So thank you so much for...
One day you'll be able to build a house and then 3D print it at life scale.
You know what? That actually could work, right? That could actually work one day. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Squiggly_Octo, he asks, is it possible that you will soon add flying vehicles, maybe alongside a Rec Room original? Ooh, spoilers.
Flying vehicles?
Yeah.
I like this question a lot, because something that I can't remember if I've talked about this in AMAs previously, but I'm kind of obsessed with flying cars.
Are you? Yeah, me too.
I love flying cars. Any movie that has flying cars, I love it. Any game that has flying cars, I love it. One day, I hope in the real world I'll be able to have a flying car. Then we'll know the future has truly arrived.
Man, that'd be great.
But yeah, so in terms of, like, if we might do it for an RRO. It's an interesting possibility. An RRO we haven't done yet is kind of like flying vehicles. That said, I think definitely the way it'll come, and we've already seen some people do it. I've flown some jetpacks. I think we flew some jetpacks in an AMA.
Yeah, I do remember that. That was a great room.
Yeah, we really want to make custom vehicles more. Give you tools to allow you to build them with the Maker Pen and the circuit systems. So like I said, we need to keep making the heat better. We need to keep giving you better tools for that. Something that you've probably seen us investing in is some better cross-platform input primitives for UGC, for user-created content. So we ship the interaction volume, which is like a really nice way to kind of get a circuit signal from like any kind of hand interaction.
Oh, that's right.
Which is a great way for creators to build cross-platform interactions. So something that I think you'll see us invest in is kind of like really high-quality cross-platform controls, so that you can have like steering wheels and things that you can use that will generate circuit signals that you can then attach to thrusters and ways to move people around. And so you'll be able to build flying vehicles that way. But yeah, I'll give you a hard maybe on, maybe there's a flying car-based RO in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting. And I mean, I'm so thrilled that you think that flying vehicles is such a great idea too.
Oh my
God. Yeah, I mean,
it's the best.
Is there any like really cool activities in Australia compared to the US? Anything you miss back home?
Cricket. The Ashes was on. Yeah, Australia is cricket crazy, like England or India. Okay. Yeah, man. Like we're way. One of the things I miss the most about living in America relative to Australia is, cricket's just not popular in America, and cricket is objectively the best game.
You guys heard it here first, guys. Exclusive new Rec Room original cricket. All right, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah. Early in my video game career, because as I've mentioned in these AMAs often, I am very old and I've been making video games for a long time. And so I have worked on a Super Nintendo cricket game. I was a QA tester on a Super Nintendo, Super International Cricket for the Super Nintendo.
What?
And
that's so cool.
I was a QA tester on MLBPA baseball for the Game Gear, for the Sega Game Gear.
What? Oh my god, that really touches my heart. I grew up in the systems, and that's awesome.
All right, can I tell you a really good one? If you're a nostalgia person for like old school video game systems, I was a QA tester for the Game Boy version of NBA Jam.
No way. You? Gribbly? Oh, that's a new
Absolutely.
trivia question we're gonna add for later. Like, what game did Gribbly do, guys? We always do that during
With
streams.
The original,
Yeah.
the old school Game Boy with like the 4-color grayscale display.
That must be like very difficult because you have to like transition a game like that into something so micro. Yeah, that's super cool. Oh my god. Well, the more you know, guys, the more you know from
That was
Gribbly.
Beam Software in Melbourne. That was my first games company I ever worked at.
That's so awesome. Super
He's on
classic.
fire.
Offer he can't refuse. Oh, that's a great name. Okay. Yes.
We'll see about that.
Yes. Will you ever add a setting where we can see our body and hands while holding things?
Yeah, it's kind of like the previous question about bodies, but yeah, for the hands, yeah, we've wanted to add it so that your hands stay visible when you grab a camera, like my hand disappears. We'd love it to have the hand model where you grab it on, but it's like we're always busy doing other stuff. So we'll get to it one day, but yeah, we would love to do that. It'd be cool if you could see your hands when you're holding stuff.
Very true, especially holding drinks or eating food. I could see that too, guys.
Totally.
All right, our next question comes from a part-timer astronaut. Ooh, are you really? Okay. Yes. Why do we as creators not have the ability to directly modify leaderboards? By this, I mean having to submit a ticket to support and exchange several emails to reset a leaderboard. Why can't we just have a way to reset our own boards? 3 pages isn't enough?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So good feedback. Sound like this is feedback on the leaderboard chips, I'm assuming. So please make sure there's an item on the canny for this. I know you were just telling us about like, why do I have to email? But like, yeah, please make sure there's a canny item so that we can get that prioritized against other work. But yeah, it sounds like good feedback. We need it on the canny so that we can sort it against all the other really good feedback that we get. But yeah.
Wait, our next question comes from Slat_RR. He's a YouTuber. Yes. Hi, Harry and Gribbly. I'm curious to whether we have a privacy update for Rec Room group chats. Group chats are great, but anyone in your friends can invite you to a group chat at any point. This often leads users, including myself, into a bunch of unrelated group chats. It is possible to include any primary options for auto group chat invitations, something that can tell others you will need to users' permissions to be added to the group chat.
Yes, yeah, that's great feedback. Thank you for that. Like I mentioned in the earlier question about, some of our focuses for this year, upgrading the chat systems is a big one, and kind of plugging that privacy hole is part of that. So yeah, that's coming. We'll definitely be addressing that in a future.
Oh, thank you. Because yeah, I get flooded with these type of like unrelated group chats on all the time, and I'm just like, where are you guys coming from? But I mean, it's like
totally.
it's really interesting.
It's great. People are excited about using the chat, but yeah, it can be a bit overwhelming. So yeah, good feedback. Thank you.
All right, here we go, guys. This is gonna be our last question for the AMA. Here it is.
All right,
It's
hang on,
from.
wait, let me set my stance.
All right. This is like a very tranquil type of room too. If they do that. Okay, that sounds good.
Oh, yeah,
All right.
okay.
From Dragon Rat Tiger. That's a great name. Are there any plans to localize Rec Room into different languages? There are a lot of foreign players who enjoy Rec Room but have no way to understanding most aspects of the game when it's exclusively English.
Yeah, great question, Dragon Rat Tiger. And the answer is yes. We are starting to invest in some localization. Like with everything we do, you'll see us dip our toe in the pool. So we're likely to localize the orientation and like some of the first parts of the watch and the title screen first. But yeah, that's definitely something we're starting to dig into because yeah, as you mentioned, we're starting to see a lot of players. We've always had players around the world, but we're really starting to see players ramp up in some of the non-English speaking countries, and we obviously want to welcome them into the Rec Room community. So yeah, localization is something that you'll see increasingly starting this year for sure.
Oh, for sure. And thank you again so much. We really appreciate your feedback, especially for multiple languages. We understand that Rec Room is definitely a very global game now. It's really cool.
We will be localizing into Australian first. That'll be the first language we localize in.
So-
It's gonna say, "G'day, welcome to Rec Room."
I love it.
Bonza time.
A bonds of time. I would love to see like the whole catalog of like certain like Australian terms and all.
Aussie slang.
Yeah, I would love to hear that. That sounds so cool. It really is. Guys, that includes the AMA for this first time of this year. So thank you again so much for all your questions. Really, is there any message you want to like carry out for this entire year for the start of the AMA?
I guess I would just say Happy New Year, Happy 2022 to everyone. We're glad to see everyone back. We love that you're playing Rec Room. So here's to a great year for all of us. And yeah, please stay safe out there. And it's nice to see you, Harry. And I'm
Yes.
looking forward to all of the AMAs we're going to do this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And
International high five.
yeah, international high five, guys, and super excited to have Gribbly. Make sure you guys type the word Gribbly in the comments because
why not?
it's always a pleasure to have Gribbly here with us and just answering your questions. And again, guys, if there's any feedback, please list them down in the comments. Other than that,
Smash that subscribe
oh, that's
button,
right, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe button and like button. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next time on a new AMA. All right, let's get out of here, Gribbly. Boom.
Boom.
Another international high five. Bye, guys. Hey, guys, welcome back to another AMA. I'm here with,
Gribbly.
yeah, and then we also have a co-host, too, as well.
It's Corbin's your boy, aka Beyonce, you already know.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to switch it up a little bit here today, guys. Have a different co-host here every now and then to make it much more interesting. But first of all, we have a new event going on called League of Heroes. So I am Team Defender. Corbin's is Team what?
Amazing.
Whoa. And then, of course, last but not least, Gribbly, what team are you on?
Mastermind.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
Masterminds, I mean, are very positive. They don't have evil laugh.
Oh, that's true. But hey,
I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that weird laugh came from. I'm sorry.
But all I'm saying, though, we defend your plans, just letting you guys know. Yeah, and I'm not sure what the Amazings
And then-
do. Yeah.
We're just being amazing at being amazing.
All right, guys. Well, we have a bunch of questions from you guys from the community. So we're going to be switching it off from me and Corbin's asking Gribbly. All right, our first question for the AMA this time is from Wevern. Is it possible to get clones, a Rec Room Original, Paintball, Dodgeball, and Laser Tag just to be casual players? Don't get pawned in public games when they just want to have fun. Maybe they could have some changes compared to other originals, like maybe Laser Tag could be a 3v3 league instead of 4v4, and maybe a shotgun shootout, slower to do damage, and subtle changes that make a little bit of difference. And maybe lock rank Rec Room Originals and low level players until they hit level 30, something like that. Also rank Rec Royale too. Ooh, that's a list.
Okay, boy, there's a lot packed in there. So first of all, on the issue of like, hey, if you don't want to kind of like interact with higher level players and you just want to learn to play a game, a really good option is get a couple of friends together and make a private instance. Just so go to the room, hit the private button. That'll take you to a private instance that kind of works just like the public room, but you're not going to have like level 50 players just pounding you with balls in the head instantly. Yeah. So that's one good option. As for cloning the rooms, you can do that yourself. So you can actually go to the create menu in your watch. You can clone a lot of those rooms as the base room. Not all of them. You can't do Rec Royale, for example. But yeah, you can clone those rooms and make modifications with the Maker Pen. It's a little tricky. You got to like around with the circuits a little bit and stuff, but you can do it. I think the idea of us doing it is unlikely. But we have talked a little bit about improving the experience of just if you're a new player, just coming in and getting match made into, say, paintball or dodgeball or something like that, and just completely getting housed instantly. We don't really have a good solution yet, but it is something we're thinking about, and like, how can we make that a better experience for everybody? So yeah, good question, good suggestions. If you're trying to learn one of the games and don't want to get housed in the short term, use the private instance button.
Awesome. Yeah, great suggestion, by the way. Thank you so much for the question. That's a lot to cover, actually.
Mastermind.
Before we get started, I've got to ask you, how's your day been, Gribbly? And is there anything you want to tell the audience out there?
Ooh, let me think. My day's been good, busy but good. I like things to be busy.
Yeah.
Anything I want to tell the audience? I don't have anything special other than I hope everyone's doing well out there. And hope everyone's enjoying the League of Heroes and enjoying getting.
Oh man. It's super awesome. Yeah, everyone's just having a good time, especially like seeing old friends going back into Rec Room again. And League of Heroes is just a big deal, so it's really cool.
All right, so this question is from Slat_RR. Hi, Harry and Gribbly and Corbin, since I'm here now.
Yep.
Hope you're doing great. I was curious to know if we could have the ability to scroll through the leaderboards on the projectors. I think it would allow a lot more versatile and allow players to connect more easily.
I guess I don't fully understand the question, and I blame Corbin's for that. So I think you can page through. So I guess I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the question. Maybe kind of hit us up on the Reddit or the Discord with a clarification, because you can page through and kind of look through, but maybe you mean like scroll it more smoothly. That's an interesting idea.
Hit us up in Discord or send us a
we
message.
might need to follow up on that one.
Yeah, that definitely is a follow-up on that one. Our next question comes from Clasher __. He asks, I have 3 questions. I think that's cheating. 3 questions? All right. Okay, all right. Speed run. Here we go. One, instead of just having an all-time option on the leaderboards, could you add a daily or weekly option?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. All right. Next question is, when can we get more gold laser tag skins? Oh, that's a
That's a good B-Boss question. I'll have to take that to him. I know they're kind of special, so they don't just come along all the time. But we know people want them, so I'll take that as a suggestion. I'll take it to B-Boss and his team and see if he will unleash the gold.
Yeah, usually the gold skins are usually for like leagues and sponsorship stuff. So if you guys are ever interested in that in the future, maybe sign up for those type of games.
Suggestion, get involved in the leagues. I think we've got some league questions coming up, don't we? So
we definitely do. All right, number 3, he asks, do you ever expect to increase the tokens pool for sponsorship leagues? If you don't come first, you will only get a few thousand tokens for participating in 3 months leagues. People who win Maker Pin contest gets millions of tokens for each player, which is 10 times the amount that leagues have to share with their players.
Okay, interesting question. So I don't want to make any promises because I don't organize the leagues, and I don't want to upset or inconvenience the people who do organize the leagues by saying anything that I shouldn't say. But that said, I think it's a good question.
Okay, so this next question is from Bo Jiden. His question is, or her, could sponsored leagues get some more love? When compared to build contests, league winners get very little.
Right. Yeah, so I think that's a good question, and actually kind of it's kicking off a bit of a discussion internally about whether we want to give a bit more support and love to the leagues. So, for the record, we love the leagues, we love the sponsors leagues, we love the players who get involved in them. We think they're super fun. We see a lot of great streams and a lot of really cool stuff happening around the leagues. So we're big fans of it, and we'll talk about supporting that a little more in various ways. I don't want to promise 10x the tokens or anything like that, but we'll see if we can give the sponsored leagues a little bit more love, because we really do appreciate y'all and really love to see the league play going on. So thank you for the question, thank you for the suggestion, and thank you for the league energy.
All right, so our next question comes from account_93. He asks, have you guys ever thought about adding more subscription options at the same time, like 3 months, 6 months, a year, with a discount saving depending on which you choose? I'm sorry, I keep high-fiving Gribbly.
Yeah, I know. We have a lot of accidental high.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
I'll keep my hands over here. How about that?
Oh, no, you're fine.
That's very natural. All right. Oh, so there was a question. So different subscription levels, different times, different money for those levels. Yes, so we have thought about that a lot, and it's actually something that we would really like to do. The holdup is that not all of the platforms support all of the different subscription frequencies, and we plug into the platform subscription model. So on PlayStation, we use Sony subscription. On Xbox, we use Xbox subscription, etc., etc. And they don't all have the same feature set and support, so we can't always support all of those different things. And we want to keep everything consistent, because the way we think of it is your Rec Room account is a Rec Room account. It works the same everywhere. And so we don't want you to if you got a subscription and then you switch to a different platform and that subscription's not supported, it's going to get weird. So good idea. We actually agree with it. And as soon as all of the platforms kind of support something that we want to do, we'll add it for sure. But in the short term, we are limited by what our partner platforms support. But thank you for the question.
Only 5 seconds.
Oh, too early.
No,
I'm panicking.
17, guys, try to beat Gribbly's score here, guys, at the Heroes Hangout.
That's how masterminds do it.
Masterminds.
So Pandora08 asks, will we get a new Rec Room Original thing with the new Hero League stuff?
Not a new Rec Room Original, no. I mean, there's a lot of really cool rooms being built around this theme. We're in one. In fact, I think for this AMA, we're all League of Heroes themed rooms. But we're not building a full from scratch Rec Room Original for it. But good question. Understand the question. But check out all of the rooms that have been built there. There's a lot of cool stuff.
The next question comes from MightyC13_RR. He asks, will there ever be a video cameras added to the game, similar to the RC car camera and desktop sharing screen? This would be very cool to have as something in the Maker Pin to spawn into games that comes into 2 pieces, a video camera prop and a monitor prop. Yeah,
I think it'd be really fun. You could do some fun stealth game mechanics and stuff like that. I think yes. I can't tell you when exactly, but yes, we will add something like that at some point. don't know of a specific reason why we can't do it, but yeah, let me go talk to the Maker Pen team and see what they think of that. But yeah, it's a good idea, something we'd like to add. So I would say yes at some point.
Connor has asked, would you consider giving PC players the ability to export inventions made of MakerPen objects as a OBJ or STL file so players could 3D print their MakerPen creations?
Yeah, so yeah, we've definitely considered it, and it's definitely not something that's out of the question. It's not something that we're going to do soon, but longer term, I think there are some really interesting possibilities around getting data in and out of Rec Room. I've talked about this in previous AMAs. Nothing specific to talk about today, but yes, definitely something we've considered, and I think, looking into the future, I think you can expect some options like that to appear. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the question. All right, another question comes from Clueless899, yelling at us right now. It says, "Will there be more Rec Rally tracks?"
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, look, we're in a custom-made room right now with a Rec Rally vehicle in it. So, I know the spirit of your question is, hey, Rec Room people, are you going to build more Rec Rally tracks? No plans to do that right now. We might do it the way we've done it with paintball over the years, as every so often we've done a new paintball map. But we have no current plans for us to build a new Rec Rally track. That said, everything you need to build Rec Rally tracks is in the Maker Pen and in the palette. And so I'd actually love to hear, from any creators out there, if you're trying to create a Rec Rally track and you feel like you can't do it, I'd love to hear why. What is the main barrier? Is there something missing in the palette? Is there some other problem that you got that you just can't get a track going? Because, we'd love to see kind of more community-made tracks. I think, these buggies were designed so that they'll work on whatever kind of Maker Pen terrain or track that you make. So it should be relatively easy to make tracks. So if there's, I'm sure there's a bunch of good community-made tracks. I know the Buggies versus Runners. Is that the name of the guy?
Yeah, that was room.
Runners.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
That's a hilarious room. So I know there's some good buggy-based rooms out there. I'd love to see more Rec Rally style racetracks. But if there's some reason, if you're a creator out there and you're like, man, I tried to make a Rec Rally style track and I couldn't. I'd love to hear why, so that we can patch up whatever those holes are.
Commercial Nobody 13 asked, and I would have put the same question, will we ever get car skins for the Rec Rally?
Yes, it's quite possible. So they were definitely built and designed to support skins. So it's really just a matter of talking to the art team and then figuring out when they feel like they can support it. Hey, look, I would go back to the previous question and say if we were seeing a bunch of community-made Rec Rally tracks in the hot list and people are playing them a lot, that's going to bump it up the priority list to be like, hey, we're seeing these cars used a lot, let's go ahead and make skins for them. So there's probably hey, if we see a lot of Rec Rally, a lot of buggy-based games out there, we'll invest some more in making the buggy skinnable. But yeah, definitely from a technical standpoint, they support it. So yes, it is a definite potential in the future.
Ooh, that's exciting. Yep.
I would love a fire skin on this.
Ooh.
So much.
Did you know that a fire skin makes a go-kart go faster? Yeah. So the next question, guys, comes from Insanity1548. Asks, are there ever going to be a watch skins or customizations?
Yeah, that's something we've talked about in previous AMAs, and so I'll give you probably the same answer I gave last time, which is definitely a possibility, not something we're currently working on. We're still working on the UI and getting all of that kind of updated, and I know there's a question on that coming too, so we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, customizations are definitely possible.
Question is, why is there a big push from Rec Room to shift VR players to the 2D UI menu? I've repeatedly seen many VR players voice their concerns and dislikes towards this new UI. Why not give us a 3D menu that fits with being in VR?
Yeah, good question. So yeah, we've definitely heard feedback from VR players that there's some issues with the new 2D UI. Let me first talk about why we're doing this is, look, Rec Room's a cross-platform game. We're on, I want to say 9 or maybe 10 different platforms at this point. And we just can't maintain different UIs for different platforms. So we have to make something that works for everything. That said, we want it to be as good of an experience in VR as it was in the old UI. So yeah, we've done a couple of improvements already. We've done one big round of feedback a couple of months ago. And then we've actually got another project kicking off right now to improve, especially scrolling and the feeling of tapping the buttons to make it feel a lot more like you used to. So yeah, we hear the feedback. Basically, the answer is we're going to complete the transition to the 2D UI. but we're just going to keep iterating on it until VR players like it as much as they like the old UI. There's no reason it can't feel as good. I know it's like, it's easy to think like, hey, you got the depth buttons and that's going to like make it better. But I think really fundamentally it's about the feel and how quick you can use it, and if it just feels natural and it doesn't break your flow. We think we can get there. We're just going to keep iterating on it until the feedback from VR players is like, hey, this is really cool. So appreciate the feedback. I know that, definitely some VR players have had issues with the scrolling especially, and just some of the feel of tapping the buttons. We're just going to keep working on it. But the plan is we can't support, a VR UI and a non-VR UI. We need a unified system. So we're just going to keep working on it to make it better. But thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it.
Chawa559 asks, will backpacks ever be used outside of Rec Royale? I think at one point I heard something about plans to put them in the wardrobe. Is that ever happening, or will they stay exclusively for Rec Royale?
Oh, backpacks. For the time being, exclusively for Rec Royale. I could imagine them breaking out at some point. But no current plans to do that. I think they're going to be Rec Royale exclusive for the time being. I mean, probably what I've mentioned in the past is that you do have a backpack button in the watch, but it's not a physical backpack that you wear. It just kind of represents the stuff that you carry around with you. So if like, if you like, like most people carry around pizza in their backpack. So
that's pretty normal. Yeah.
Pizza parties.
So but no plans to bring those backpacks out right now.
All right, thank you so much. And also, you guys are gonna like different animals, right? We have like a monkey backpack, sort of thing. So I mean, that's
some fun skins.
Yeah, maybe in the future you guys will see.
Oh, you mean yes, that's right. You mean there are some avatar items that you can get that are backpacks. They don't function, that you can't pull stuff out of them. But they look like cool backpacks. I forgot about that. Good call, Harry.
Yeah. There's a few of those. So in the future, guys, there will be some updates on that.
Next question is from Hello, my name is, and they ask, are there any updates planned for the dorm room? It would be nice if we could make it nighttime, or even move the stuff in the dorm to another place. It would give us more space to build it.
I love this question, and it's been on the list for a long time. I've probably talked about this in previous AMAs. Yes, definitely the vision for the dorm room is to open it up to be way, way more flexible, allow you to delete everything, allow you to change the night and day cycle. There's just a bunch of work we got to do to make that possible. But man, definitely high on my personal priority list, because I want the dorm to be way more customizable. But I don't think it'll be too long before we let you do that. It's something that we kind of we talk about internally quite a lot, and I think it'd be super cool. Like you saw us at the end of last year, we kind of did an upgrade to the dorm skin system, which is like a little bit of an experiment of just like giving people a bit more power to customize their dorms. And we've seen a lot of people really use that system and seem to really, really enjoy it. So that gives us a lot of reason to be like, all right, let's go to the next level. I think, probably in the fullness of time, we'll probably give you different dorm room templates and allow you to kind of expand it out a lot more. And expect more dorm customization coming for sure.
Yeah, I love dorm rooms, guys, and more customization in dorm rooms.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, that's going to be amazing for the streams and all that too. So guys, stay tuned for that. All right. Thank you so much for the question, and Corbins.
Harry.
I have to promote the Rec Room streams, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe. Subscribe, guys, to Rec Room channel. Subscribe. Subscribe, guys. Come on.
Corbins, but I'm a famous YouTuber. Did you know that?
My apologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Next question comes from Clasher__ again. Asks, can we have the ability to customize controls for screen mode?
I think so, yes. So there's actually a bunch of work being done on the touch controls right now. We're doing a bunch of improvements to make the gameplay better on Android and iOS and on the iPads and the tablets. And then coming up after that, there'll be a bunch of upgrades to the other screen controls. So yes, and I think, I'm not sure exactly how deep the customization is going to be, but I know it's a common request, and I know the team's aware of it, and we are actively working on controls over the next few months. So I'd say yes, that's a likely.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and if there's specific customizations you want, make a bunch of noise on Reddit, on the Discord, make sure we hear it. And that'll be really useful feedback for us.
Yeah, and we will include a lot of description too as well. You guys want to reach out to us on Discord or Happy Fox and all that, it will be listed down in the links. Okay, cool.
The final question of what I'm seeing here. Blue_DI asked, can we get a chip that makes our controllers vibrate? It would be a great way to make a game way more interactive. For example, in a horror room, you could hear your heartbeat together with your controllers vibrating, or while shooting with a heavy gun, you would feel the power of the shot.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a cool idea. I think we'll definitely do that at some point. I don't know exactly when, but yeah, I mean, we've recently did the, we've been working a bunch on like better interactions with chips and stuff like that. We did the interaction volume recently, which has been very popular with creators. And so I think, as we kind of move into making more interactive objects, which we're working hard on, I think being able to like do some haptics and some vibrations is going to be right there along with custom sounds and everything like that. So yeah, great suggestion. I'll take that to the team. I think it's very likely.
Well, guys, that concludes our AMA questions for this episode. So if you guys can, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. And Gribbly, is there anything you want to like say to the community out there?
Let me think for a second. I don't really have any special message. I just want to say, hey, look, we love you all. We appreciate you playing Rec Room. We love all the feedback. We love all the questions. So please keep them coming. But yeah, that's it from me other than masterminds. What?
No way. I just want to also say, so thank you to Gribbly as always, and also co-host Corbins for being here, dude. Amazing work, guys.
Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Smash all of the buttons that you see. Just smash everything.
There we go. Thank you guys so much again. Have a great day, guys, and we'll see you guys in the next AMA. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, there's a meme going on, guys. If you guys know, if Gribbly can switch around with Corbins, we just turn our back and it will spell out the word mad. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Are you mad now? All right, guys.
It also spells damn.
Yeah, we can't.
I forgot all about that. Hey, guys. Welcome back to another AMA. This is AMA 31. Today we have Gribbly, of course.
Gribbly.
Yeah. Hey, and
nice to see everyone.
we have a special co-host here. Pow. Yes. We're gonna mix it up a little bit, guys. Just kind of introducing more people as we go on the AMAs to give it a little, variety. So yeah. So a lot of these questions are pretty difficult to answer. Are you ready for this?
No.
Okay, that's the right way to respond.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Before we start,
Let's do it.
how was your day and just overall life with Gribbly so far? How's that been going for you?
Everything's going good. I've been pretty busy. We've been doing a lot of really fun stuff at work. We'll talk about some of that today. And yeah, not much going on. I'm excited that it's springtime. It's been a long, cold winter. I'm excited that the sun is starting to appear in Seattle and things are warming up. So doing a little camping trip this weekend. I'm excited about that.
That's so awesome. Yeah, and it's beautiful out there too. It really is. Yeah, experience the sun especially. Guys, I hope you guys are ready. Please, guys, before we get started, please subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it. All right. Our first question is from King Finor, I think how you say it. He asks, when you check the #new, #hot tab, it's clear to see that there is one type of room dominating everything very often, and that's costume role plays. Seems to be taken over the watch to the point where it's hard to find rooms that aren't just free inventions placed at the park or some template. Most of the rooms end up being republished by creators, and they fell off of the #new, which is no variation, meaning that these rooms are pretty much omnipresent.
Yeah.
On the watch sometimes you can make these rooms in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely hear that feedback. And I think it's fair to say we're aware of some of the limitations of the play algorithms. And yeah, we definitely see sometimes, a type of room becoming dominant. And yeah, the kind of new dynamics not being tuned the way we would like. So what I can say about that is yes, I think that's fair criticism. And we're definitely aware of those limitations. We're working pretty actively on updating our discovery algorithms. This is kind of a big thing for us at the moment. And so you can expect to see us changing and iterating and updating and upgrading those algorithms in the coming weeks and months. And yeah, definitely one of our goals is to avoid any one content type being dominant, especially if it's, something that's very quick and easy to create. Something that we're really investing in too, and that, it's somewhat early days, but it's pretty exciting to be thinking about, is we're trying to get better at sort of defining, what a good room is, in terms of what kind of engagement, in terms of how people, how often they visit, how long they visit, what they do when they're there, do they cheer the room, all of those kind of signals. And obviously we do some of that in a basic way, but we think we can do it in a much more sophisticated way, and we're starting to do that work now with our discovery work. So yeah, really good feedback, something that we're aware of and actively working on. So thank you for the comment.
This is coming from Matthew What? X? All right. The question is, why is Rec Room putting on events that clearly are meant to appeal to children, like League of Heroes, and consistently do marketing towards children? That's how they feel. As an adult, they feel as if this alienates the adults. They feel like they're, just basically getting alienated in the Rec Room universe. So how is it intended that we can appeal to the adult base?
Okay, Matthew, what X? Well, let me state for the record, as an adult, you are most welcome in Rec Room. So if you're feeling alienated, that is not our intention, and I apologize. I think from our perspective, we don't think of League of Heroes as as a kid-only event by any means. We think it's a fun thing for everybody. I was very excited to get my cape.
Masterminds.
If that's how you're feeling, I can't really argue with your feeling on that. What I will say is we got a lot of events and really cool and interesting things planned for the year, and I can't spoil it in today's AMA. But we have something really, really fun, and that I think is a lot more all ages that is planned for the next couple of weeks. So you'll see us do something that, let's just say it's just for you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. I'm excited.
But yeah.
I was pretty excited about watching Spider-Man, Batman, and all that stuff. I don't think that's very, kid stuff, right? I don't think so. All right, the next question is from Jandro, I think. That's how I pronounce the name. Why is Rec Room pushing for scrolling when player space is asking for page buttons for the Make a Pin UI?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely hear the feedback. So to be specific, it's really specifically our VR players who give us the most grief about the scrolling, and let's be honest, it's fair enough. The scrolling feeling is not good enough, but when we say player base, we should clarify that it's we don't really get that feedback from players on consoles or on phones or anything like that. But that said, we obviously want our VR players to be super happy with the new UI, and we're just going to keep working on it until it feels right and you really enjoy using it. I will say, you've seen us probably, if you use the Make a Pen, we rolled out the new UI for the Make a Pen. We got a lot of feedback that the scrolling didn't feel good, the button touching didn't feel good. We've been working on that. We've changed the layout so that you don't need to scroll on the main tools menu. So look, we're just going to keep tinkering with it, and it's not off the table to investigate bringing back some of the paging as probably as a shortcut on top of the scrolling. So instead of having to scroll manually, you just press a button and you can go page by page, which will be, some users will be quicker and easier. But yeah, we're just going to keep working on it. I've said it many times, but we're just going to keep pushing on it until you like it.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the answer and the question, guys.
Reasonable feedback.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the next question is from Mighty C13 RR. Yes. Will there be a new profile UI join and invite button? Colors be changed, be more obvious whether the room is full or not? It's very hard to tell if it's possible to join or invite someone since only indication of thin outline. I need to squint to see it.
Yes, it's a bug. We're fixing it soon.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. There we go, guys. Some confirmation there. I'm assuming that Gribbly knows the way to get out of the back rooms. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah, I know all about it. Follow me.
Yeah, let's go, guys.
I see an exit over
here. Are you sure? Oh.
I don't know what's happening.
Get us out of here,
I'm trying.
Through the door?
Whatever. It's fine.
See, I'm telling you.
Our next question also is from Mighty C13 or Mighty C13. Will animated textures ever be available in the Maker Pen?
Oh, yes. So, ever? Yes, absolutely. I really, really, really want this. This is something that's really something that I really want, but not something we're currently working on. We got a bunch of other stuff ahead of that in the queue. So, not something that'll happen soon, but yeah, man, on the roadmap for sure, because doing those scrolling waterfalls and stuff, super sweet.
Yeah. In the roadmap, not soon, but it's in the roadmap.
All right.
Yeah.
That's exciting to hear. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much for answering that question. All right. So the next question comes from Dr. D. Dunder Score Doc. That's how you pronounce it? Yes. Will we be able to change the values and range weapons in the configure menu, like magazine counts, damage outputs, and rate of fire?
Yeah. Okay. So this question is about some new Make a Pen tools that are coming out to allow you to make custom weapons, custom guns, so you can make some really fun PvP rooms and do some really, really cool custom weapons that'll work really well. And yeah, so some of that stuff like rate of fire and thing won't be built directly into the component, but you'll be able to like use a delay chip and kind of like set whatever rate of fire you want via that. So you'll be able to get those effects for sure.
Nice.
But yeah, so you'll be able to configure that stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the
that's
question.
awesome.
That's good. That's a really good update.
Our next question comes from PvP expert on Quest RR+. Will laser tag ever get a bucket in the lobby? Currently, the most expensive LT shop item can't even be used in LT. So they're wondering about this. Can we see sci-fi blazers and laser tag scored anytime soon? They want basically more content in there.
Yeah. So I think on the bucket, yes, I think we can do it. I know we talked to the laser tag crew. They think they can put a bucket in there. You know, they have to think through, like, we got to be a little bit careful with objects because you don't want them taken into while the match is on, and you can kind of like use it to cheat and stuff like that. But yeah, we think we can put one in the lobby. But yeah, so we put that on their radar, and thank you for the request.
All right, guys. For the next question, Fluffyland 4128 asks, will you guys ever add hijabs? Is that how you say that?
Oh, sure, yeah. Like, so, we're always adding clothing items, and I know that a headscarf is on the list. I'm not sure exactly when, but I know it's actually relatively soon. And I think, if you want to express the idea of, hey, I'm wearing a hijab or something like that, the headscarf would be an appropriate item for that.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, definitely. Just give you guys more variety and customizing your own character like that way.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Question comes from TGM Ethan, class of 2019. Will you make a melee AI actually damage other AI? These AI can't fight ranged AI.
Right. So the short answer is no. We're not gonna update the AI in that way anytime soon. We actually feel like we've got a lot of work to do to make them the way they interact with humans a lot better. We've actually got a lot of work to do to kind of upgrade a lot of the AI stuff into the V2 system and make it way more flexible. So it won't be a priority to get the AI to fight each other anytime soon. So I'm sorry about that one.
Oh, okay. Did you find gold there or something?
Yo, that's my sandwich. Yo.
Oh, yo, Crook sandwich.
Got a cheese sandwich.
Wait a minute. Nah, don't mess with my snacks.
And the furthest snail 52 asks, will we ever fix the infinite loading screen loop on screen mode and VR?
Oh boy, yes, we hope so. So we're actively working on that right now. We got a pretty big effort going on to redo a bunch of loading code. As you can imagine, it's pretty important code in Rec Room, the code that loads you into a room. Oh. So we're taking our time to kind of make sure we're getting it right and that we're not going to like create any new problems. But we're pretty confident we're going to see a very large improvement in that issue very soon. I would say on the scale of the next few weeks, one of the updates will have a pretty big improvement. We can't be certain that it'll fix every infinite load. I bet there'll still be the occasional one. Rec Room's a big place. There's a lot of crazy rooms in here. And so, I'm sure there'll still be some bugs here and there. But you should see a big improvement soon. That's been a big priority for a bunch of our engineers.
Oh, thank you so much for answering that question. That was really great. Really cool update. Thank you.
Totally fair question. When you click on a room, you want to go to the room.
Yeah.
It seems completely fair to me.
Yeah, and you were right there. Like, some rooms are very extremely detailed, so it takes a while to load in.
Our next question comes from Canadian Marcus. All right, Canadian Marcus asks, will it ever be easier to make curved objects?
So again, like I said earlier, ever? Sure, yes. In the near future, no. I think, we just did a bunch of upgrades to the tubes so that you can kind of like edit the individual points and get a little bit more expressive with that. So hopefully that's been an improvement. Whoa. All right.
He's happy about
that.
Calm
down there, talking Ben. I've totally lost my train of thought. So yeah, we made some upgrades to the tubes. We have actually I think I've mentioned this in previous AMAs. Under the hood, we're doing some pretty major work on the overall rendering system for Rec Room. That's going to give us a bunch of improvements and allow us to build some more features down the road. And so things like making more curved, organic, squishy shapes is definitely on the roadmap, but it'll come after that rendering upgrade. So yeah, not in the near future. Hopefully you've checked out the recent tube upgrades we did with the more editable points, and see if that helps you. But eventually we'll get you more curved and organic shapes, but not in the near future.
From 4-Pointed Emerald asks, currently the new events tab doesn't show a player count and the player numbers is hidden. Could we see the number beside the event come back in the future? Since this was really nice information to know.
Yes, well spotted. It's a bug. We'll fix it.
Oh. It's a bug. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. Thank you guys so much for the question, and thank you so much for confirmation that. Yes. Oh, my bad. I thought you were trying to high five me.
Bugs.
Oh. Grilly was just scratching his head. I was like, oh, okay. I thought that's. Oh, all right.
Up top.
All right, our next question comes from Tom CTA1. They ask, to add on to this, maybe there's a player count. There should be something like 16/25 people in an event, kind of information, to let people know if the event is full or not. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. We love that idea. And actually, the design team have that on the design for a future iteration of that screen. So you'll see that pop up at some time. I'm not sure when exactly.
Okay.
I think we'll want to fix some of those other bugs first, but that is definitely coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that question. And then,
Suggestion.
Yo, that's really good. Okay. All right. I think the last question for this room is from Thick Apple King. Could you guys give a Rec Room players the opportunity to submit designs for the weeklies, push players to be creative, let them be creative with the weeklies? That's a really interesting idea.
It's an interesting suggestion, not something we've thought about. I think my initial reaction is we're unlikely to do something like that. I think we obviously love the players to be creative, but there's so much other stuff that I think we would put ahead of the weeklies in terms of prioritizing, being able to express yourself in Rec Room. But that's an interesting idea. We'll let me take that to the team. We'll chat about it. We'll see what we think. But currently no plans to do that.
All right, thank you so much. But we've been loving the hashtag arts category in the Discord where you guys show off your creative weeklies items. So that's really cool. So thank you guys for that. First off, Ben, is this the best AMA ever?
Yeah.
Yeah! Woo! Guys, let's go! Yes! You guys heard from Ben.
All right, and our next question comes from Potato Lord 6741. They ask, will there ever be a customization on the Go feature? For example, I'm in the rec center and I want to change my outfit without leaving. I don't want to have the outfit saved.
Yeah. That's actually has come up a couple of times, and it is something we want to do. Ultimately, we think we want the customization to live in the watch, so that you can just fully customize yourself no matter where you are. The reasons behind it are actually kind of technical. It's kind of more complicated than you might think to kind of switch out stuff just wherever you are. But I won't go into the gory details. It's definitely possible. It's definitely something we'll do. I'm not 100% sure when, but yeah, that'd be cool if you could just customize wherever.
Yeah, that's such a cool idea. That is really awesome. But another question for you guys. What kind of potato do you guys like the most? French fries, hash browns? I mean, there's a lot you can do with potatoes.
Oh, if I had to pick, I think I'm a mashed potato guy. If I had to pick, if you said you only get one style of potato, because I like that you can put things in like garlic and creamy stuff.
True.
Yeah, it's yummy.
What about you, pal?
I like the crunch texture. I like things that pop.
That's what I'm talking about.
SFX
Yep.
food, ASMR food. The crispier the better. So
let's go. Yeah, yep.
That's right. The crispier the better.
Yo, French fries, French fry gang. Guys in the chat, type in mashed potato gang or French fry gang. Yeah, sometimes we get amused by your names, guys. So yeah, we love your names, by the way. It's from One Epic Man. All right, here we go. Yes, this could help people a lot with the animating creatures. You could add a feature to the animation gizmo called inverse kinematics, or just rigging some of the bones just in Blender. It could also help with the cause of hard to animate or walking animations. With the inverse kinematics, or with bones and also animating different parts of the body is hard because it's not centered. And with the new tool, it will be centered, and also different parts of the bones will move with the other parts, which will help with the animating and walking animation. And for creatures that are thin, like the tripod from the back rooms, it would be invincible for the players that don't see the bones of the creature.
Inverse kinematics is definitely interesting animation technique. I think what you'll see us do before that, and you'll start to see this shipping over the next couple of months, is we're adding much better support for hierarchical building using the Maker Pen. So you can actually build objects that have much more formal hierarchies that make them much easier to work with. So for example, let's say you want to build a robot or something like that, you can actually have the arm be made out of multiple pieces, but also be grouped into an arm, so you can just pose the arm really easily. So that's going to be a pretty big upgrade to the building experience. So we're going to be doing that first, and that'll help a lot with animation and kind of creating characters and things like that. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Hierarchical building is coming.
Amazing.
You'll be able to do really cool posing like this and like have the robot arm do like these kind of moves. Our next question comes from subject editor 7944. They ask, could we ever expect to see a CV2 sampler and or CV2 animation gizmo? It takes way more ink making converters, and it would make some cool game design ideas if we could possibly make samplers local, or maybe even have them specifically play for a certain role. That's all. Cheers!
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So Sampler, I got great news. It's in the ship cycle right now. It'll be appearing in the next week or two. So yeah, V2 Sampler is like ready to roll out the door, and that'll be in your hands very soon. The animator is going to take a bit longer. I would say it's a few more months away. We definitely have big plans to bring over the V2 animator. It's going to be a few more months though. But yeah, the sampler coming out real soon, and I believe it's going to support everything you mentioned in your comment.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Awesome.
great. That's
Thank you.
really good to hear. All right.
Great question.
All right, next question comes from Micey13_RR asks, will there ever be customization options for CV2 subtitles rather than it will always be a small white text? Some examples of things that could also be added are changing the color of the text, background color, enables, disables, background color, font sizes, and bold and italic.
Yeah. So I think these are all great ideas. Definitely something that we want to do. Not something that we're currently working on, but definitely on the roadmap. Yeah, we think it'd be cool if you could like have some bit more style and choice and variety in those subtitles. But yeah, thank you for.
All right, guys, we're down to our last question. And our last question is coming from thick_apple_king. They ask, I like some of the new things in the new Maker Pen UI, but it's a bit of an eyesore because there's close to no color coordination. What I'm wondering is if you guys can bring back the vibrant colors of the old UI for the buttons in the new UI. It's hard to discern some of these icons when they all look the same.
Yeah, so great feedback, and that's actually feedback we heard from a lot of players on the new Maker Pen, and so really simple answer is yes. We in fact have already done that. If it hasn't shipped already by the time you see this video, it'll be in one of the next couple of updates. We actually did a little test where we rolled it out to a few players just to make sure it was working well, and we're going to roll it out to everybody really, really soon. So yeah, those color coordinated buttons are coming back thanks to everyone's feedback.
All right, guys.
Love
Well,
it.
that concludes the AMA of 31. Gribbly, is there any takeaways you want to tell the audience out there?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Pal for participating in her first AMA and doing such a wonderful job. Thank you, Pal.
Thank you, pal.
So much. Let's go. Thank you.
And as always, I just want to say thank you to everyone for playing Rec Room. We really super appreciate you. We love you all. We hope you're having a great time out there. Please keep your feedback coming in. We really appreciate and value all of it. And yeah, that's it from me this time around.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again for another amazing AMA, because we also got Gribbly over here. Gribbly, as always, thank you so much, Gribbly, for taking your time out of your day to come do the AMAs with us.
Of course. AMAs are my favorite thing to do.
Oh, really? Really? It is? Yes, thank you.
No, not really.
You know what? You know when you did this to me? That's what happens now. Yeah, that's what you get. And I just want to say, also, thank you to...
I was just saying it for the video.
Oh, I know. Wait, what? Oh, wait, I didn't... Oh, dude. Oh, and I just want to also say thank you to Pal for being here. Pal, thank you so much for helping ask the questions. That was awesome. So, and if you guys can, please leave a like and...
Smash that subscribe button!
Yeah! Yes!
Buttons. Go. Rocket launcher it.
Okay, all
You
right.
may have destroyed the button, I think.
Yeah, that's... Oh, my gosh.
Don't destroy the button. Just
Pal,
press the button lightly.
Well, we'll see you guys in the next AMA. Thank you guys again. We'll see you later. Bye, guys. Peace.
Bye all.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rec Room AMA number 32. My name is Corvins, and we're here with the amazing Gribbly, and we're going to be answering your questions.
Yeah.
Is that good? You think that's good?
You nailed it. That was perfect.
All right.
Amazing.
All right. So, question number 1. Will there ever some kind of camera component, either for showing it on a screen like what the RC car is used for, or for making a player see through it?
Yeah. So I think what Braydog is asking is, will there ever be a camera component in the palette? So when you use your Maker Pen, you can put down a camera and then you can show that camera view to a screen. People who've played around with it know that the RC car has this function. You can kind of see through the RC car's, well, I guess I'm going to say eyes. Not that an RC car has eyes, but But and so some creators have kind of used that as kind of a remote camera, and this has been a request that has come up a few times for like, if you're making a stealth room, like you might want to put a camera and have like a remote view. So the short answer is yes, eventually we will do that. I know I've kind of talked about it in the past and said that we're doing it, but those kind of features, mirrors, cameras that render second views, are quite expensive from a perf perspective, from a performance perspective.
Yeah.
And so we need to make sure everything's optimized well enough to have room for allowing just people to like put them in just kind of any room. So the short answer is yes, eventually. But yeah, we're not going to like ship it anytime soon, but we do want to we do want to have that component in the palette. Yes.
Nice. All right, on to the next one. This is from King Fëanor. Hope I'm saying that right. How is Rec Room going to battle content theft? Players ripping assets off of the internet and selling them with Rec Room Studio.
Yeah, right. So obviously, what was the questioner's name again?
It was King Fëanor. I think that's how you say
King
it.
Fëanor. Okay, so obviously King Fëanor is talking about Rec Room Studio. I'm assuming most people watching this video know about Rec Room Studio, but just in case people need a refresher or you haven't heard of it, so Rec Room Studio is our partnership with Unity that allows you to use the Unity editor to publish content directly into Rec Room and use the Maker Pen and the Unity editor together to create amazing rooms like the science department, Corbins.
This is crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, it's obviously a really, really powerful new tool. And so Captain Fëanor, King Fëanor, anyway, whatever. The question asking person is asking, how would we handle, someone who's like uploading assets that they don't have the copyright to into Rec Room. And the fact is, we already deal with this, so if people, use copyrighted material, we respond to what are called DMCA takedown requests. So if a copyright holder contacts us and says, "Hey, we think this is our copyright," then we will take it down off the platform. So yeah, so there's no difference in how we would handle Rec Room Studio content versus to how we've handled Maker Pen content for years. So no major change planned. We'll be responsive to copyright claims and take down content as needed.
Dope. All right. I like that. I like that answer. Let's go on to the next one. This is from Josh, the Epic Redditor.
Okay.
Hey to the Rec Room team. Are we going to see any more additions to the custom shirts going to be implemented? I feel so many artists are missing out on their art being featured because becoming noticed by the devs isn't an easy feature. As for custom enemies, is there any planned time for them? It's been years since an update on them, so it'd be nice to hear about it again. As always, thank you.
Hang on, wait a minute. Is there two questions in there? We started at custom shirts and then we were talking about custom
wait. I think you got a point. I think there was two questions. Hold on. Okay, so first question, are we going to see any more additions to the custom shirts going to be implemented? Because they feel so many artists are missing out on their art being featured because becoming noticed by devs isn't an easy task.
Yeah. So thank you for that question, Josh. Well, look, I will say we noticed Josh's question, so maybe it is easy.
All right.
Anyway, whatever. No, so the question is about custom shirts. So yes, definitely we are adding more and more features to that over time. Like many things in Rec Room, you'll notice that we're rolling that feature out slowly and iteratively, like piece by piece. But yeah, definitely the goal is to get to the point where people can sell their shirts directly. And that's actually a feature we're working on right now, is the ability to sell shirts from your profile screen. So it won't, you won't require featuring from the dev team in order to sell your shirts. You'll be able to sell them directly from your profile. Corbins, give me 1 second because someone sent me a note on this. I want to check my notes and make sure I'm talking about the right custom shirt features. Give me 1 second.
All right.
You're gonna have to edit around me here. So yeah, we got a couple of features coming soon for custom shirts. One is the ability to sell them from your player profile. So you won't rely on us featuring you or anything like that. You can just sell them directly from your player profile. We're also working on the ability to sell custom shirts through storefronts in any UGC room. So you can put a custom storefront in your room and sell shirts directly in your rooms. Oh, wow. So both of those things are being actively worked on and are coming soon. Team.
Wow, a soon team. I love that so much. The second question Josh had, as for custom enemies, Is there any planned time for them? It's been years since an update on them, so it'd be nice to hear about it again. As always, thank you.
Yeah, right. So I think what Josh is asking about is when you use the Maker Pen, one of the things you can do is you can place an AI spawner that will spawn some of our enemy types, like the Jumbotron bots or the goblins from Golden Trophy, stuff like that. And we actually haven't updated that feature in a fairly long time. That Josh is correct about that. When we moved to Circuits V2, we actually realized that there is a much better way for us to support AI in general. And so we want to do that way rather than kind of continuing to invest in that first attempt at custom enemies. We actually want to provide a more general and flexible system. But it's kind of similar to the answer on video screens and stuff. There is just some optimization and lower level tasks that we got to get finished. And I know I've been talking about this for a long time, but we are actively working on those lower level tasks. And that will unlock the ability for much, much richer AI. So I don't think you'll see us invest too much in that old AI system. I think we'll just keep that running and you can use those as is in your custom rooms. But in terms of adding new types of enemies, really what we want to do is give you the ability to create custom enemies, similar to what we just did in Showdown, where, you know, for a long time players were using clamp gizmos and all kind of workarounds to make custom guns, which were often very creative, but very hard to make them work reliably and make them a good experience to use. So now we've kind of created the gun handle and the projectile launcher that are CV2 compatible and allow you to make much higher quality custom guns much more easily. We want to do the same thing for AI, so you can create a much wider array of custom enemies using Circuits V2.
Wow.
Does that make sense, Corbin? Did that answer the question?
That makes perfect sense. That was yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Sometimes by the time I'm halfway through a sentence, I'm not sure if it's making sense anymore, so I need some external validation.
Yeah, I think they'll.
So thank you.
I think they'll know. All right.
Okay.
Let's go to another room actually.
All right, let's do it. We could go to some of these rooms. We could go to this room.
All right. Take us there.
You want to do that? All right, let's do it. Woo. Invite.
He didn't invite me. All right, since we're in a new room, that means new question. Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's get into it. So, the next question is this is going to be my favorite question actually. Unity Trap asks, Paddleball 2 question mark?
That's an interesting one. I don't know if anyone's ever asked us for Paddleball 2. So I'm glad that you're enjoying Paddleball and seek more Paddleball. I can't say we're actively working on that one. I'm curious to know, like, if we did do a Paddleball 2, what new features would you want in it? I think the first thing I'd put in is like power-ups.
Honestly,
like some kind of like you can hit the ball through a power-up and get like a more powerful racket.
Oh my god, I would love that. Like a
other than that, I'm out of ideas. So yeah, I don't know. No, I can't say we're working on Paddleball 2. I think that's a fun idea. I'd love to hear people's suggestions for what Paddleball 2 should be.
Yeah. Paddleball is my honest opinion best Rec Room original, hands down.
Perfect. You're a man of taste and sophistication, Corwins.
Thank you.
But you hide it very well.
Yeah. On to the next question. Let's see. Oh, hey, look, it's my name. Corbin on VR asks, a few AMAs ago, I asked about a performance mode, graphical setting for PC players with low/mid-range PCs. We were told that it would be added by August 2021, and it's not here quite yet. So, is it still on the roadmap, or has it been scrapped entirely? I feel like this could be a real game changer in general, since sometimes the game just likes to run like a potato at random. Thanks.
Corbin, did you ask this question?
No, I did not, believe it or not.
Okay, is this someone who's got a very similar name on Reddit? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, they have on VR.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure I believe you, but all right. So yeah, no, I know we did talk about this. I think the truth is we got kind of distracted by the standalone PC build. So we kind of focused on getting that PC build so you could download it straight from the recroom.com site. I think we will look into this at some point. I don't want to give you a time frame. But as we need to kind of build out a picture of like what kind of PCs people are playing on. And look at supporting some adjustments for like, hey, if you've got maybe not the most advanced graphic card ever, we can give you the lower end settings. So no time frame on that one. I think it is something we're still interested in doing. It hasn't been scrapped entirely. But yeah, we kind of just took a detour to do the standalone PC version first.
Yeah, PC gang will rise up all the time.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah. I'm on my PC. I'm got my Quest 2 linked to my laptop. So I'm using a PC right now.
Oh, wow. All right. Let's get on to the next one. This is asked by Dolphin002. So there's three questions in this one.
Okay, let's do them one at a time because I'm not smart enough to remember them all. And this dolphin has a license to kill, so we better get the questions right.
With the release of Rec Room Studio, will we be able to edit copies of Rec Room originals we previously couldn't, such as Quest and Rec Rally?
No. The short answer is no. So Rec Room Studio, the way it works is it supports the the Maker Room template. So the rooms that you build need to be based on that template. So you won't be able to start a Rec Room Studio room from like a Quest room or anything like that. So no.
Second question. Will we ever see a non-full body CV2 costume dummy?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, again, not something we're actively working on, but I don't see why not. Like, I think it could be a really cool thing to only have certain parts of the avatar get a costume applied to it. I will say we are kind of just digging around and starting to look at some really cool avatar and costume features. So nothing to announce right now, but definitely an area that we're playing in. And so, yeah, all right, I'll make sure I communicate that to the avatar folks that a partial costume feature would be welcome.
Awesome. And the third question, will we ever get ladders that actually function like the Rec Room originals?
Yes, at some point, yes. I think that's a great idea. And it's, something we probably should have done a while ago. But yeah, at some point we'll add that to the palette. Good suggestion. Thank you.
Dope. For this one, I don't know if you'd want to switch. Oh man, there's a lot of like 3-part questions in all of these.
Yeah, I know, right? Rui was saying they're gonna bring the hammer down for like 1-part questions next time. All right, you hear it coming in AMA for AMA 33. We want 1-part questions.
What do you say?
1 question per question. Hang on, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, you know what I mean.
All right, I guess we can do this 3-part question, then we can go to another room.
Sounds good. Let me just check my notes, make sure I'm not saying anything too crazy.
Of course. Making some griddly soup.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, let's get it. So this is asked by No Painting 5734. So the first question.
No painting?
Yeah, no painting 5734.
No painting.
Okay. All right. So first question. Will there be more ink for the Maker Pen? If so, when?
Ooh, I wish I could give you an exact answer on when. Definitely, yes, there will be more ink for the Maker Pen. This is something we're actively working on. I've mentioned this for several AMAs running. We have some pretty foundational work going on, kind of deep in the guts of Rec Room, making things more efficient with the goal of making it possible to have considerably more ink, considerably more circuit heat, stuff like that. Basically, allowing you to have more stuff. I'm not going to give you a time frame because I'll just, it'll just be wrong. But please know we are actively working on that. We know it's something that our creators really, really want. It's something that we really, really want too. So yes, it is coming. I can't tell you exactly when.
All right. Question number 2. How is it like being a staff? Is it stressful?
How's it like working on Rec Room as a staff person? That's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy. Not stressful at all. Right? It's really easy.
Yeah.
We just make it look hard.
Yeah.
No, overall, I think I don't personally find it too stressful. I mean, we're always busy and there's always interesting challenges and problems to solve.
That is true.
But at the risk of being corny, which I often am, like the Rec Room community and the creativity of the Rec Room community it makes everything kind of just easier because it's always so fun to go and meet people and go and see like amazing rooms like this one that I've never visited before and just be like, look at the creativity that's out there. And, for the most part, when I meet people in Rec Room, they're super nice. And so, yeah, no, I don't find it stressful. I find it like really, really inspiring. Look, we have our hard days. We have our frustrations, game development. And I'm sure anyone will tell you game development's hard.
Yeah.
It's, there are some really, really challenging problems and, making something like Rec Room where we ship on. I think I've literally lost count of the number of platforms that we're on at this point, but you know, we push out updates very regularly on a very large number of platforms. And that has its stressful moments, that's for sure. And I know some of our testers and some of our release people, like, you know, man, they have some exciting times sometimes. So yeah, I guess there are stressful moments, but overall, you know, I think I will say, just speak for myself and say, I think it's a blessing to be able to work on Rec Room, not a stress.
Honestly,
what do you think, Corbin?
It's a blessing for me too, because my last job was just terrible. But whenever I saw Rec Room and I got hired on, it's like a dream job. I'm able to do all the things I've ever wanted to do. It's not really stressful whenever you make your job like it's basically your hobby pretty much, since I do video editing and all that type of stuff. So this is like a hobby to me. I don't even think of this as a job. So it's like I love.
Okay, that's good. We can stop paying you then. That's
yeah.
Good.
Wait, hold on. I didn't say all that now. Hold on. But yeah, it does have its stressful moments, but overall, it's just everything's so like a fun-loving community. The staff members are great. Gribbly's awesome. Like everything's A1.
But thanks for the question.
Yeah.
Thanks for thinking of us. We feel seen.
All right, on to the third question. Is there any major updates to anything coming for the last 2 to 3 months of this year?
Well, I think we've just released some really interesting stuff. So if in case people haven't checked it out, the Invasion event that's running, I think is really, really cool. I've had a lot of fun going and collecting power cores with people and meeting some interesting folks and visiting some new rooms. So if you haven't checked out Invasion, by all means, go check that out. We also just released the Haunt Society room for Halloween. So if you haven't gone and visited the Haunt Society room, maybe we can put like the link.
Yeah, it'll be right below this pot right here.
People point and the link appears.
Yeah, just
let's do that thing.
Woo!
So I definitely check that out. One other really exciting thing that's coming as you know at the close of the year is there's going to be Rec Room gift cards. So we've just got some advanced word that in Texas you can buy physical Rec Room gift cards.
Gotta move the camera a little bit.
You got so excited about the gift cards that you grabbed the camera.
Because Texas.
I know. I'm excited too.
Whew.
Yeah. You're just excited about Texas?
Yeah.
But yeah, so there'll be actual Rec Room gift cards, which is really, really exciting to see. So both digital ones that you can get online and physical ones that you can get in stores. So we're really excited about that. In terms of major new features or RROs or anything like that, not before the end of the year. Like we typically try and slow down a little bit towards the end of the year so that we're not adding any kind of destabilizing bugs right before the holiday, right when, a bunch of people hopefully will get Quests and PlayStations and things under the Christmas tree, and we want to make sure Rec Room's ready and waiting for them. But yeah, we got a lot of things cooking up that'll be landing in the new year. So yeah.
Awesome.
I think that's all I can think of. I'm sure I'm forgetting something important and someone will yell at me, but whatever. That's your fault, Dolphin002, for asking 3 questions.
Killer Dolphin.
That doesn't make sense, but
Killer Dolphin.
Killer Dolphin. Yeah, Killer Dolphin. Anyway, I'm aware that didn't make sense, but we're landing on that anyway. So.
All right. Yeah, we can go to another room if you'd like. Let's do Haunt Society.
Let's do it.
Let's do that one.
Oh yeah, good idea.
All right. So on to the next question. This is by Thick Apple King. Could we get any details on? Could we get any details on what the animation gizmo will be like in CV2?
This is a very family-friendly AMA, Corbin. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. What was the question?
Let me say it again. This is by, I already said the name. Could we get any details on what the animation gizmo will be like in CV2?
Oh, and who asked this question?
I don't want to say it, but it's by Thick Apple King.
Yeah, it is. All right. Okay. The question is, how will animation gizmo work in CV2? Corbin's grow up.
Wait, you're the one making the jokes.
This is inappropriate. Okay. All right. How will Animation Gizmo work for CV2? So great question. So for those who don't know, we've got the CV2 system, and we haven't actually made an animation Gizmo for CV2 yet. It is coming. And so to answer the question, some of the creators who've been paying attention to our town halls and various discussions in the past will know that we are actively working on a hierarchical building system. So one of the next kind of things that's going to come out for the Maker Pen, this will be in the new year, although we are hoping to actually have this out in a preview form before the end of the year. Oh, I should have said this in the last question where they're saying what's coming before the end of the year. We're going to have a preview of hierarchical building available before the end of the year. You will have to opt in. You'll have to dig into your room settings, turn on creative, beta creative tools, and then turn on optionally hierarchical building. That's going to give you some really powerful new tools to build actual object hierarchies, nested objects, the ability to name your objects and the object containers that they're in, and the ability to integrate Circuits V2 with every object in that hierarchy. It is really, really cool stuff, really, really powerful stuff. So we're very excited to get it out there in a preview. And then to go back to the animation, the reason we haven't done an animation gizmo for CV2 yet is we're waiting for this hierarchical building stuff to land, because the way the animator will work is that it will be able to talk to that whole hierarchy. So it's going to be a very, very powerful tool for animating hierarchies of objects. That's answer number one. Answer number two is that with Rec Room Studio rolling out, you'll also be able to use the Unity animation features to create animation as well, and then use CV2 events to drive those animations. So there's some really, really exciting new animation options on the horizon, as well as the native Maker Pen hierarchical building, which is super amazing.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Wow.
Thank you, Thick Apple King, for your excellent question.
Dude, that name, man, I can't. All right, let's go to let's go to the next question. Okay, so oh god, this question is also by Thick Apple King. Another.
Yeah. All right.
He asks, or they, could we get an option to turn off the hands for the full body costume? I have to make the hands way bigger than they should be because I have to cover them with ink.
Got it. Yeah, understood. So I will put that with the previous question about partial costumes, and I'll pass that along to the Avatar costume team and make sure that that's on the list of desired features. So thank you for the suggestion. What was the name of the questioner again?
God, dude. Yeah. Anyways, next question.
You know who you are.
Thick Apple. He's gonna love this video, dude.
Thick Apple King. Yeah. This video is sponsored by
It's just
Thick Apple King. Brought to you by the letter T
for thick. Oh my god. All right, next question. Here we go. So this is by Snowbound771. Hi, Corbins and Gribbly. 2 questions. 1, I remember it was said that AI in CV2 was going to be completely redone from scratch by the end of 2022. Is that still happening, or has it been delayed?
It has been delayed. So yes, we kind of talked about CV2 AI a little bit in an earlier question. But yeah, quick recap. We want to do AI in a different way that is much more modular and gives you a lot more flexibility. I probably did say it was coming by the end of 2022. It's probably one of my slightly optimistic date estimate, Corbins. If you didn't know, yeah. I've been wrong a couple of times about when things are coming. But yeah, so it has been delayed a bit. It is being worked on. It is coming. But it won't be before the end of 2022. But thank you for the question.
All right. And
Snowbound? Was that who it was?
Yes.
Snowbound?
There is another question they have, actually.
Okay.
All right. So question number 2. What is the exact reason that the Rec Room object set authority chip is not available to creators?
So before I get into this answer, I just want to say this one's a pretty deep cut for creators. So if you're not someone who uses circuits or the Maker Pen, then you don't need to worry about this. But I'll just quickly answer Snowbound's question. So Rec Room networking has a concept of authority. Basically, with Corbins and I in this room, one of us is the authority player who is simulating the objects and kind of has final say on hey, where is everything? That's an important concept for our networking. And a lot of creators, it can be difficult sometimes, depending on what you're building, to make sure that the right player has authority over the right object. And one solution to that could be to just have a circuits chip that says, hey, give Corbin's authority over that object. And I get why that's appealing, and I get why that would simplify a lot of things. And actually, I would say we probably will ship an experimental version of that in beta at some point so that we can play with it and learn how it would work. The reason we haven't just released it and just said, hey, everyone have at it, is that there are a lot of systems in Rec Room that rely on authority in different ways. And not all of them are compatible with creators just changing authority arbitrarily. And so basically the short answer is it would cause some quite subtle and hard to fix bugs if we just shipped a chip straight away. We have thought about it. We've had a lot of internal discussions about it. We are not fundamentally opposed to giving creators more control over this. We just want to make sure we do it in the right way. So great question. Like I said, deep cut, that's a pretty technical creation question. So if you're not someone who gets into circuits creation, don't worry about all of that. But yeah, I think next step is, I think it's likely we'll experiment with that in a beta form at some point so that if it doesn't work out, we won't take it out of beta and we'll deprecate it. But if it kind of works out, we can iron out all the wrinkles. We might make that an officially supported chip.
Nice. All right. Here, let me do some real quick.
Do you want to go to one more room, or do you want to just finish it up here? This is the last question.
Oh. You know what?
You got to edit this video, so up to you.
Oh yeah. You know what? Let's end it. Let's go to the rec center because it's all spooky themed and all that.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right. So we are here at the rec center for the final 3 questions, and they are all asked by one person. So you ready? Last 2 questions. It's 2. I thought it was 3.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, even
Okay.
better. Soundwave39 Dubs asked, "Hi there, I have 2 questions. We're gonna start the first one. First, will we ever get the ability to choose to play team battle or capture the flag? I can't stress how many times I've had to constantly change instances to get the daily because most instances are CTF, which is capture the flag. And even when you ask people to switch to team battle, most of the time, start the game immediately without switching. These problems can be easily fixed by giving 2 different options for the game, similar to regular dodgeball and VR dodgeball, with an exclamation point."
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So, no, we don't have any plans to do that. I mean, it is technically possible to choose which game mode you want to play, but I understand what you're saying is very often people, don't want to work with you to change to the mode you want, and maybe it's getting in the way of your challenges. What I would suggest is when you want to go and play a specific mode, like come to the rec center and find some folks or invite some friends and create a private instance and spin it up that way. That would be my suggestion. Yeah. But yeah, no current plans to kind of change to split paintball into 2 rooms or anything like that. But I do understand what you're asking.
All right. And on to the final question asked by the same person.
The final question.
Very, very professional. I love it. Love
Yeah.
it. All right.
Yeah.
Final question.
Okay.
Second, is there a plan to add new weekly or daily challenges in the future? They've been pretty much the same for a while, and with the addition of Showdown, it makes me wonder if we are ever going to get new challenges. I have a few ideas, like maybe winning games of paddleball or bowling, or maybe scoring a basket. He goes on and on and on about how he would do it.
Got it. Yeah. So, I mean, I think what you're seeing us do with something like Invasion is experiment with kind of broader and a bit more creative ways of adding challenges to the game. So I think ultimately you'll see us revisit that challenge system and broaden it out and invest in it. But yeah, right now we're not really adding new challenges. Like you've noticed, we haven't added any for Showdown because we really want to rethink that system and make it kind of cooler and more elaborate. And I think with the Invasion event, you're starting to see us experiment with the way we think challenges might look more in the future, where they're look at that, they're holding hands. It's kind of a bit more baked into the world and yeah. So yeah, in the short term, probably no major updates. But yeah, go and if you haven't played with the Invasion event, play with that. And you're probably looking at the way things are going in terms of the way we want to run events in the game.
Awesome. Awesome. And that will
All right.
do it for AMA 32.
But before we get to that, I just want to say, I just want to say we appreciate you. Thank you for playing Rec Room. It's been really, really fun to meet people and go search for power cores with them. If you haven't tried it, it's really fun. But yeah, thanks again. We love the questions. We love you for playing Rec Room. Corbins, you did a great job at your first solo AMA. Nicely done. Well played. But yeah, all right. So what do I say? You got to smash that subscribe button.
Pretty much.
What else can I say?
Smash that subscribe button, smash the like button, and make sure to
Smash
share
the like button.
and share this video with your friends.
Make sure you share this video with your friends. Otherwise, Corbins will be sad.
Yes. Yeah. Woo! All
Thanks
right.
all.
Later.
Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to beautiful downtown Cryptid Creek. Gribbly here, back for another AMA. I'm here with Corbins. So first of all, I got a few housekeeping notes before we get into the questions. So let me go through a few things with you. First thing, this is just part one of the AMA. As we went through, we found that there was a lot of questions. I got super busy. We didn't get through all of them. We'll come back and do a part two early next week, but we're going to get through as many as we can today. So that's first thing. Second thing, hey, like I said, I'm here in downtown Cryptid Creek. This is one of the areas in the brand new RRO My Little Monsters, which we just released. So I just want to say, if you haven't checked out My Little Monsters yet, you really should. It's fantastic. It's fun. I know a lot of people have been really loving it. So come on down to Cryptid Town and have a great time. So that's the second thing. The third thing is we just rolled out full body avatars in beta to everyone. So everyone can jump in, give it a try, see what they think, try the new expressive capabilities in the new avatars. Let us know what you think. It is a beta, so there's more work to be done. And if you're interested, we've published a pretty detailed blog post about the interesting technology behind the avatars. We call it a peek beneath the hoodie. Also, some of the interesting work that's coming up as we kind of move forward with avatar technology to do all sorts of interesting, cool stuff. So yeah, check that out. Try out the FBAs. Fourth thing is stay tuned. We have a big announcement coming. So we hope on July 9th to have a really exciting announcement for Rec Room. So stay tuned for that. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I'm going to keep it mysterious, but July 9th. Keep your ears open. And then the fifth thing I want to say before we get to the actual questions is I just wanted to talk directly about the Save Rec Room feedback that we've been getting on Discord, on YouTube, on Reddit. You know, I think a common complaint under Save Rec Room has been, hey, they don't listen to us. Do they not care what the community thinks? They've removed features like weeklies and things like that. I just want to say, hey, look, first, we do read all of that feedback. Lots of people on the team, myself included, do watch the videos. We read the feedback. I think we're, pretty well aware of some of the feedback that's coming into us. And so I wanted to take a moment to explain some of our thinking behind some of the decisions we make to give you a little bit more context for what we're trying to do here and how it all fits together into a big picture. This is not to say you're going to agree with every decision we make or every reason I give you, but I did want to just share how we think about it in case it helps as you kind of think through these things in the future. When we think about Rec Room, we think back, we started the company in 2016 and we started, VR only. And really in some ways, Rec Room was a collection of mini games where the focus was really on being social, getting to know people, making new friends, hanging out, having a great time. And I think, a lot of people really enjoyed that. I know we loved it. And we made a series of increasingly complex mini games that really became maxi games called RROs, Rec Room Originals, that, we're really grateful were very beloved by the community. A lot of people really fell in love with them. We are still in love with them. And, that's all great. But what we found was that's not really a great business. A common theme in the Save Rec Room feedback is, hey, everything Rec Room does is a cash grab. All they want to do is make profits. And look, I've always been consistent. You can go back and look at the AMAs that I made in 2016, 2017. I've always said it's important to make money as a company. We got to be sustainable. But I think it's a misconception that, Rec Room, all we're doing is like bringing in piles of money. We're, rolling around on our giant piles of money, and every decision we make is a short-term thing motivated only by profit. Really, nothing could be further from the truth. Rec Room doesn't bring in a lot of money month to month. We are not a wildly profitable company. We are still a fairly small and scrappy company in the scheme of things. And really, any money we do bring in, we are really investing in a long-term future. And I wanted to talk about that to you. The future that we see for Rec Room that we feel is really sustainable and is going to be a great blend of an amazing creative achievement, an amazing technical achievement, as well as a sustainable business, is to build a radically cross-platform
social UGC experience. So UGC meaning user-generated content, meaning that you can build stuff like My Little Monsters, stuff that's anything that you can dream of, using the same tools that we build to build Rec Room originals like My Little Monsters. That's the journey we're on. That's the sustainable future for the company. If we just go back to, hey, building quests, building paintball maps, shipping them out, that is not really a sustainable future for the company. There is not enough money, frankly, in doing that for the company to survive long term. And we want Rec Room to be around for the long term. That's really our motivation here. By investing in this, much, much harder project of making it a radically cross-platform social UGC experience, it means that, a bunch of really good things happen. It means that you can use the same tools we do to create anything you can think of. You can make money as well as us by creating content for the Rec Room ecosystem. And it means that we've got an endless world for people to explore, to go all the way back to what made Rec Room special in the beginning, which is making friends and hanging out with people. So by investing in this kind of long-term social UGC future, that's what's going to make Rec Room sustainable for the long haul. And that's what we're investing in. And that's why we make decisions that I know some people really, really don't like choosing to remove the weeklies, for example. I know it was a controversial decision. And I want to say, we don't do that. Our goal is not to upset anyone. I'm really sorry to anyone who's that was a really special feature to them and they feel its absence. I apologize for that. The decision we make internally is, hey, that weeklies feature is not really on that long-term path to the top of the mountain that is a radically cross-platform social UGC experience, which is ultimately what makes Rec Room sustainable in the long term. So we have to make the difficult decision as a relatively small team. What are we going to focus on? We have to focus on things like the creator tools that are directly targeting that long-term future. We will continue to make RROs, including new quests, when the time is right, when we feel that the creator tools are capable of building a great quest. I think it's very, very likely we'll go back and make another quest, but not before then. We're not going to go back and just make another one for the sake of it. We're going to do it when we can do it with the creator tools and make a really, really amazing experience with the same tools you can use. So I just wanted to share that kind of long-term thinking. There is some method to our madness here. It does mean we have to make tough decisions sometimes, and I know not everyone likes that. But you'll see us invest in things that are on the road to the top of the mountain we see, which is a radically cross-platform social UGC experience. That's the future we see for Rec Room. That's what we're building towards. And so you'll hear me refer back to that vision a few times as I answer the AMA questions, but I just wanted to share that context up front, hoping that it helps understand how we think about things. All right, with that, let's get into the questions.
First question, will volume sliders for individual players/users be a thing?
Yes, eventually. I know the team wants to do it. I know we talk about it quite often. I don't think anyone's actively working on it right now, but yes, we do want that to be a thing. I think that'd be a good social feature. So yes, we will do it. Don't know when.
Cool. All right. Second question, are there any plans to start taking creator moderation more seriously? There are many creators who steal rooms, copy maps, and make inappropriate content for juniors, and almost all of them seem to go unpunished.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, good question. So I think there's really three parts to that question. So let me kind of hit on each of them separately. So first of all, the idea of taking creator moderation seriously, I want to say very clearly, we do take it very seriously. We put a lot of effort into moderating content. I went and checked with the team, and we review tens of thousands of pieces of content every month. We review room reports, we review shirt reports, inventions, events, all kinds of things. So there's kind of a part of it is, for everything that you do see that maybe slips through, there's a lot you're not seeing. So, there's a lot of content that gets made. The team is working super hard to moderate it. The work of a moderation team is never done. I'm sure you've kind of seen this on other platforms. So we do take it seriously. We do work extremely hard at it. That's not to say we're always successful or that we're perfect or anything like that. So let me talk about the other two things. In terms of stolen maps, cloned maps, low effort maps, that kind of thing. Yeah, we think it's a problem too. We're not delighted to see on the play menu low effort clone rooms, and we know it can be discouraging for creators when we see that kind of thing. We do have some stuff in the recommendation systems that looks for signals of low effort clones. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we do have some stuff in there. I think it probably needs more work and more updating to make it more effective. But we are trying to kind of, keep a lid on
how much you can get away with there. I think there's a lot more we can do there. I really just want to share that, hey, we do think that is a problem. We don't think the work here is done. And I think you'll see us pushing more and more towards ensuring that the content that gets recommended is really high quality content that people will really enjoy, and that rewards creator effort and creator creativity. On the junior thing, that's a good piece of feedback, and actually something we've been talking about internally. I think what you'll see us do here is when you publish a room right now, if I go and make a room and I publish it, by default, the allows juniors setting is checked. And I think anyone who works in games and software probably has seen the power of defaults. Like, very often the default thing is just what everyone ends up doing. And so we think in this case, we're seeing a bit of a power of defaults thing, is that people aren't necessarily trying to publish stuff that isn't great for juniors. It's more that they don't even really think about it. Everything, by default, everything that's published is published for juniors. We think we probably either we want to flip that so the default is off, or at the very least be a little more intentional in the UI flow. So it's encouraging creators to make an intentional choice. Do you want to allow juniors in this content? So we think that's the next step on that path, is looking at that default UI flow and seeing if it's appropriate.
How come there isn't as much transparency between staff and the players anymore?
Fair question. I hope that's more perception than reality. Like, we're definitely trying. Like, we want our people, everyone who works on the team, to be talking to the community. Like I said at the start of the video, we definitely, we are very aware of the discussions that are going on. We are in the Discord, we're in the Reddit, we watch the YouTube videos. So I think we definitely hear a lot of what is said. We encourage people to engage directly on Discord. We're kind of running an experiment, to be honest, in that we don't do a lot of traditional marketing as a company. We don't do a lot of ads, and instead we really want to focus on having people who work on the actual features talk as directly as possible to the players, and just kind of like share work in progress. We've really kind of doubled down on that recently. We're really trying to do that more and more. I'm not sure how effective we're being at it yet, or how apparent that is to people. If you're on the Discord, I don't know how much you see of that. We are trying, though. Our goal is to kind of be a little bit more transparent with, like, here's what we're working on, here's what's coming. I think some of it, to be honest, is probably coming from, like I said at the start of the video, our vision is very focused on building this radically cross-platform social UGC world. That requires a huge investment in the creation tools, in the UGC side of things, the user-generated content side of things. And so I think a lot of that development, a lot of what people are working on, feels pretty abstract. It's like, hey, here is some really kind of esoteric tool, or here is some circuits chip, and maybe you're a player who's, not only are you not really a creator, let alone using the circuit system. And so the idea of a list of, hey, here's a bunch of new chips is not that interesting. So I think some of it might be just the feeling of a lot of what we're doing is investing in this UGC future. And so a lot of that kind of is like, hey, well, it doesn't feel like you're talking to me because I'm not actively using any of that stuff. So I think as we're really pushing towards a world where we're just talking very publicly about everything we're doing. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can today, like addressing the feedback that we're getting in this AMA and that we're hearing with the whole Save Rec Room hashtag or whatever. We got no agenda to hide things from you. We are a relatively small company headquartered in Seattle with a bunch of people around the US and around the world working super, super hard to build this radically cross-platform social UGC future. We don't have anything to hide, really. So yeah, we'll talk about as much as we can. We'll be as transparent as we can. I think, we'll really see us, focusing on YouTube and Discord a lot in the next, for the rest of this year, let's say. I think we're going to focus a lot of our communications there. So that'll be the place to come and talk to us and come and see what's going on. I'm on the Reddit a fair bit, so we can also chat there. But yeah, fair criticism. We got no agenda to hide things. I think we do get busy. I think maybe we don't always say as much as we could. We'll just try and be better. Today's AMA is a part of us. We've done a lot of AMAs in the past. We don't do them as often as we used to. We're just busy. That's all it is.
Next question. Why are cosmetics in Rec Room getting more expensive? A couple years ago, a cosmetic would cost between 1,000 to 2,500 tokens. Now cosmetics would cost between 5 to 15K tokens.
Yeah. Okay, fair question. And I know that this is,
often high on the list of complaints when we get criticism under the kind of Save Rec Room tag, and it's definitely true. I've talked about this on the Reddit. We definitely have some high-priced items. I wanted to kind of make sure I could say something smart about this, so I actually went and talked to the team, and we actually pulled the data for item costs over the last couple of years. And so, first of all, let me just kind of talk about the average cost of an item over the last 2 years. If you go back to July of 2020, the average cost of an avatar item, like literally the average, was 1,750 tokens, 1750. And if you fast forward to today, so if we pull the number for today, the average cost of avatar items is 2,300 tokens. So that is an increase. It's definitely gone up. But on average, the price has gone up about 25%. And I should be clear that that's what people are actually spending in the game per day on avatar items. It's not the sticker price of the avatar items. It's definitely true that at the high end, our most expensive items have gone up more than 25%, but the average cost has not gone up that much. So this is one thing, is that I don't think the price increase is as extreme as people think. But I'm not trying to say you're wrong to have that criticism. I'm just trying to say, hey, there is some data on that. And it's not quite as extreme as I think it feels. I think, why does it feel extreme? Why does it look extreme? Hey, our most expensive items are more expensive. That is true. Why is that? Well, we, as I said earlier, we're not a super profitable business. We are not rolling in money. we do need to kind of keep money kept coming in to be a sustainable business so that we can get to that future that I talked about. And what we found is that, we have we have players who are happy to kind of pay those prices for really premium items. So we're going to keep doing that. But I think there's two things we can do to make this situation better. One is just very simply, I think we can offer more lower cost items. So something that we've been working hard on, something that's going well, is we've been expanding our capability of making avatar items. We've been making it the pipeline more efficient. We've been opening up the types of creators that can get involved. Basically, we have the ability to have more avatar items on the market. And that will unlock the ability for us to have a broader array of price points. So you're still going to see expensive premium items. Like, that's an important part of our business. And so you're still going to keep us doing it. We're not just going to unilaterally lower the cost of all items. We literally can't afford to do that. But what you will see is a much broader spread of items with some really interesting, cool stuff that is at a more affordable price point. So hopefully that will help. I think the other thing we can do is that our store design is pretty basic. Like, our store is not great, and especially it doesn't do a good job of surfacing any avatar items that aren't brand new. And since it's the newer premium items that the store tends to focus on, I think that creates the perception, not entirely wrong, but the strong perception that, hey man, everything is just super expensive and it just gets more and more expensive over time, which isn't fully true. There is a grain of truth to it, but I think we can do a better job with the store of recommending items to you that are more suitable for you. Like, if you're not the kind of player who's going to spend at those higher price points, the system shouldn't be recommending them to you. It should be showing you something that's more appropriate for you. The big picture here is, we make a decent amount of our revenue on avatar items. We are investing in opening up that marketplace a lot. Something you'll see, that's something we're actively working on that helps us build towards that long-term future, is UGC avatar items, so creator-made avatar items. So, sometimes they get asked, hey, why are you investing in something like full body avatars, but not investing in updating paintball or updating laser tag? Well, the reason is full body avatars really opens up a whole new surface area for our creators to, make expressive, cool, creative content, but then also make money on that. Spread their work across the whole community. So it really helps us build towards that future. So that's another thing that you'll see that I think will really, really change the game in what it means to buy avatar items, will be the opening up of the marketplace to our creators. So that's something we're very actively working on. It would be crazy of me to make any specific date promises, but that's definitely something we're working hard on.
All right. Next question is, there have been numerous discussions that Rec Room is dying. Most players point out the removal of double shot, removal of weeklies, lack of actual room moderation, and the, quote, devs and community just hating each other, quote, among other things as the main reasons. Rec Room...
Is this the question that's like this long? Is it like a million words long?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Packed with a lot of interesting feedback. I hope I addressed that in the kind of, what I was saying at the start of the video about the long-term vision for Rec Room. I think there's really look, we have our eyes on the prize of building this kind of long-term, sustainable, radically cross-platform social UGC platform. And I think that's a really, really exciting future. It does mean that, we have to be super, super focused on investing in things that get us towards that future. And that means not paying as much attention as some of our players would like us to. And frankly, sometimes as much as we would like to. We would love to go back and spend time just polishing up, paintball or laser tag or doing another laser tag map. The big one that comes up a lot is, hey, build another quest. It's been 5 years. There's definitely a part of us that wants to do that, and we get why people want that. Those are fun things. We're really proud of those, games that we made and those features that we've shipped. But we really, really got to keep our eyes on the prize of what is the sustainable long-term future for Rec Room. We think we know what it is. We're very, very excited about it. We think we're making huge progress towards it. But yeah, we're on a journey here. And so, all I can say to those long comments and very passionate feedback is, I really want to invite you on this journey with us. I know it's not always easy. There is a really, really exciting future at the end of it. So that's why we make those choices we make and why we don't always focus on some of those beloved features.
Next question is, why do the developers at Rec Room keep pushing through the updates that most people have bad reactions to?
Okay. Well, there's a couple of things there. I think, hopefully I explained some context of why we're working on the things that we're working on in terms of that long-term vision that we're trying to get to, right? Like we're trying to build a radically cross-platform social UGC app that you can help build, right? And so that requires a big investment in creation tools, in systems to support that. It's a long and it's a difficult road, and it means that, often we don't have as much time to work on things that, we would like to work on too. We would love to add a laser tag map, or we would love to support weeklies for longer, but we have to make some really tough decisions about, hey, we got to invest in the future here. So that's why we're working on those things. I think there is room to kind of push back a little bit on, hey, most people don't want these things. I think very often it's true, and this is not to minimize. I'm not saying this to say it doesn't matter, but I think very often it's not that most people care about these things. It's often that there's a relatively small group of players, but they care very deeply about it. I think the weeklies are a great example of this one. So let me talk about the weeklies a little bit, because I know that was very controversial. And I think, I said on Reddit, hey, at the time we decommissioned that system, only 0.2% of players were using it, which is true, but I know that people heard that as well, hey, but those are some of the most engaged and most passionate players, and that's not a good reason to take a feature away. And I agree with that, actually. I think that's fair feedback. I don't think I heard that. I'm kind of thinking about that. The way I would say it is, so I went back to think about it some more, and I think even in their heyday, when we first shipped the weeklies, in the first year, say, the peak usage of that system was never above 5% of all players. But again, that is passionate players who are coming back regularly, who are really, really, keen on that system, really love that experience. So I get that. So really, what it comes down to is what do we have time to invest in? And something that I'm trying to push the team on that I don't think we've always done a great job on, frankly, and I think this is not me criticizing the team. This is really me criticizing myself. I've said it many, many times. The Rec Room team is one of the most amazing teams I've ever worked with. It's an incredible group of individuals, very talented, and everyone's really working really, really hard to try and build something amazing. But, so, anything cool that happens in Rec Room, I want to give credit to the team. Anything bad that happens, please blame it on me. For the weeklies, what I am trying to push us towards is, I think very often we've tried to support more things than we can realistically support, and as a result, some of them don't get the bug fixing that they require. They don't get the optimization that they require. So I'm trying to push us more and more over time to, if we don't think we can properly support something and do a good job of it, let's actually retire it and remove it cleanly rather than have it on life support and have it half implemented forever. And I think that's what happened with the weeklies, right? So they were never used very much. We really, really didn't have the time and people to support that system properly. So we went to monthlies, and we weren't sure about whether we were going to get it back to weeklies. We probably said some confusing things. You may have noticed that we are a pretty transparent team. So sometimes the things we say, they're not as polished and as corporate as they should be probably. But we probably said all kinds of stuff. with the best of intentions, but frankly, we just didn't have the time or the people to keep that system going in a good quality state. So we made the decision to be like, let's just not pretend that we can do this. Let's take it away. Let's remove it cleanly. And I know that disappointed some of you, and I'm sorry. That is on me 100%. But I do stand by the decision, as we kind of build towards this, invest in this future. We do have to make some tough decisions, and that means sometimes we can't support things that a small but important group of players might really, really love.
The next question is from the same guy. Do they really take the community opinions into consideration?
Yeah. I mean, we do. So like I said, we've got people on the Discord. I'm on the Discord sometimes. I'm pretty old, so Discord's too fast for my old man eyes. But I'm on the Reddit a fair bit, watch the YouTube videos. We talk about community feedback all the time internally. I think we're pretty aware of, of the sentiment of the community. And so I think I would separate out. There's like a difference between listening and hearing the feedback and then making the decisions that people in the community might wish we would make, right? I think there's a big difference. So we hear the feedback, we are listening, but I realize that we don't always make the decisions. We don't always act in the way that you might want us to. So I think I wouldn't put those two together. We are definitely listening.
Third question. Also, how do you see Rec Room's performance for the amount of users that have a positive view of the game in 2-3 years?
I'm going to guess this question is aimed at the kind of Rec Room is dying narrative. I mean, Rec Room is not dying just objectively by the numbers. We're adding users. We feel good about that. But look, I think in the spirit of the feedback that we're hearing a lot and that I agree with is that at the end of the day, it's not all about numbers. Something that I've always been passionate about. Like I've been working in video games for 30 years, Corbin. Do you believe that? I'm an old man. So I've been doing this a long time. I've been working on a lot of games in my career. Amazing industry. If you're looking for a career, I recommend games. But games really, when you get right down to it, you have to balance three things. You have to balance creativity and making something that's creatively interesting and creatively satisfying and interesting and cool and has a lot of love in it. Super important. You can't make a cool game without that. But equally important is there's a technical piece, which is what you're doing needs to be technically possible and needs to be technically challenging. You need to be raising the bar in some regard of what are you doing that's technically interesting? And then the third piece of it, that's all three of these are equally important, is the business piece. Is there a business model that supports what you're doing? Because if you've got only creativity but no business model, no technology, you've really got, it might be a really interesting piece of art, but it's not something that's going to sustain employing a lot of people or having a company. If all you've got is business and no creativity, then I think you do have really something corporate and soulless, and and those things often don't sustain very well or build good communities. And obviously the technical piece is really, really important to make it all possible. If you can't solve the technical problems, you might have an amazing idea with a great business model, but if you can't build it and execute it and keep it running, then what's the point? So that's how we think of it. Is I think it's not just about the numbers, but the numbers do look good. I'm very, very excited for what Rec Room looks like in 2 or 3 years. I think we'll be a lot further down the road towards that future I talked about at the start of the video.
And final question from the same guy. Lastly, what is your opinion on the current state of the game and community?
Well, look, I don't like that the community, or at least large chunks of the community that speaks to us on Discord and Reddit, is mad at us. The team feels that, I feel that. And I'm not criticizing anyone. I think if that's how you feel, you should express it. I've always said from day one, again, go and fact check me from the earliest videos that I made with Hairy Manlegs from way back in the day. I would always say we would rather hear the feedback, positive or negative, than not hear it. So, but that said, we don't like that people are upset at us for whatever reason. So I don't like that. And we will work to make it better. I can't promise that we're just going to reverse all the decisions we made, or we're just going to hey, because the community says it, we're going to do it. That's not a way to balance those three things I was just talking about. But, so we don't like that. And then what was the rest of the question? How do I feel about the community? Oh, and the state of the game just generally. I'll tell you what's really bugging me is just performance in general. I'm doing this AMA in a quest. The performance of Rec Room is annoying me as I make this AMA. I think the performance of the UI is substandard. I think some of the rooms that I'm going to, the performance is too low. So that's really bugging me. So if I had a magic wand and I could fix that, that's what I would focus on. I think we've got a question coming up on optimization and stuff later. So I'll save any deeper answer on that for that question.
Next question is, what led you all to transition from the greatly loved VR game in 2018 to making so many bad decisions that receive backlash for and do nothing about, even though you say you'll listen to the community?
I'm trying to figure out if it's more our evilness or our incompetence. Which one do you think is, it's so hard to say which one is more important in that factor. I mean, so I think I've addressed this a few times. Look, I think that is somewhat provocatively phrased. That's fine. Clearly, we don't intentionally set out to make those kind of decisions. But yeah, all I can say is kind of referring back to what I said at the start of the video. We have a long-term vision here. We are building towards something that I think is really, really special. And it does mean that sometimes we make decisions that if you're not thinking about that long-term vision, or maybe you're not bought into that long-term vision, might seem like backwards priorities. But there is method to our madness. We're investing very deeply in the complex underpinnings of a radically cross-platform social UGC app that will let everyone build and collaborate and make meaningful money and have all kinds of really exciting, expressive outcomes. That's really what we're focused on. And that does mean that, we've had to deprioritize some things that people were very invested in early in the game.
Next question. It's great that y'all are actually trying with Rooms 2. For me, it's a lot like the transition from CV1 to CV2 and how much that was hated.
So yeah, look, I think, so Rooms 2 is, I keep going back to talking about, the complex underpinnings of this platform we're trying to build. Rooms 2 is a big part of that. Rooms 2 is a huge effort. Really, really difficult technical work. I talked about the importance of balancing creative work, business model, and technical work. Rooms 2 is very much on that technical piece of really unlocking the next level of Rec Room content. I think there's a lot of fair criticism that I would add my voice to of like the performance of the app is not up to snuff. The frame rate's often not great, etc. The UI doesn't perform as well as we want. Rooms 2 is a big part of that puzzle of like really investing in systems that can allow us to scale a lot further and run a lot better on all of the platforms that we need to be on. So that's the reason for that transition. It's a tough one. Boy, it is tough. We're working super hard and we are really breaking a sweat over it. And we got some really, really smart people working super, super hard on this. But I think the CV1 to CV2 is actually a good analogy, actually, because that was a controversial change. CV1 was a very simple but beloved system that had a very low ceiling. I won't go deep into the technical underpinnings of CV1 versus CV2, but the nature of CV1 was that it was kind of friendly to use, kind of simple to use, and rightly, people fell in love with it. We loved it too. It was a really cool, fun system to use, but it had a very low ceiling on the complexity of creation that you could achieve. And CV2, that ceiling is a lot higher. Not high enough, honestly, but much, much higher. And so there was a huge jump in complexity. There was a lot of effort required to kind of make that transition. I think we're mostly through that transition now. And, and really, if you look at the top 100 rooms, all of them are powered by CV2 or circuits, as we call it now. So yeah, tough transition. I know there was some backlash for that too, but ultimately for the good of the platform, I think. And so Rooms 2, I think, will be somewhat similar. It's, a tough transition again, but it really is advancing the state of the game in massive, massive, massive ways. So we think it's worth the pain and the investment.
All right.
That's what I say, Corbin. Why are you so tall? You're not that much taller than me, are you?
I mean, I've been drinking milk. My bones be growing.
That's true, yeah. Your bones are elongated. Right?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
all right, Corbin, tell me when you're recording.
I am recording.
Okay. So I am starting to run out of time. Being good questions. Let's do lightning round. Let's just boom, boom, boom. Get through as many as we can. Let's go.
Right, here we go. Will there ever be plans to give old RROs content updates?
Yes, I think we will, but it's going to be in a way that fits into that long-term vision of investing in the creator-driven platform. So I think it's unlikely that we'll just go back and touch the RROs in place. I think what is likely is that we will, in close consultation with the community, very carefully, very respectfully, we love these games as much as you do, look at adapting them over to the creation systems so that we can live operate them, we can update them more regularly, and we can also offer pieces of them as templates for our creators to use. So I think we will see some new life breathed into the older RROs, but as part of of bringing everything into the creator-driven future.
When should we see some actual good FPS optimization, more graphic settings than just 3 presets that barely make a bit of any difference?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this was the optimization question I was predicting a few questions ago. So yes, fair question. I think it's clear the game needs better optimization in lots of places. I won't go into the details. I'm sure the person asking the question agrees with me that we do need to optimize. As for when, I don't want to give any answers. I don't think I have good credibility on answering this question in terms of time. What I want to do here is show, don't tell. What I will say is that there is some pretty interesting work going on. We are investing in this. I think there is some very interesting work in the pipeline. I don't want to make any promises about when. I don't want to make any grand claims. I want to show, not tell. Hopefully it'll be obvious when these things are landing. The game's running better. You won't need me to tell you.
Next question is, the Rec Room community has been eagerly anticipating a new quest. Could you please share if there are any plans for a new quest anytime soon?
I think I've said this publicly before. We will make another quest. At some point, we will make. Like, anytime soon? No, it's not going to be soon. We will make it when we're ready. And what ready means is when we, so just like MLM, My Little Monsters, we just made with the creator-facing tools. We made it with Studio and with Circuits and and the Maker Pen. When we can make a quest that is as good or better than the old quests that we've made using the creator tools, we will make a new quest.
Why do you say that only a small percentage of people do weeklies when you guys clearly made them come out every month and no change to make them better?
Yeah. I think we talked about this one earlier. Hopefully I covered this one pretty well earlier, but just to recap quickly, I think we did communicate confusingly on it, and I apologize for that. That's on me. With weeklies, they were never a widely used feature. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily unimportant, because as many people have said on the Reddit, on the Discord, hey, just because only a small percentage of players are using it, those are some really passionate players who really care about that feature. And that's fair, and I agree with that feedback. It's really two things. It's like, hey, it wasn't used by many people, and more importantly, we didn't feel like we could do a good job supporting the feature. It was clearly decaying. It had gone to monthly. No one was updating it regularly. I think we have some other features that probably fall into this category that, in an ideal world, we will keep it going, but we don't have time and people to put towards it. We need to be focused on that bigger picture future that I've talked about a lot in this video. And so as a result, we made the tough decision to be like, hey, it's better to just take it out completely rather than have it on life support permanently.
Next question. It's a three-part question. Do you guys plan to add a dark mode to the watch or make it easier to use in any way?
That's two questions. Dark mode, I don't know. I know we've dabbled with it in the past. I don't know what the team's plans are right now, because I think the much bigger problem and focus is the second part of the question, which is, are we going to make it work better? Man, this new menu system that I've been talking about for years, and that, I know we've had a lot of complaints with over the years. I'm not happy with the performance of it. It's not working as well as we need it to. We continue to hammer on it to make it better. So I think make it work better. Yes. Dark mode, no idea.
Next two questions are the same thing. Why does Make It to Midnight still not have activity boxes? And will future ROs like MLM also have activity boxes? Yeah.
That's a good question, actually. So I think the answer is yes, kind of. So the answer is the reason Make It to Midnight and My Little Monsters don't have activity boxes the same way that, say, Paintball does is that they are built with the creator-facing UGC tools. They are not built using the old RRO systems. And the creator-facing UGC tools, we don't give our creators the ability to just give away avatar items for obvious reasons. That's how we make our money as a business. We can't just have people giving them away for free. That said, I mentioned earlier in the video that we're opening up the avatar marketplace to be creator-driven over time as well. And so when that happens, there'll be the ability for rooms to give you creator-made avatar items and kind of have a reward system that works that way. So it won't be exactly the same, but that's why they don't give you activity boxes. And so we're not currently planning to go back and add them, but you will see something similar come online, I would say, next year.
Next question. It seems that over recent years, you have been slowly phasing out Coach in the game and in promotional material. Is this by accident or is this a choice? Will you be reintroducing Coach sometime in the future?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that. So, hey, Coach is eternal. Coach sees all. Coach rules over all in Rec Room. All hail Coach. So, no, there's absolutely, we wouldn't be able to marginalize Coach if we tried. I think really, in terms of hearing her important authoritative voice throughout the game, she said everything that needs to be said. So, we haven't heard from her in a while. But yeah, there's no intentional plan to marginalize Coach. We love Coach.
Next question. What is the big picture for Rec Room's future?
Yeah, okay. I mean, so I think we talked about this one a fair bit. I'll say it, just one more time. The big picture is we are building towards a radically cross-platform, social, creator-driven UGC app that you can help build, right? So we're really focused on building out the underpinnings so you can make stuff that's amazing as we can make. It all performs really amazingly well on all of our platforms. That is a difficult task, and we are only halfway through that journey. So yeah, what I say to everybody is like, hey, please, stick with us on this journey, join us on this journey, help us complete this journey, because once we get there, it's a really, really amazing world to live in. So that's the vision that we're pushing towards. So that's what we're working towards.
Is the lore actually going to lead to something instead of just selling cosmetics?
No, not really. So I think people's complaints about the lore are pretty well founded. We have people who've worked on it over the years and have done a good job of it. I think there's been some fun and cool ideas, and so I don't want to criticize that creative work. But I don't think it's central to the promise of Rec Room. I think it's pretty peripheral. I think it has been mainly used as a way to kind of make the avatar items more interesting. And I think it's been pretty clunky. I don't think we've done a great job of it. As to what the future of that looks like, I'm not sure. Here's the lore that I think we really feel like is central to Rec Room is kind of the sense of being on a campus, having a dorm room, having the rec center that you go to, this kind of introduction to the world where you're kind of very vaguely like a student coming to a university, coming on campus, that kind of like orients you in the world. We really care about that, right? We really care about the vibe of Rec Room being grounded in that kind of Rec Roomy universe. The stuff with like, the kind of more fantastical stuff of like, S and the Celestials is very cool. It's like some really cool creative ideas. I don't think we've done a good job stitching it all together, and I don't want to promise that we're going to focus on doing a great job stitching it all together. It's really just not, I think, at the heart of what we're trying to build, which is, as I've said a million times, this really creator-driven world that we're trying to build together with creators, as opposed to, hey, we're just providing ideas for you. I think it's fair to criticize the lore. I think it's been cool in some ways. I think it's been pretty slapdash in other ways. Again, not to criticize anyone who works on it. I think there's been some really fun work done on it. But yeah, it's not a super high priority for us to have this deep lore in Rec Room.
Will you guys ever go back and add new maps to old Rec Room originals like Laser Tag and Rec Rally?
Yeah, so like I mentioned this a couple of questions before in our lightning round. Yeah, I think so, but only in the context where, like, for example, we might take something like Rec Rally and kind of update it to use absolutely latest and greatest creative systems, like, for example, bring it over to be a Rooms 2 room. And in that context, really focus on adding some more maps, making it, fleshing it out. We could do that with any of the older RROs.
Will there be any updates or optimizations to get Rec Room running better on the Quest 3? Also, is Crescendo able to run on the Quest 3?
Yeah, okay, so two fair questions. So on the first one, general optimization, yeah, like I said, I'm in a Quest 3 making this AMA right now, and in some rooms, like, relatively simple rooms like Disc Golf Lake, performance has been great, super happy with it. In some of the more complex rooms, it's been really, really suboptimal. So yeah, I think you'll see us investing in making the performance better on Quest 3. The truth is, Quest Crescendo almost runs on Quest 3. We actually are able to play through it. It doesn't run too bad. There are some pretty major graphical glitches that we're not sure how to fix. Like, there's just some weird shader issues, and like some things only render in one eye, and it makes it kind of weird and fucked up. So we haven't actually shipped it for those reasons. And the reason is, like, I'm going to go back to the same tune I've been singing this whole AMA, is like going back and like just bringing the old school Crescendo to make it work on Quest, which didn't exist at the time we shipped Crescendo, just isn't on the line to our long-term vision for Rec Room. So that doesn't mean we won't do it. I think we'd all love to find time if we could justify it at some point. But just like with weeklies and a lot of other things, like, we've got to be really, really prioritizing the work we do. And yeah, like bringing Crescendo in its current form to the Quest just isn't on that laser focused line to the future, so we're not investing in it.
Are you going to bring back the community interaction that we used to have?
I hope so. Like I said earlier, we've got no agenda not to be transparent. We are trying to talk to people, and we really have made some changes internally to kind of encourage more people to be talking to the community more often, and having that kind of two-way conversation. We'll see how that goes. I'm hoping that'll go well. I think from my part, I can keep doing these AMAs as often as I can, and be as involved on Reddit and Discord as I can. But yeah, we really want to be having open conversations. We're really not trying to hide anything from anyone.
Can you say anything about the next RRO? Hoping you don't give us a cryptic answer and something new.
Well, so what can I say about the next RO? Here's what I can say. There is going to be a next RO. The wait won't be as long as it has been between previous ROs. I will say the work is well underway on the next one. It's looking very, very cool. I'm very excited about it. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I haven't talked to the team about it. They would be mad at me if I leaked anything. But I think it's super neat, and I think you'll love it. All right. I think that's going to end our lightning round. I've got to go. Thank you very much for the questions. I hope I didn't miss anyone's questions. I apologize if I did. I'm just flat out of time. Super appreciate it. We'll do this again as soon as we're able. But yeah, just let me land on, look, super appreciate the feedback. Been reading all of the very fair criticism and feedback that's been coming in. Please keep it coming. As I've always said, we'd rather hear it than not hear it, even if it's harsh, even if it's very critical of us. Thank you for playing Rec Room. We super appreciate you. We love you all. Thank you, Corbins, for helping with the AMA. I got to go. Gribbly out. Bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another AMA. I think this is number 35, the 35th AMA we've done. I'm here with Corbins. We're going to answer a bunch of questions. We're going to have a good time. Let's go.
Question number 1. Why does it always feel like Rec Room ignores its most universally agreed upon issues? Examples: allowing the flood of slop content with minimal punishment being taken. As if there truly were meaningful consequences, the issues would have subsided.
Well, thank you for the question. I actually hear 3 questions here, so I'm gonna hit them one by one. So first of all, I would say, universally agreed upon issues. I think that's a tough one because I think the truth is, we've got a lot of players on a lot of different devices who do a lot of different things. And I'm not sure there really is universally agreed upon issues. Everyone's got their number one issues. And I know the one you raise about, spam rooms is a hot button issue. A lot of people do care about that. So I'm not saying that's not a big issue. But yeah, universally agreed upon, just, be careful with that. We get a lot of different feedback from a lot of different places. So just be aware of that. The second thing is we don't ignore it. We really do our best to listen to everyone. That's why we do things like these AMAs. That's why, a bunch of the people who work on Rec Room are really active on the Discord and on the socials. We do our best to listen. I know we don't always deliver what people want. And we always wish we could do more. But we're not ignoring it, because we're like, ha, 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 we don't care. It's just we got a lot of stuff going on. It's really tough to prioritize everything. We really do our best, and we really do listen. But then the third thing, so the specific issue you mentioned, which is the spam rooms or low effort rooms. Yeah, we hear you on that. This is kind of an ongoing sort of pendulum seesaw kind of battle that we're going through. Because on the one hand, what we want is, if you're a creator in Rec Room, I think what you want is you want to make a room and you want to have a good shot of getting that room seen, which means you've got to have a good shot of getting it into the top charts and having people play it and have fun with it. And we want that as well. But on the other hand, balancing the discovery, there's always more rooms than we can put in the top 100 rooms, right? Or can rise to the top 100 rooms. And so, it's always a balance of hey, how do we tune that so we're getting enough new rooms into the top 100 without allowing sort of some of the more low effort rooms. Part of that, back in August, we rolled out the 3 strikes policy. So that's, only as recently as August, we did the 3 strikes policy. I think that's been reasonably effective, although we've definitely seen an uptick in low effort rooms recently. But yeah, just recently, I think we pulled off 80 spam rooms and actioned about 13 creators under the I've shocked Corbins and moderated about 13 creators under Creative Code of Conduct. So we are definitely putting effort in here. I think you'll see it kind of blow hot and cold as we adjust the as we adjust the algorithms. But yeah, hear the feedback. We're definitely not ignoring it. What we want is we want to see a really dynamic top 100 with really great rooms in it. That's what we're trying to optimize for. All right, hopefully that answers the question.
All right, question 2. Mm-hmm. Where did the friend Otron go?
Where? Oh, where? Where did the Friendotron go? So look, it's a temporary removal. The Friendotron will be back. We had to remove it due to a technical issue. Kind of a long story. Don't worry about it. Friendotron is coming back, but yeah, just temporary absence.
Question number 3. Can you guys please remove these low effort rooms that keep filling the hot page? All these escape rooms I don't know, like Escape Eminem or something, have been flooding the hot page and making actual decent rooms get little to no visits. It's scummy and makes the community that is over the age of 11 look bad.
Scummy. Wow.
Yeah,
Harsh feedback.
All right.
I think we kind of covered this one in the first question. You know, we talked about the 3 strikes policy. We actually have been ramping that up recently. Like I said, we just removed a bunch of rooms. We just moderated a bunch of creators under Creator Code of Conduct. We're going to continue to put effort in here. Like I said, we're trying to strike that balance of we want new and newly updated rooms to have a really good chance to get into the top 100 if people like them, if people are playing them. But, you know, that comes at the risk of low effort rooms kind of flooding the list. And so it's a tough balance to strike, but we will keep tinkering with it till we get it right. So thank you for the feedback.
Question 4. It's frustrating to see highly anticipated features be slowly and painfully rolled out through split test that only a small percentage of the player base can access. It's even more frustrating when some split tests forced upon us actively make the user experience worse. I understand that split tests are a necessary evil as data collection is important, but has there at least been any discussion about making them more user-friendly and transparent? At the very least, we should be able to opt out of certain tests, and we should be able to see the split tests our account is opted into and what each of them does.
Yeah, split tests are interesting. So, you know, the reason we do them, I'm sure you understand because you said, hey, you understand they're a necessary evil, but just for people who don't know what a split test is. So a split test is, hey, we've got, 100% of Rec Room players, and sometimes when we want to try something new, rather than just roll it out immediately to 100% of players, which is what we used to do. Back in the day, we would always do that. What we've been doing for the last couple of years, increasingly, is when we're doing a new thing, we'll roll it out to like 10% of the players first, and we'll just keep an eye on it for a couple of weeks. How are people reacting to it? How is the usage affected? Are we seeing an increase in crash rate? Are we seeing any kind of negative impacts? And we just kind of like build some confidence that way. And sometimes we learn about the feature and we iterate on it a couple of times before we roll it out to 100%. And sometimes we do a split test experiment. We roll something out and we find from that 10% that people really don't like it. Like they respond badly to it. They just don't play as much as they used to, or whatever it is, right? They don't go to as many rooms. And so we're like, that was a bad change. We'll do something else. So I understand that can be a bit confusing. We see it on the forum. Sometimes people are like, what is this? I'm not seeing that. It creates some confusion. So for that reason, we try and keep the split tests pretty short. We try and keep them to a couple of weeks, and then we either ship the new thing or we ship the way it used to be. So yeah, the reason we do it is that, like I said, we used to roll things out to 100%. And what we learned over time is, as Rec Room got bigger and more complicated and was on more platforms and was just more complicated, had more features, we found we were often having negative impacts on the game. Like we were making the frame rate way worse, we were making the crash rate way worse, or having other negative impacts. And we just kind of burned our fingers on that stove too many times. And so now we're a lot more careful and we kind of roll things out incrementally. I know that can be a little confusing, especially if it's a feature you want and you're not in the split test. So I apologize for that frustration. And yeah, the one that we did have a test recently where we capped the frame rate very temporarily. This is a very time limited thing. Yeah, man, that one's borderline for me too. And you won't see us doing stuff like that very often, or if at all. But we do that for a good reason. Like, we're aware that we have some frame rate challenges on the game. Performance is not where we want it to be, especially with the UI and stuff like that. So we want to make that better. And to do that, we have to do some experiments. We have to learn, when we make some changes. And weird as it sounds, like that experiment where we capped the frame rate briefly for some people was a way of learning the way the systems work. And the goal there is actually to make it better for everyone in the long term based on what we learned. So I hear the feedback. It's kind of a delicate subject, but yeah, like that's the reason we do it. It's to learn. It's to make sure we're not making things worse accidentally as we try and ship out improvements. As for like showing what split test you're in and letting you opt out, I'm not the world's most sophisticated data guy. I'm just a game designer. I don't know what I'm talking about mostly. But I think, look, there's already enough complexity in analyzing the experiment results without having people aware of the experiments and opting themselves in and out and all that kind of thing. It just makes everything really, really complicated. And, for example, most apps that you use these days, or at least many apps that you use on your phone or whatever, they all do this. They all split test apps. And I'm not aware of any that let you see which tests you're enrolled in and let you opt yourself out. Educate me if I'm wrong, please. So I don't think we're going to do that. It just makes everything too complicated. What I think we will do is just really try and keep the split tests as tight as possible, just enough to learn what we need to learn. And obviously, if we've rolled something out and it's seeing really positive feedback and really positive results from the test, we want to get that into everyone's hands as quick as we can, because it makes the game better. So, yeah, like you said, it is necessary. I don't know if it's evil, but I understand that it can be a frustrating experience if you're on the wrong side of a split test that you don't want to be on. But we'll keep them brief. But it is how we make the game better incrementally over time. So hopefully that makes sense. Nice. I had to sneeze for that whole answer. Oh my God. Woo, there it was. Yeah.
Question number 5. Any update on weekly challenges or any form of new challenge system? The games have gotten much more boring in my opinion, since you don't have anything of value. Wow. Weapon skins to work for anymore. Sure, there's daily challenges, but those only give you the chance of earning tokens with 90% of what you get being consumables and food. What do you guys plan to do with that area in the rec center where that rec.net photo slideshow was? It's just been empty for a long time with no real announcement with what you guys plan to do with it after it was removed.
Okay, so I hear 2 questions there. One on things like weekly challenges and one on the slideshow area in the rec center. Let me go backwards. So the slideshow, yeah, we pulled out that slideshow for policy reasons. We had to remove that. We don't have any plans to bring it back. But what we do have plans to do is, and I've been saying this for years, so man, like this answer is going to be like one of those ones where I'm like, man, we really want to do these things. So like, it's been on the list for a long time to really give the rec center a fresh coat of paint. And so I think rather than bring back the rather than bring back that slideshow, I think we'll hold and we'll invest in improving the rec center in a more kind of comprehensive way rather than bring that back. So stay tuned. Don't have any specific announcements, but that's something we want to get to. Same with the weekly challenges. Like I think, when we talk about this internally, I know removing the weekly challenges was very controversial. Going back to that first question, hey, why do you ignore us? Man, we heard the feedback for sure. We definitely listened and heard from people telling us about that. But as I said at the time, we really felt like we weren't able to do a good job of maintaining that system. It wasn't getting the love that it needed. It wasn't evolving. It wasn't growing in any way. And so we opted to remove it rather than just have a system that we really weren't able to invest in and maintain. That's kind of still where we are. We just, I think, internally when we talk about it, I think we all agree that the best version of Rec Room has that kind of a system built into it. So, players who really like to play that way have something really concrete to work towards. I think we do want to see that. But we're just not in a position to do a good job of it. We got too many other things that we need to do first. So I wouldn't hold your breath for weeklies coming back, or anything in that form, at least not right now. Like I said before, we do have rooms with progression in them. We do have rooms with things you can earn in them. And I think you'll see us invest in-room progression and in-room rewards, sooner than a kind of global app-wide system. But on the desire, we're with you. If I could wave a magic wand and bring it back, just for free, what I mean is without having to put people on the team on it because we got other stuff to do, I'd do it. I think it'd be really cool to have that back in a really cool and evolved form. But for the time being, yeah, no plans to re-add.
Question number 6. Number 6. Will it ever be possible to make weapons fire like they do in Rec Royale in custom rooms, and to have copies of the Rec Royale map? This would greatly improve the lives of us Rec Royale players. Or League players. My bad.
League players, yeah. All right, shout out to the Rec Royale League players. So copies of the map, no, we're not going to do that. Just not something we can support at this time. That map was not designed with copyability in mind. It's a pretty heavy list for us to make Run the Block fully copyable. So moving forward, we'll make everything copyable, but man, it's really a heavy lift to go back and make something like Wreck Royale copyable, much as we'd love to, but no, sorry. On the guns, I'd be really curious to know, and maybe some of the kind of community folks can follow up and get some more information here, because I'm curious to know exactly what type of customization you're looking for, because the goal would be absolutely you can make guns like that in a custom room, for sure. We definitely want that. So I'm probably a little bit out of the loop on exactly what features are missing. I'm guessing it's something pretty nuanced. But we do have the gun handle, the projectile launcher as UGC, in the pallet components that you can use. And in theory, I think you should be able to recreate the Wreck Royale guns with those. That's certainly the goal. So if there are specific features missing, I'd love to hear about them, and we'll go look at that. I think that is something that we likely can invest in.
Question number 7. Will Rec Room ever have full game events like League of Heroes anytime soon? It feels like all events there have been lately are either just a storefront or a short game with a brand deal. I just think it'd be more fun if there was just an event where the developers were allowed to go all out with a board theme. Or my bad.
Yeah.
A
broad thing?
Yeah, a broad. I don't know why I saw a board. I was thinking a board game.
A board thing. It's gonna be like going to a board meeting. We're gonna all sit around the table and we're gonna talk about money. All right, so no, I'm being all right. Yes, a broad theme. Yeah, no, I think it'd be cool. Like League of Heroes was pretty fun. And I think it's fair to say like most of our efforts in this direction have been associated with brand partnerships. This is kind of similar to my answer on the weekly challenges. I think it's true. Like I think the ideal version of Rec Room has this kind of thing happening regularly. We're just trying to get to a place where we've got we can pay attention to it. We just don't have the people to put on it right now. But we'd love for it to happen. So I think you will see it happen. You asked if it would happen soon. I don't think so. I think the next kind of thing in this direction is likely to be overhauls to the rec center, because I think that's been on our list a long time. We kind of think of the rec center as a good place for these kind of things to happen. So I think we want to get the rec center in a better state and kind of set the stage for this kind of thing. So yeah, not soon, but we do agree it'd be a cool thing to have for sure.
Question number 8. Any chance of actually fixing the lag from the 2D UI that was supposed to be in a quote-unquote improvement from the old UI? Bit ridiculous that it's been 3 years since it's got added, and yet it's still a piece of crap. Wow.
Come on, man.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, look, we hear you. We've been pretty frustrated with the UI performance. I think I've talked about this in prior AMAs. I know the team understands and is working hard on it, and has some actually really good tech coming that's improving things. Some of that has rolled out. I think there has actually been some improvements. The UI is a little better than it was, 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Still not good enough. Absolutely, I'm right there with you. But they have some pretty good stuff coming in Q1. They're working super hard on this. I'm not saying it's going to magically make everything perfect overnight, but I think you'll see continual improvement on this. Man, we will not rest on this one until it is just absolutely a no-brainer to use the UI. It's not painful on any platform. We know it's not good enough. We're not happy with it either. But yes, we are working on it. Expect more improvements in Q1, and we're just going to keep pushing.
Question number 9. Why is the Rec Center so bland than it was 2 years ago? Looking back when Rec Room did a collab or a special event like the NBA collab or the Amazing Superhero thing, the entire Rec Center was just decked out and it was pretty fun. I don't really understand the fact that nowadays, looking into it, the Rec Center is just really bland. Only redesigns. You get it just for the storefront or just to go into a ring?
Okay, so first of all, you're bland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey, they started it, okay?
Yeah, they
You know
did.
what? You're bland.
Yeah, you're bland.
All right, no, that's okay. Okay, I'm fine. No. I'm just being an idiot. Hey, actually, Corbins, if I say this, I want to see if you know what this means. If I say number 9, do you know what that means?
I don't.
Okay. So the Rec Center, Yeah, so I think I just talked about this in the previous question. We definitely think the rec center is overdue an overhaul. Some of the reasons we haven't been customizing it heavily has just been keeping the frame rate up, keeping the memory good, because our performance has not been great over the last 18 months. I've talked about this in previous AMAs. We've been putting a lot of effort into getting the crash rate down. We've got a lot of efforts ongoing getting the frame rate up for the UI and for just in the game generally. We're just going to keep pushing on that. And the reason I keep saying things like, oh, why aren't we doing challenges? Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? Some of it is just because we want to focus on getting the just fundamental performance of the app up. So the rec center, yeah, like I said, it's on definitely high on our list to kind of start investing in an overhaul there. But, part of the reason is we just have really been conservative with the rec center decorations just to kind of make sure performance is good for everybody. But yeah, I hope 2025 we see the rec center take a big step forward. So thank you for that feedback.
Nice. Also, the number 9 thing, was that a Beatles thing?
Hey!
Yeah, okay, cool. Just yeah.
Look at you, yeah. All right. Yeah, yes, it was. I grew up with that record as a kid, and I would listen to it, and that's stuck in my head. It just always in the back of my head. It's like number 9. Yeah.
All right,
here we go. Here, I'm gonna light the Yule log. Do. Oh, Jesus! I'm fine. It's all good. This room's pretty cool. I think you'll love it. Huh?
The chickens are laughing.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so question number 10. After updating Crescendo to make it optimized for all devices, it has really set the bar for performance in Rec Room, and even VR games as a whole. I know in the past it's been iterated that old Rec Room originals likely won't be getting updates, but seeing the changes you made to Crescendo to make it run extremely well, do you guys have any plans to add optimizations to other ROs, such as other tests, individual maps of games like Paintball, etc.?
First of all, thank you for the kind words. That's very nice to hear. Second of all, man, that was a real passion project for the team, based on community feedback. Going all the way back to that first question, hey, you never listened to us. We do try. And, a lot of people on the Quest wanted to play Crescendo. We wanted to bring it to them. And really, it was the team's passion that brought that to you. So kudos to them. But yeah, so the way, all of the old ROs, the way they're built is very, very kind of just bespoke, kind of handcrafted. And so there's really kind of just, they just kind of went in and optimized the content. We can't afford to do that for all of the other ROs, unfortunately, because our focus is really on getting the creation platform to have that kind of performance natively. In fact, we've kind of been saying that one of our key goals for next year is just, man, we want any UGC room, any community created room to just automatically perform that well. No matter what platform you're on. That's kind of our goal. So yeah, I don't think you'll go and see us hand optimize the other ROs the way we did Crescendo, but I'm glad that it's performing well for you and that you're enjoying it.
Question 11. In terms of updating both full body avatars and the new Bean avatars, how close are we to seeing new body adjustments, sliders/settings? When will full body avatars be out of beta? It's been quite a few months, and I think they're still listed as being beta within the watch customization menu. So,
I think the answer to both of those questions is soon. I know the team's working on the additional customization for the full body, and I'm expecting that they'll remove all of that beta branding, as that kind of rolls out. So I think, in the next couple of months, you'll see all of that stuff cleaned up. That's my understanding.
So, question 12. You said you would completely remove the old Bean, but the new Bean behaves terribly for short people. I do not use seated mode when I sit on my couch because it makes me motion sick when I bend or reach down and the game tries to fix my height. But I hate how slouched over the new Bean looks when I am playing while sitting. Seeing the new Bean bend when it does not have any limbs feels weird in general. I've actually seen videos of the Bean bending. It looks funny.
Yeah. So look, I think, all right, so great feedback. I think in the next update, there is more improvements to the seated behavior for the new Bean and for that kind of crumpling up problem. We really want to make that work right for everybody. So please keep giving us feedback. We'll keep iterating on it until you're satisfied. I think generally speaking, the new beans are getting there. Like, this is a new bean. I'm pretty happy with it. But yeah, there are some specific issues like, seated mode. If you're a shorter stature, whatever the issues may be, we really, really care about getting everyone comfortable with the new bean. Because I do want to reiterate, our goal is to retire the old bean. The old bean, much as we love it, obviously, it's our classic avatar. We have nothing but love for the old bean. But man, from a technical perspective, it's expensive. It's really hard to maintain. Our poor QA currently has to test 3 different avatar systems, full body, new bean, old bean. It's just kind of crazy town. So we really do need to get to a point where we can turn off the old beans, but that means that you have to be happy with the new beans. So this kind of nuanced feedback is really, really important. And, for a bunch of these questions, I've kind of said, hey, yeah, we hear you. We'll work on that when we can. We'll get there eventually. But for this one, we are very much actively working on it. We will make this better for you.
Okay, question number 13. Will Quest 3 get better graphics / lighting?
Yeah, actually, the team's working on that. We're in a Quest 3 right now to film this AMA with you, Corbins. And yeah, they told me some rendering improvements are coming, hopefully, in the first quarter of next year. So that's January, February, or March. Hopefully some improvements coming for Quest 3 soon, TM.
Rec Room OST 4 win?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so first of all, yes, we definitely want to get the more recent music up on Spotify. Oh my God, this thing's freaking me out. Oh my God. Okay, right, we'll get through this. Here, we should. Oh my God, I think Corbin's. We got to get off so I can answer this question.
All right.
This is killing me.
Rec Room OST 4 win? Question mark.
Yeah. Good question. Okay, so this question's about the Rec Room official soundtrack. So we got 3 volumes of the soundtrack up on Spotify. Now, some of you may not realize, back in the day, for all of the early ROs and stuff, Gribbly, was actually the composer for the game. But as the game got bigger and, we kind of like on more platforms, I got busier and busier. And we brought in the amazing Chasuya. I hope I'm saying your game name right there. Chasuya. I realized I've only really read it. I don't think I've ever really said it. Anyway, he's an amazing composer. We've worked together for many, many years. He's incredible. And he's been doing all of the recent music, including the super cool Run the Block music that just came out, was all him. And so obviously people want that music on Spotify as well. So we'll figure that out. The weird thing is, I had an old Gribbly, because Gribbly is like, been my online name since well before Rec Room. This was my Quake name in the 90s. That's how old I am.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think I've said that before in the AMA with Harry. I think I've explained that Gribbly's just been my online name forever. And so I have Gribbly, the artist, on Spotify, and so I just put all the music up on Spotify under Gribbly. So it doesn't kind of really make sense to put Chasuya's music up under my artist name. So we got to figure out we're either going to do it as Chasuya, or maybe we'll make a Rec Room account. I don't know. We haven't figured it out, but we do want to get it up there. Chasuya X Gribbly. All right. So we'll figure it out. But hey, I'm just glad people are enjoying Chasuya's music. He's really awesome. He makes amazing stuff. And yeah, really, really delighted by his contributions to the recent Rec Room games. Also,
shout out the DJ on Run the Block. He's the best DJ. He makes the game.
It kind of really brings down the brings down the energy. Run the Block would have been so cool if it wasn't for that voiceover.
Wow. Yeah. I feel like the DJ makes Run the Block. As soon as you walk into there, mwah.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Okay. All right, one more. Oh, by the way, Corbins, can I just get excited about something? So it was the Game Awards recently. Some of you may remember this from previous AMAs, but Gribbly here, one of his favorite video games of all time is the Virtua Fighter series. And they just announced a new one, Virtua Fighter 6. It's coming. Yeah, so this is very exciting. So any fellow Gen X Virtua Fighter fans like me, get excited because it's coming.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Rec Room or the AMA. I'm just excited about it.
Also,
it's like my Christmas present.
There was an appearance by Kevin, the Goblin, in the Game Awards, because he was actually there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. There's a picture right above here. There he is, right there. He's just chilling. Yeah. Wow. The Game Awards.
I love it.
Final question 15. Can you please let me keep a Mousebot as a pet? I love them.
No. All right, thanks for coming to the AMA. No, those things are explosive. You can't have a Mousebot as a pet. What are you, crazy?
Yeah.
All right, I think we did it. We did it. All right. Well, look, I just want to say thank you for the questions, everybody. We really enjoy doing these AMAs, even though I have to do it with Corbin's. I really appreciate the questions. I really appreciate the feedback. Corbin's, I'm just kidding. I love you. Thank you for helping. Thanks. Look, thank you for playing Rec Room this year. We love you all. We hope to see you in the new year. We'll do more of these AMAs next year. We got a really, really exciting 2025 queued up. Lots of really great stuff in progress for the game. So thanks for a great 2024. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, all of that good stuff. We'll see you next year.
See you next year.
Hey all, it's Gribbly here. I'm back for part 2 of the AMA. Apologies for the delay on this. We actually meant to get this out last week, but we ran into July 4th. Hope everyone had a great July 4th. I had some issues with my home setup, so I've driven into the office to be with you all today. So appreciate my sacrifice. Look at what I do to be with you. No, I'm just kidding. Happy to be here, chatting and going through the second set of questions from the AMA. There were so many questions in this AMA that we couldn't get through them all in part 1, so here we are for part 2. Before we dive into the actual questions, I wanted to mention a couple of things. So first of all, hopefully you saw the big announcement. Rec Room is coming to the Switch. That's right, we are shipping on the Nintendo Switch. I am super fanboying out about this. I'm a huge fan of the Switch. Tears of the Kingdom is one of my top games of all time. I absolutely love it. So huge fan of the Switch. Couldn't be more excited that Rec Room is coming to that platform. Excited to welcome Switch players to the Rec Room community. So, if you want to know more about that, please go to rec.net/switch, rec.net/switch. You can pre-register. You'll get a cool item for pre-registering, and you'll be the first to know when you can download and start playing on the Switch. Also, just want to talk about some of the feedback that came to us from the first video, from the AMA Part 1 video. A few people called out and said, hey, Gribbly, you were talking about item prices, but you talked about item spend going up 25%, not item prices going up 25%. That's fair feedback. That's true. The data I shared was actually about spend, not about item prices. And I know what people are asking about really is, hey, the item prices seem really high. Are we going to get, more reasonably priced items? So here's what I want to say about that. So we're very actively working on creating a much broader spectrum of options in terms of both pricing and the types of items you can get, the style that you can get. So basically, here's what I want to do. I want to, like I said in the previous video, I want to show, not tell. So please, let's keep talking about this. Let's check in a couple of months, and I hope that you'll agree with me that there's a lot more options available, including many more reasonably priced options. We're not planning to reduce the price of the most expensive items, but we are planning to provide a much, much broader spectrum. So there's something for everyone. You won't always have to pay those really high prices to get something cool. So keep an eye on that. Let's talk about it again in a month or two. But just the message is we are working on it. We do hear you. And this is something that we really do care about. All right, that's one thing. Second thing is, I saw the top comment, at least for me. I don't know how the YouTube comment algorithm works in detail. But the top comment when I go to look at the AMA that we posted was from Therapeutic, one of our rec tubers. Hi, Therapeutic. We love you. And, and she had some feedback where, she felt like a lot of what I was saying was throwing cold water on the community. And I apologize for that. That's not how I want to be perceived. And so just something I wanted to throw out is I would love it. I would love to find a way to sit down with you, Therapeutic, and have a kind of more face-to-face conversation in Rec Room somehow. So I've asked our team to kind of talk about that, figure out what the right way to do that is, but just kind of wanted to throw that out there as I think a good next step to kind of talk through some of this stuff. So if you're interested, let me know, let us know, and we'll get it set up. We'll have a little sit-down chat. Okay, that's that. That's all the housekeeping, I think. Let's move on to the questions. So, question number 1 from Didley Ono. Will we be getting any new RROs which don't use Studio? Any new rooms that use Studio don't add anything to the base game, which neglects creators that exclusively use Maker Pen, which is a big portion of the player base, as not everyone has access to or wants to use Studio. A big incentive for creation and a selling point was that you could create in-game on any platform. The move to Studio has actively hurt this idea. Great feedback. I think there's 2 parts to it, right? So I'll treat each part separately. So part 1 is, will there be any new RROs that don't use Studio? And I'm going to say no. We plan to use Studio and the Maker Pen in combination to create all future RROs. My Little Monster was created with both Studio and extensive use of the Maker Pen. Man, you talk to the My Little Monsters team, they will tell you they spent many hours in the game with the Maker Pen, tweaking, tuning, debugging. So no, we're not planning to walk away from Studio for RROs. But on the second point, the Maker Pen and in-app creation generally using all the tools we offer to create with the device you have, right? So if you've got a phone or a VR headset or a console, you don't have access to a PC, you don't have access to Studio, we want you to be able to create really meaningfully. So this is really important to us. We remain super committed to that vision. We are continuing to invest in the Maker Pen. I agree there has not been as many improvements and bug fixes and performance improvements as we would like to see. I think that's a valid criticism. I think you can expect to see that getting better soon. It's certainly something we're very focused on. Please stay tuned. We remain 100% committed to the Maker Pen. We think it's super valuable. We think we love all of our in-app creators. We want everyone to feel like they can participate in creation no matter what device they have. So you'll see us double down on that until it's fantastic and amazing. So yeah, that's the plan. Now we have a question from Sequence Static. What direction can we expect Rec Room to go forward with when it comes to sponsored leagues? Sponsorship applications are almost never opened, and the leagues that currently exist feel like they are sort of abandoned and left to do their own thing. I think there's a grain of truth to all of that. We honestly don't have time to onboard new leagues. We really love all the league activity, but we just don't have the bandwidth to take on more leagues. There is quite a lot of moderation work that comes out of it, and we are so busy just moderating the general game that we just don't feel like we could do a good job supporting new leagues. Overall, we've always looked at sponsored leagues as being primarily community driven. They're primarily about, the league setting themselves up and using Rec Room as a platform, and we sponsor them. Like we want to support them as best we can, and so we encourage leagues to keep hosting events, keep hosting tournaments. We'll continue to provide the end of season rewards, like gold skins, like tokens, like all that kind of thing. We really do love to see the league activity, but yeah, we can't take on any new leagues at the moment. We can really only sustain what we've got. If things change down the road, if things free up and we can afford more bandwidth, we're happy to reevaluate that. We love to see leagues in the game, but yeah, we can't take on any new league applications right now, but we do remain committed to the level of support that we have right now. Next question is from Just a Fish. Just a Fish asks, how come community events weren't at RecCon last year, 2023, and will they return? So, one thing to say about RecCon, we are planning it right now. We're very excited to bring RecCon back for 2024. We'll have more announcements about that coming pretty soon. We experiment with the format every year. We don't expect RecCon to be identical one year to the next. We want to see what works, want to see what doesn't work, and kind of continually evolve the format. We hope to have some community events at RecCon this year. So we're fairly early in the planning phase. We definitely hope to have some. We are planning to do some kind of engineering support, trying to do a go-to-event chip that will make it much easier to bridge from RecCon into various events. If we can get that to work and get that landed in time, that will make it much more feasible for us to support community events. So basically, stay tuned. We want them. We think they're awesome and really additive. We think they make RecCon better. If we can possibly support them, we will. We'll have more to say on RecCon soon, but we are really excited to bring RecCon back for 2024, and thank you for the question. This question is from Potential Employee 8128. Who says, when will we get a CV2 chip, that's a circuits chip, that checks if the player is talking or they're speaking volumes levels, how loud they're talking basically. Okay, good news on this one. It's done. It went out. I think it'll actually be out in your build by the time you see this AMA. I think it shipped last week. I'm guessing it's in beta, but go check for it. So one of our amazing devs, Wilchill, actually saw this question in the previous AMA on the Reddit, and he was able to squeeze it into his schedule and just kind of build it and ship it. It's something we've wanted to do for a while, but he just took the AMA prompt as a reason to kind of bump it up. So good job, Wilchill. He got it done. And yeah, let us know, Potential Employee 8128, if this suits your needs or if you've got any feedback. It's in beta, so we can tweak it. But yeah, that one is done and done. All right, next question. This question is from Hello Papap. All right, they ask, will we ever get PSVR 2 support? I've missed playing this game so much. I'm guessing they upgraded from a PSVR to PSVR 2. And I just want a yes or no answer. Okay, the one-word answer is no. I'm sorry. Hello, Opapap. I've said this before. It really doesn't make financial sense for us to support PSVR 2. We have looked into it in detail, but it just doesn't make sense for us to be on that platform, unfortunately. If that changes, if anything in that circumstance changes, we'll reevaluate, but for right now, the answer is no. I'll kind of tag onto that, because very often a follow-up question that I see on the Reddit or people ask me is, hey, you're not on PSVR 2, but you are on Pico, you are on Apple Vision Pro. So on Pico, yes, we are. We do ship on Pico. Look, Pico made it a very good financial decision to be on that platform, regardless of how many headsets there are out there. Makes a ton of financial sense for us to be on there. On the Apple Vision Pro, I think there's a misperception. We have built a really cool demo. We did invest in doing that, partnering up with Apple. That was really awesome. The Apple Vision Pro is amazing. It's a really, really cool piece of hardware. If you get a chance to check it out, I really recommend it. But we haven't shipped on the Apple Vision Pro yet. We're not maintaining that build. We're not in the store. If you have an Apple Vision Pro, you won't find Rec Room in the store yet. So what that means is when we do our updates every week, we're not paying the cost of rebuilding it for the Vision Pro, testing it for the Vision Pro, updating it for the Vision Pro. So, it's really not the same kind of thing as being on or off a platform. That was a demo we built. We're super excited for the potential of the Apple Vision Pro in the longer term. But yeah, we're not officially released on that platform yet. We hope to be, but yeah, not yet. Next question is from Low Chocolate 7824. When will Inventions work in Rooms V2? The answer is soon, TM. This is a super high priority for the team. We are, really doing a lot of work on Rooms 2 right now. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming down the line. There's been some instability recently. Man, that's been really, really tough for our creators, also for the people working on Rooms 2. I know they take it really personally when it doesn't work the way they want it to. So everyone's working super hard. And yeah, Inventions are a really important part of the roadmap. So I don't have a specific date, but they are coming soon. This question is from some guy named Hope. Hello, some guy named Hope. Will Rec Room Highlights ever make a return? Loved those. So the short answer is yes. Rec Room Highlights is definitely coming back. In fact, you can expect to see one soon. I know the team is working on bringing those back. Don't know exactly when, but yes, you should see some Rec Room Highlights very soon. We're excited to bring those back. Okay, next question. Do you guys ever plan on changing the Rec Center? It's been the same for quite some time, and I think it'd be cool for a change. Same with the dorm room. Yeah, I agree. I really want to. If I had a magic wand and we just had infinite time and people to work on things, Rec Center would definitely be getting an upgrade. It's definitely going to happen at some point. I can't even claim it's going to be soon, but it's definitely going to happen. Here's what we really want to do is we want to convert the Rec Center to a Rooms 2.0 room. So when Rooms 2.0 is really truly ready for that, when it's really offering way better performance, way better stability, really delivering on those promises, I think that'll be the time to bring the Rec Center over onto it so that we can build on that upgraded foundation. When we do that upgrade to Rooms 2, we would definitely take that opportunity to redesign and upgrade the space. We have some really cool ideas for how we want to update the space. I'm also really interested to hear ideas that people have, so if you want to put that on the Reddit or in the Discord, be really curious to know what ideas people have, or in the YouTube comments, be really interested to know, hey man, if you just had a magic wand and you could transform the Rec Center however you like, what would that look like? What would you do? Be really curious to see those ideas. Just to give you to get the gears turning, the way we think of the Rec Center is it's the default public space of Rec Room. Ultimately, we want it to be the town square of Rec Room, or the Times Square of Rec Room, where you can go, you can find all kinds of cool things to do. It's a gateway to other opportunities. It's bustling, there's people. That's what we want it to be long term. On the dorm room, we currently have some experiments running on the dorm room. We've done some work to make it way more customizable. So if you've customized your dorm in the past, you'll know that you can place objects, you can download dorm skins, you can place inventions, you can do a bunch of stuff. It's pretty cool. But you haven't been able to do things like change the skybox, change the lighting, or delete some things, like you can't delete the bed or delete the mirror or, all that kind of thing. So in the experiment, which is not rolled out to everybody, we're kind of just rolling it out, seeing how it goes, see if it causes any problems. We have a way more customizable dorm. You can delete everything, including the mirror, including the bed, like literally everything, strip it down to just the bare walls. Recolor also works on everything. So you can pull out the Maker Pen and you can recolor everything. So you can have bright green walls, bright red floor, whatever you want. You can change the outdoor skybox. You can change the ambient audio. It's a much more flexible and customizable space. So I think it's really cool. We'll see how that experiment goes. But yeah, so we're definitely poking at making the dorm more customizable. All right, next question. What is the plan for the creative community? So I think one thing to know about this, and I think we'll save this for future updates. I don't want to go too deep into this, but we have a new sheriff in town. So we have a new person running our community team called OK Orko. I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to meet him yet. I'm sure you will soon. He's awesome. He's really getting ramped up and has a lot of really cool plans. He's helping out on RecCon. So you'll get to know him in the coming weeks and months. But that's going to be the big update, is that we got OK Orko, who you'll get to know soon. All right, I got to the end of the list. I think that's it. So hopefully those are some useful answers and some useful info. Thanks to everyone for the many, many questions that came in during this AMA. We will certainly do this again soon. Appreciate all the feedback. As always, whether it's positive, whether it's negative, we would always much rather hear it than not. It's really, really important. And hopefully I've been able to provide a little bit of context on why we're doing some of the things we're doing. All right, till next time, this is Gribbly. Love you all. Have a good one.
Hey guys, we are back with the AMA. Unfortunately, this is our last one. I'm here with Gribbly, and this is a very bittersweet thing, but I think it's a really good conclusion to Rec Room and just being.
Harry, you know what it is? It's the end of an era.
It really is. I can't believe it. Yeah.
Me neither. I know. It's hard to know what to say, really, isn't it?
It's been a Rec Room journey, and wow, there's so much that we've been through. And since 2016.
Yeah. I know. We've done so many of these videos together. I had so much fun doing them with you, man. Thank you for doing one final one with me. I really, really appreciate it. I've had many, many good laughs with you, pretending to punch you out, going through all the different rooms.
Yeah,
answering your questions in the stupidest possible way. But we got one last AMA in us, Harry.
Yeah, this is bittersweet, and thank you guys again so much for submitting all your questions. So Grib is going to try his best to answer them as much as he can.
Dodge and weave where I need to. Dodge and weave.
Right, dodge and weave. Okay, are you ready for that dodge and weaving though? Because there's some hard-hitting questions here.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty, so I'll probably get hit by a few that I don't intend.
Okay, all right. On to the first question. Let's go.
I'm having so much nostalgia coming back onto this map. Like, I remember the early days building this with the team.
Really?
Like, what an incredible job. Look how beautiful this map is. And it's so many people have played this and enjoyed it over the years. Man, it's incredible.
The first question comes from the Holy Tree Man. What are your personal plans for the future, and will you work on any new major projects?
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, that's a good question, because, we're definitely wrapping up Rec Room. I think as we record this, we're about 48 hours from the shutdown.
Oh,
so,
man.
it's kind of amazing. So, thing number one, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, I hope. It's been a long time working on Rec Room. It's been super fun, super amazing, but it's been a lot. So, I'll probably take a little break, and then I definitely plan to make another game. I don't know exactly what form that's going to take yet. I've definitely got another game in me. And I definitely want to make more music and release more music. Like, people keep asking me about that. It's been a really fun thing for me to kind of put out music and see people stream it on the OSTs and stuff like that. So there'll probably be some weird Gribbly music to release. I want you to do me a favor, Harry, because people keep asking me what's next. I made on my website, gribbly.org/HQ.
Okay.
Gribbly.org/HQ. And that basically is a place you can put in your email, and it'll sign you up to a mailing list. And if you want to know what's next from me, and I'll also include other people who are working, people in the extended Rec Room cinematic universe, when there's new projects and things that people are doing, I'll kind of blast it out on that email. And so if you want to know what's kind of happening for me and the other Rec Room creators, that's a good way to stay connected. So to set expectations, this is not going to be a ton of, I'm not going to be sending out messages all the time. Like I'm going to take a break, like I said. But if you want to know what's next and, when I've got a new game to announce, that'll be a good way to do it.
Question number 2, we got from Crystal Bunny. Genuinely, what happened to the 2029 plan?
Yeah, so what Crystal Bunny is asking about is, I don't remember, I'm terrible with dates. Probably anyone who has watched these AMAs over the years knows that I'm very bad with dates. But a while back, I talked about hey, we got a plan, Rec Room is funded through 2029, and we're going to keep pushing. But obviously we're shutting things down a little earlier than that. Why is that? And it's a really, really simple answer, we always were looking into the future of all right, we've got to get Rec Room from being a popular app that a lot of people are spending a lot of time in into being sustainably profitable, right? And we had our moments, we definitely had some good months here and there, but Rec Room was never sustainably profitable. And really the reason, we're shutting things down earlier than we initially thought we might, even though, we still have some funding and things like that, is that we basically tried all the ideas we had to reach sustainable profitability and just weren't really confident that any of them were going to work. We're like really trying as hard as we could to sell subscriptions and to sell in-game content, and just not really getting the results we wanted. And so we just couldn't really see a path to profitability. And so we decided that rather than just grind it out and never quite get there, we would shut things down while we were still in control of the situation. We could, look after the staff as best as we could. We could give people months of preparation. We didn't just suddenly disappear overnight. People have known that the shutdown is coming for a long time. We've been able to do things like let people download their rooms and download their creations and download the avatars they created. And so, I think that's obviously it's sad news, and we don't want to be shutting things down. But if we have to shut it down, we're able to do it in the way that feels good to us. And that's why we're doing it now, as opposed to, in a couple of years when we're just truly out of money. I wish it wasn't what we had to do, but if we have to do it, this is the best way to do it.
The next question we got is from Techie804. Will there be an offline mode where we could do a limited amount of things like offline? And also, what is your favorite song in Rec Room?
So on the first question, sadly, no offline mode. When Rec Room servers are turned off on Monday, that'll be it. You will no longer be able to log into Rec Room. There won't be an offline. So that's really the end of the line. In terms of favorite song, that's a good question. Had a lot of fun making a lot of music, and I should say, it wasn't just me who made the music. I did I did the bulk of the early music, but shout out to Radiant Blur, who not only so Radiant Blur was kind of the lead designer for all of the early RROs, including Paintball. He was instrumental in making this amazing map, along with Cloud and Alkmaar on the art team. I think were really instrumental in building this one. And he played the iconic Ubi guitar part.
Oh wow!
That everyone,
really?
That was recorded by him on a very beat up nylon string acoustic in a closet in the old Rec Room offices in Belltown on his iPhone.
Oh yeah! Oh, that's awesome.
So that's an important one. And then I took that iconic guitar riff of his and turned it into the First Impressions song that plays on the title screen today. So Radiant Blur, definitely helped out with the music. Chasuya in the later years, if you go on Spotify and look up the Rec Room OST Volume 4 and 5, he did a lot of that music for things like Run the Block, for things like My Little Monsters, some great music there. And also Slide 20XX, was a local Seattle musician, helped us. He did some things like the charades music. He did some of the iconic sound effects, like when you res in and out of the room, the pew 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 sound. That was Slide 20XX.
Oh, nice.
Who's he's gone on to do all kinds of game projects. So thank you to all of them. In terms, but my favorite song, I would have to say, looking back on it, I really think we did a good job with Crescendo and Isle of Lost Skulls. Those are probably my favorites. If you go on to Spotify and you listen to Piracy on the High Seas, which is on the Volume 1 soundtrack, that's a favorite of mine. I think that's the battle music from Isle of Lost Skulls, when you're throwing jugs and swinging your sword around. I just think we got a good cinematic feel on that one. I feel good about that one.
Yeah.
And then in Crescendo, I'm a big fan of the Gavotte of the Blood Moon. That's also on the Volume 1 if you go listen to that. I think that just turned out really good. It's kind of like fancy. I remember Cloud made this beautiful lobby. When you halfway through Crescendo, you kind of get to this castle with all of beams of light coming through. He just made this beautiful space, and I think that and the music go together so well. I've always been fond of that one.
Yeah, it really set the tone and the atmosphere of it going on the quest.
Yeah.
People get hyped up, and then a lot of the speedrunners just really just love just going through it and just, getting everyone pumped up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, man, the quest speedrun community over the years has just completely blown my mind. It's been amazing to see how much people played those games and how good they got at it. Just absolutely incredible. Shout out to the speedrunners.
Lily But Epic asks, we've been told that 2019 that Rec Room barely turned over profit, but the game blew up insanely in 2020. 2020 and 2021. Are you able to let us, the players, know where it really started to go downhill financially in any form? Was it influx or AI, server costs, or something completely different?
Yeah, so it wasn't really any of those things. I mean, server costs were a big issue. The way Rec Room's architected, it is fairly expensive to run. But yeah, like I think what really happened, you know, like the game did blow up pretty big in 2021. That was really on the back of supporting screen mode. You know, so we could have PC players, console players, mobile players, and you know, and the game got really big for a while there. But what we didn't do a great job of was you know, I don't like this word actually, but I'll use it because it's how the industry works. Monetizing those players. We didn't do a great job of, like, you know, asking those people for money. And so we had a lot of players, but they weren't really giving us much money. You know, compared to a lot of other online games, you know, like I think there's a question later about Roblox, you know, as an obvious comparison. They're just much better at monetizing their user base. And so, yeah, as a result, even though we had a lot of players and were very popular, that wasn't translating into money and enough to offset the development costs and the server costs. And so that's really what it boils down to, you know, the math ultimately didn't math correctly. It was interesting at the time. I remember talking to players and doing some of these AMAs at the time. We would get questions because I think the perception was, even at the time, like, because there were so many Rec Room players and Rec Room, you know, was pretty high profile at the time, everyone assumed that we must be just drowning in money. And that was not really true. I'm looking at the paintball leaderboard. Global all-time wins. Number 1, the Oatcake.
Yeah, the Oatcake.
27,000 wins. Woo! You want to know what position I am on the leaderboard?
Guys, want to give a guess? Number.
I'd love to know what people guess is. I'm gonna say it. I am number 676,412.
Whoa!
Yes.
That's an achievement. Let's go. All right.
That really
High
is
five.
an achievement. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. This one cracks me up. We gotta do an AMA here on this hill.
Oh heck no! This is the worst. This is the worst one.
Yeah.
You know how many people you made people cry playing this course here? Oh my god!
I know everyone was so mad. So you know, so I didn't do a lot of level design for Rec Room. That was you know, that was more like Radiant Blur and the design team. But I did do this one, and the troll hole is my proudest level design creation in all of Rec Room history. So this one really takes me back to, this was the first thing that I really made with Ordzilla, who, you know, was with Rec Room the whole journey through. She's an incredible developer, and this was the first time I really got to work with her closely on something, and we had a ton of fun making this map together, including the troll hole. We laughed, and we got in a lot of trouble from the rest of the team when they were playtesting. Like, what the hell are you doing? But yeah, really good stuff.
From Willie Man, he asked, if you could turn back time, is there anything you would do differently to try to prevent the shutdown?
It's a good question. I think the answer is not really. I don't think so. I think, you know, we were always trying to make the best decisions we could with the information we had at the time. I think the truth is, Rec Room was always pretty much predicated on VR blowing up in a way that it hasn't really. You know, like VR's continued to be pretty popular, but it hasn't really exploded and become this huge mainstream hit that, you know, we really needed it to. And I think if it had, Rec Room was positioned very well to take advantage of that. But because it didn't, it kind of reached a ceiling and then kind of plateaued. That's always been a headwind for Rec Room, you know, and always something that we've tried to work around. Even though, you know, in its DNA, Rec Room wants to be a VR experience, and that's where it really has always shined the best. I think the only other thing I might look at doing differently is, you know, I think sometimes on Reddit I see people complaining about the performance of Rec Room. You know, like Rec Room is not always the most optimized game out there, and I think that's true. And that led us to investing pretty deeply in the Rooms 2 system. Like when we were like doing a lot of UGC stuff, the performance, you know, the amount of stuff you could put in a room was always so low, and we couldn't really let people build the kind of interesting, cool experiences we thought they would want to. It was hard to make even something of like Rec Room original quality, like something like paintball quality with the UGC tools because of the performance. So anyway, long story short, we put a lot of effort into Rooms 2. Trying to get that to be the solution to that problem, and we never quite got there. You know, a lot of good work, a lot of really smart people. We did a lot of, you know, we really tried our best, but with the benefit of hindsight, I'd probably adjust the balance there, and I think, you know, we we probably neglected the existing systems a bit too much, chasing after the higher performance of Room 2. So I might do that a little differently, but I think, like I said, we made the best decisions we could with the information we had at the time. So, with the benefit of hindsight, maybe we'd do that a little differently, but ultimately, I think it's really all about the VR headwinds. Rec Room was right there. If VR had exploded to be the dominant, paradigm that, like people aren't playing on PlayStation anymore, it's all VR headsets, I think we were right there. We were struggling a little bit. Something I'll always be proud of, and that you were a part of and all of the team was a part of is that, whatever happens with the future of Rec Room and immersive spatial entertainment and all that kind of stuff, Rec Room's always going to be a part of that story. There's always going to be a little piece of Rec Room DNA in 200 years' time when everyone's living in the metaverse, and there'll be a little bit of Rec Room in there. Something I thought was really funny, and that my family thought was really funny was when the show Mythic Quest.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yep.
Yeah, so Mythic Quest by the Always Sunny guy, I forget it, Rob McElhenney. Anyway, they did a pretty funny parody of Rec Room in one of their seasons.
No way.
Like season 2. Yeah, they had a Rec Room parody. I'm pretty sure it was a Rec Room parody. It was called Playpen. Had these like weird little avatars. It was super funny. I was like, that was a funny thing to think. Like, look, hey, Rec Room definitely made an impression. Like, whatever else happens. Poppy, the funny Australian game dev in that show, that was her baby. I was like, yes.
TGM Ethan, yes, I know this is most likely not going to be happening, but with the less and safe private servers of Rec Room versions like Radium and Vanilla, are you guys maybe going to release an official version like those so we can create our own local private servers? It would be really cool if you guys would do that.
No.
The next question is from Septic Squid 956. He asks, what's going to happen to the official Threadless shop? Will that stay up to support you guys in any way, shape, or form? What was your favorite part about working in Rec Room? If you had one final message to all players, what would it be?
All right, that's a 3-part question from Septic Squid. Threadless store, I'm actually not sure. I think it'll probably get shut down. So if you did want to buy something from there, I'd do it now. I don't know exactly when, but yeah, I wouldn't rely on that staying up. Second question, what was that? Favorite memory of working on Rec Room?
Favorite memory of working on Rec Room?
I have a lot of really great memories of working on Rec Room. It honestly was like, every month brought something new and different, and I had a lot of great times and great laughs. The one that's coming to mind as you asked me the question is like when we were making paintball clear cut. So the kind of like, sort of lumberjack, sawmill kind of vibey one. I was doing the music for that one.
Oh, you did?
And,
okay.
Yeah. And I remember I wanted kind of like a kind of really guttural, like, hoo-ah kind of noise that we did. So it's like, so it's the whole team.
Oh, the whole
team. After a team meeting in the old office in Belltown, team was probably like 30, 40 people at the time. I kept everyone, and I had my little portable voice recorder, and I made them all kind of go hoo-ah at the time. And so I just had this memory of just like everyone kind of laughing and just thinking I'm the biggest idiot, but having a good time doing it, and just like yelling at the top of their lungs like hoo-ah. And that's what you hear in the track if you go listen to the Clear Cut track. You'll hear occasionally it's got like an anvil sound, and it's kind of like this kind of goofy song, but it's got the whole team going hoo-ah, and it's just a really fun memory for me. So the third question was if I had a final message, right? Like to that's kind of a big question. I feel like that's a big responsibility. One is like a game developer answer, and that just one is like, I think a lesson of Rec Room is that you can create a lot of fun on kind of a shoestring budget. Rec Room's never been the fanciest game. It's never been, the highest fidelity game. And especially on the audio side, Radiant Blur and myself, we did all of the sound effects and music in the early days. And we were just rubbing two sticks together. Like, he did that Ubi track, recording it on an iPhone in a closet, So, people love that track. So it's like, never be put off by like, having the fanciest tools or having the fanciest graphics or whatever. Like, just make something really, really fun if you're making a game. That's really the key to it. And then in terms of like Rec Room, I think for me, the biggest lesson of Rec Room has been, is that people are really looking for reasons to connect with each other and looking for reasons to socialize. And it's been a really eye-opening lesson and a really valuable lesson to see how little it takes to get people to connect. Like, I think everyone is waiting for everyone else often. And so I think if I was to say something to people out there is like, just understand that kind of everyone's waiting for everyone else to initiate some kind of contact, initiate some kind of connection. And you'd be surprised how little you need to do to get the ball rolling on making a new friend, on making a new connection. So just kind of put that in your mind as a lesson from Rec Room. Like, so many people found a way to connect,
And it was because there was just the simplest excuse to get together and like play a goofy disc golf game or play a paintball game or just, go and visit some crazy UGC room. It just takes a little bit. So don't be afraid of putting yourself out there, making a new connection, making a new friend. You might be surprised just how easy it can be and how many people are actually looking to make that connection and just waiting for you to get the ball rolling.
Capital Campaign 462 asks, what was the original vision for the park? I've noticed that there are multiple leaderboards projectors in the park with no real function. The other question is, do you feel investing in RecRow more with the new seasons and items would have been a good idea given how popular it was?
So I'll go in reverse order. So Rec Royale Season 2, I know that was a popular request. I doubt it would have made a difference to the, financial trajectory of the company. I know people would have loved it. I know we would have enjoyed making it. And Mama Monkey saw this on Reddit, and she wanted me to mention, I think Alkmaar was pitching for Rec Royale Season 2. She had a pretty cool vision of, winter on Frontier Island, like a kind of winter Yellowstone kind of thing. So snow-covered, and you're driving around on snowmobiles. She had a really smart idea, that means we don't have to have leaves on the trees and grass, so the perf will be better. She wanted geysers that would knock you up into the sky. So I think we had some fun ideas for it, but I don't think it would have made a difference if we'd done it. In terms of the park, so the park was another one that Ordzilla was responsible for the level design and layout of that one, just like Disc Golf Propulsion, where Ordzilla and I made this one together, like I was talking about before. So she was really, really instrumental in building out the park. And the reason it has those projectors and things in it is, I think what we wanted and what we hoped for was that people would use the park and they would build on top of it, kind of field games, you could play baseball or basketball or stuff like that. But I think two things we learned. One is, I don't think our systems were really up to the task of making a really good baseball game. Our physics was never quite as good as it needed to be. So I don't think we really saw those. And then two, something that really surprised us early on, we thought a lot of the UGC rooms would kind of copy things like the park and build on top of them. But what we found was 99% of the UGC and Rec Room was on top of the Maker Room. Everyone really wanted to start from the kind of blank canvas is kind of what we learned. So yeah, the park never really kind of developed. It was kind of a UGC inspired thing. It ended up being more of just a kind of fun social hangout space. Yeah. But I think Ordzilla and the team nailed a real Rec Room vibe in that outdoor space. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was very spacious, but not too big that people get lost. It's kind of hard to explain. Yeah. But it's a really good social environment, especially the
I remember
waterfall.
I remember too. There was some early UGC stuff. I remember the first time I became aware of Marisa was when she built this crazy pirate ship, and that was floating above that main field of the park, and we were like, "Whoa, someone can do that with the Maker Pen!" That was crazy. Okay, so I thought we should get some footage of the graduation statue that's in Disc Golf Propulsion. This was kind of from back when, we still kind of thought of the Rec Room world as kind of against Gravity University as opposed to Rec Room. And so we had this idea of the science department, and the way they would do a statue is it's the bean statue, and it's all of the anti-gravity tech, which is why it's kind of wobbling around like this. And this was some alumni student who's graduated and has been honored with a statue. Thought it's a fun detail to point out on what is essentially graduation day for all of the Rec Room players is the original anti-gravity the original against gravity statue. You got the ghost boat.
Oh, I used to brag about this until you guys brought it back. I'm like, no.
Oh man, let me think. So Golden Trophy was the first quest we made, and I think with this, in many ways, it was a response to paintball, which got really popular. But what we found with paintball was super fun, but it didn't really give people time to talk to each other or interact with each other. It wasn't. You weren't really going to make new friends playing paintball. I think people did, but with the quest, it was very deliberately designed, to be a co-op experience. Step one, so you're working together, and then it was designed to have moments you got to gather up on the pad, before you can go to the next room to get everyone together. So you'd have these moments where there's no one attacking you. You've kind of cleared out the wave of enemies. You got to get back together as a group, which just leads to, you're talking to each other. We had the revive mechanic, so everyone had to help each other by getting physically close and high-fiving. There's a lot of design detail in Quest that may not be obviously. I think if you're a game designer, you probably see it, but I think a lot of people maybe don't think about it. how carefully designed it is to be a social friend-making experience. Which that was a very deliberate choice, because it was like, we don't, and obviously people did figure it out. Again, shout out to the speedrunning community and people who can solo quest. I've never soloed Golden Trophy. It's too hard for me.
I haven't.
But
It's hard.
That's why we made the quest so hard, is so it forced you to work as a group, again, to get people to work together and have these incredible experiences. So when you finally got through to the end, you're like, holy that was a lot. And you kind of like, you want to hang out again, do it again.
Capital Campaign 462 asks, do you regret not implementing more of what the OG player base wanted, like weeklies?
No, not really. I mean, I know probably people get mad at me about that, but like, I think, again, I don't think it would have changed the trajectory of the app. I think we had kind of bigger headwinds and issues that we were dealing with. And, I don't think we were poised to do a really, if I would have wanted to do weeklies in a way where we could do a great job of them. And I don't think we're ever in a position to do that, really. So no, I don't really regret it.
All right, the next question we got is from Natty Lynn. Asks, no questions, just say thanks for everything, Gribbly. I'll never be able to emphasize how much Rec Room back in 2017 it changed my life to be what it is today. Y'all really made something really special.
Oh, so thank you for the nice words, Natty Lynn. I remember hanging out with you back in 2017. I remember hanging out with you in Rec Room. I don't remember which room. But you know what? I also remember hanging out with Natty Lynn in the Wave for OG Vive players who remember the Wave.
That's crazy.
You kind of have a crazy, nightclub experience. And I remember seeing Natty Lynn in there one night and saying hi. So thank you, Natty Lynn. Thanks for everything.
Speaking of more OG players, we got from Star Centurion. He asks, having context of the shutdown, do you think everyone can create as a philosophy is well-meaning, but inherently a mistake? What I mean is that letting everyone publish rooms, inventions, etc., without much of a funnel or process to pass, whether gate-kept, playtime, achievement, or payment, meant that there was so much trash to wade through in order to find gems, not to mention the moderation cost of trying to contain inappropriate content as a result.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable question. I think maybe I'm naive and optimistic, but no, I still think everyone can create is the right philosophy. I don't think at the end of the day we did a great job expressing that philosophy, and that's no shade to the team. I would put that on my doorstep and Nick's doorstep. I don't think we provided the right guidance for the team to get this exactly right, but I do believe it's possible, and I do think that everyone can create. Like, everyone's got access to the tools. Everyone can have a shot at publishing something. Is the right way to do it. I mean, after all, this is the way things like TikTok and YouTube work. Mm-hmm. Everyone can have a go, and and all of these platforms have the same kind of problems where, like, only a small number of people can ever be popular on a platform, and if you're not getting popular, it can be really frustrating, and you can be really frustrated about the rules of the platform, and you can be like, look at this slop that's getting more popular than my stuff. I think these are just inherent to UGC platforms. But no, at the end of the day, I think if I was ever going to do something like this again, I would do Everyone Can Create again. I think I would double down even stronger on it, and I would really try and just do a better job of that. What is the discovery funnel for finding the best content? That's I think a lot of people did a lot of really smart work, but I would put it on. I put it on my own shoulders of, like, I don't think I ever provided the right guidance to get that exactly right.
Oh, this is a tough question. Okay, this is one of those, like, hard-hitting questions, guys. Are you ready for this one?
Yes, I'm ready. All right, let me set my stance. Okay.
Holding no
Where's that
punches
shield?
here.
Hang on. Let me get a shield.
Oh.
I don't see a shield, but I've got a water bucket that'll do the job.
Oh, that's even better. Okay. All right. We got a water bucket now. Okay. All right, this is from Turbulent Suspect 862. He asks, how much money did Nick, the CEO, get to run away with after deciding to shut down the game? How many times per year did Nick actually play the game himself after these horrible design choices began? And how much did it cost per year to run the game servers? And then he asks, how much money was poured into the research and development for UGC, Rec Room Studio, and AI features? That is a really tough question to ask.
Spicy question.
Yeah.
Spicy question. All right, let's talk about it. So Nick played the game all the time. Like, Nick was a huge fan of Rec Room. He spent a lot of time playing the game, a lot on mobile in the later years, a lot in VR in the early years. But yeah, he was a fan of the game, and for a CEO, a really, really good product thinker. Mm-hmm. Just as one example, that comes to mind is, like, the original costume dummy, where you would decorate it with the maker pen and then press a button and it would go boop onto your avatar. That was Nick's idea.
Oh, that was his idea.
And
Oh my gosh, that's cool.
Yeah, he was the one who suggested that, and the team obviously ran with it and implemented it, and there's a lot of details to it. But that was Nick's original idea. So he was a fan of Rec Room. He spent a lot of time in there. So yeah, definitely no concern there. I don't really feel comfortable talking about Nick's financial situation, but I will say he worked very hard, and he always had the best interests of the team and the company at heart.
Yeah.
So, look, Nick and I stay in touch. He's going to do great things in the future. I'm absolutely sure of it. So nothing but love for Nick.
Yeah.
In terms of how expensive it is to run the game, I don't have the numbers. I'm a creative guy. I'm not really the numbers guy. But the answer is really expensive. Just as one kind of I can give you a detail. The servers cost a lot to run. And we did put a lot of money into R&D of UGC and all that kind of stuff, for sure. As an example, we took a serious look once we knew the shutdown was coming. We took a really serious look at spinning out Paintball as a standalone app. Just hey, what if we just took Paintball? People seem to like that. Let's just make it a standalone app. What we kind of found, though, was the server side of it, just because of inherently the way Rec Room works, the server side is really expensive to run. Mm-hmm. It would cost a lot of money per month to run Paintball, and as a result, you would have to monetize it in a really quite aggressive way. You'd be asking players for a lot of money every month just to cover the cost, not even to make a profit, but just to cover the cost. So in many ways, Paintball has been subsidized by Rec Room all of these many years, so that we could afford to run it. The way the app works is just inherently very expensive, and as a result, we're we can't really see a way to make the economics of a standalone Paintball make sense. But so that's an indirect way of answering the question to say, really expensive.
The next question we have is from Camping for Cats. Asks, when will go-karts come to the game?
Next question.
Okay, we are here at Make It to Midnight.
Super fun game, but what I think of here is don't yell at me, Rye Guy, if I got this wrong. I think this was the first game we had Rye Guy direct. And really stepping up from being a designer on the team to really owning the whole game. And man, he just crushed it. Really did a great job. Rye Guy's an incredible game designer.
Oh yeah, really amazing. I remember when this game came out and people just loved the atmosphere, just immediately. Yeah. The setting and everything. So Rye Guy, thank you so much for creating such a instant classic for Rec Room Original. I mean, Bonky is now like a meme in Rec Room, so that's really cool.
Great character. Mm-hmm. Great character.
The next question we have is from I am Jaden YT. As why are friend requests disabled during the shutdown?
Oh yeah, no, good question. So it's really simple answer. Friend requests and new accounts were actually turned off, both of those for the same reason. They're really big hacking and trolling vectors, and so just turning those off just really simplified things. When we had a much smaller skeleton crew for the shutdown, we was look, this is going to be much simpler. Everyone who's really going to care about playing Rec Room has already got an account. Probably a bad thing to create an account just for the 3 months before the game shuts down. So yeah, that's why we turned that off. It was really just to simplify the kind of hacking and trolling kind of aspects.
Oh yeah, totally understandable. Yeah, I never thought about that. Pervasive Hedgehog asks, what could have possibly been going in your life to think that AI art should have been in the game about creativity?
Yeah, no, good question. And I know that that AI was controversial in Rec Room and remains controversial generally. What was going through our mind? Well, look, I think AI, whether you love it or you hate it, it's an extremely powerful tool. I think it's a tool that's going to be here to stay. It's something that's having a big impact in game development and software development generally. That's not to say it's all good, not to say it's all bad. Something that my feeling when I look at people talking about AI is I feel like, it's a pretty polarized discussion. You've got people who are like, AI boosters, they're like, AI is amazing, it's the only thing that matters, blah, blah, blah. And then you've got AI haters who are like, AI is terrible, it can't do anything, it's just awful. And I think, really my position is look, Rec Room, AI has good aspects and bad aspects, and I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. It's not all positives and it's not all negatives. I personally enjoy using AI for coding assistance, for example. I find it I'm a very mediocre programmer, always have been. But I find that, you know, I can really explore game ideas faster with the assistance of an AI coding agent, and that's really, really powerful, and it enables my creativity. But I totally get, on the other hand, why people are skeeved out by, like, you know, the fact that it's trained on so much human output without consent or compensation. Like, that's a big deal. So I totally get why people have strong feelings around it. As for why we experimented with it in Rec Room, I mean, again, it's like, I think it is going to be an important part of the future, and we really, really wanted to understand how it would work. And one of our company principles is, when in doubt, build it. We were in a lot of doubt, so we were like, let's go build it. And I think what we learned is, certainly, I mean, in AI years, you know, this was like, what, 18 months, 2 years ago, something like that. You know, so the tools were not as evolved even as they are now. I think we learned wasn't really ready for prime time in the context of Rec Room. The token cost was very, very high. We with the exception of Roomy, we struggled to find many things that were even like revenue neutral, let alone profitable. And so those were all really good lessons. And yeah, and definitely we noted that you know, with the Rec Room creative population, there wasn't a lot of appetite for it. People were not really clamoring for it. I think some people, you know, played with it, but yeah, overall people were like, not really interested. So all good lessons, but you know, I stand by the experimentation. I think we had to go dip our toe in that pool and understand what was going on. I think we ended up understanding things a lot better than before we tried all of that. I get it. You know, I've said this to many people in, you know, like, I'm old now, and I've been making video games for more than 30 years. And so I found myself in a lot of conversations with more junior game developers, you know, who are like trying to figure out, like, man, what does this AI thing mean? Does this mean I don't have a job anymore? Like, blah, blah, blah. And what I've said to them is, like, to me, from my perspective, I was making games before the internet, if you can believe it. So I was making games in the mid-90s before the internet had really, really become a mainstream thing that most people had. And so I kind of was in the industry as that transition took place. And it has a similar feel. AI has a similar feel in that, like, man, it's like, look, all of the traditional skills are still going to be very valuable. You're still going to have to know how to make a game. You're still going to have good taste. But it is going to transform a lot of things. It's going to make things that were expensive very cheap. Like the thing about the internet is it made distributing your game, which used to be extremely expensive. You had to physically manufacture a disc, physically ship it. You know, it was incredibly hard to distribute your game to people. Suddenly the cost of that went to zero. We're seeing something similar with that, with like generating code now. The cost of like generating code, like for the longest time, if you wanted to make a game, one of the most expensive parts was making the code appear, because you needed to pay an engineer to do that. That balance is changing, and it's not going to go away. It's just going to change. Like, I would say the availability of free engines like Unreal and Unity have been as impactful on this front too, because now all of your engine code is much cheaper. So look, it's going to change things for sure, but I don't think it's like some existential event. The game industry, for as long as I've been in it, has been extremely flexible and adaptable, and every year has been different to the previous. And the people who do well in the games industry are the people who are the most adaptable and flexible, willing to learn new tools. So yeah, that would be my advice. Don't go to either of the extremes. AI is not the be-all and end-all, and AI is not something that's going to fizzle out and go away. The truth will be somewhere in the middle. And that's why we experimented with it.
Clutch the Husky asks, was there any plans on the ideas for quests after Crescendo? If so, what kind of quest ideas were there?
Yeah, we definitely had some ideas, and you know, man, if I don't really have many regrets, but if I would have loved if we could have made another quest, because I am a huge fan of that genre of experience. I think it really captured something super special, like I was talking about in Golden Trophy before. So one, we always wanted to do a sequel to Jumbotron. We wanted to do Jumbotron 2. I think that would have been really, really fun. Like, I think Jumbotron was just such a cool vibe that I think that would have been a really cool space to play in. The other one I know the team was excited about exploring was a Western quest. So kind of cowboy quest, you know, with like quick draw mechanics and like, you know. Yeah, I mean, you would be dressed for it. Right?
Did that turn out to be a showdown at some point instead of like a quest? You think?
Maybe I don't know that there is much of a relationship there. I mean, maybe we're like thinking about that theme, so that's why we ended up there. But
Okay.
But yeah, that I think that would have made a pretty cool quest.
Oh, that's really awesome. Yeah, the first time I'm hearing that. That's pretty amazing. Question we have is from 3YX3 asks, will you all make the files open source so maybe people could host their own servers or perhaps in offline mode?
Yeah, I think we've had this question in a couple of different forms. No.
I'm just a Justin. Okay. How many Justins have you met in your life?
At least 2.
2? Yeah, I've got like a handful of Justins, probably.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're out there.
Yes. What mistakes did you learn?
What mistakes did we learn? Well, that's a broad question. In life, in Rec Room, I think in Rec Room context, man, look, I'm sure we screwed up a ton of things, amongst getting a few things right. I think something that jumps to mind, I think an easy way to answer the question is, I think we learned that UI systems are complicated and expensive to make. And I think at the, with 48 hours or whatever to go before we shut the game down, I think we are now at 3 separate unfinished UI systems in the game. And so I think lesson learned is that that is harder than I anticipated.
Kelexer_, they ask, is there any chance of something happening with the game anytime in the future? Or can we safely guarantee it is finished indefinitely?
Yeah, this is the end of the line. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I would definitely do not hold your breath for a sudden resurrection or anything like that. This is Monday, June 1st at noon Pacific really is the end of the line for Rec Room. I've been on a bit of a Beatles kick. I grew up as listening to the Beatles as a kid. And then you listen to the Beatles solo career, and George Harrison has an album titled All Things Must Pass, and I think that's what we're experiencing for Rec Room.
That'll be a really good montage to listen to, while you listen to your
adventures. If you go to Spotify, forget George Harrison, go and listen to Gribbly.
Hey, yeah, guys.
Hey, this was a room we used for during COVID when we were fully remote and we were really using the game as a way to have meetings and stuff. We would go into the boardroom, the conference room here in the lounge, and we would have morning scrum in there. So I remember always coming into this room in the morning, the start of the workday.
Yeah,
it was really fun to kind of. And then I also remember way back in the day. I wonder if we're even allowed to talk about this. Probably we are. We did a eye tracking prototype for Valve. And I remember we used the poker room as we were playing poker and doing the shifty eyes, and that was a really fun thing.
I saw the gift for that. I'm like, whoa, when is that coming out? And I just it's really cool. Very, very cool concept though. This is from Takeover Monkey 22. He asks, will you still make music?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I talked about this from that first question. The kind of what's happening next. I definitely look. I'm always going to make music, and it's always been a hobby of mine ever since I was a little kid. So I'll always be doing that. It's fun. I think I'll use the Gribbly account just to kind of publish, sort of increasingly weird, less and less Rec Room related music. So if you've enjoyed, any of the kind of strange noises that I've made over the years, that'll be a good way to listen to it. But yeah, no, I'll continue to do that. And actually, it's been funny. A few people have reached out to me on Reddit and in DMs on socials, and there's people who have kind of gone exploring and found old SoundCloud tracks and Bandcamp tracks that I had uploaded years and years ago,
wow.
Way before Rec Room. And they kind of come back and be like, hey, we kind of like these songs. And I was like, oh, that's kind of amazing. I'm amazed that people put effort in to find it. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
I've honestly kind of forgotten about a lot of that stuff. So maybe I'll dust off some of that stuff and put it on Spotify or something. But yeah, no, definitely we'll make more music.
That would be
better or for worse.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Do you have a favorite instrument, your go-to that you like playing?
Yeah, I mean, people So I was chatting with people on Reddit about this, and someone on YouTube, I can't remember their YouTube name. Maybe I can send you the account and you could link to it. There was someone who made a pretty good explainer video of how some of the Rec Room music is made. I use software called Reason Studios. I've used it for 20 years now. It's an amazing piece of software. And a lot of the Rec Room soundtrack that I did was done with that, overlaid with real guitar. So guitar is kind of probably my main real instrument that I play. Although increasingly, as I get older, I'm getting more and more into the piano. I love playing the piano.
The next question we have is from Cheesecake Common 9080. They ask, was Rec Room intended to be a direct competitor to Roblox when the room creation and screen mode came around, alongside things like UGC cosmetics, or was it largely by coincidence, inspiration that ended up being similar in a way that they are?
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. Like, certainly we didn't set out to be like, we're going to make something like Roblox. Rec Room was kind of its own thing. But, as really the inspiration for adding screen mode was much more VR chat back in the day than it was Roblox. We were like looking at VR chat. They were a VR first app, but they had this really rich screen mode experience. And we were like, we could probably do that. So that was kind of that's what got us thinking in that direction. Not Roblox. It was more VR chat. Obviously, once we added Rec Room Studio and, the product shape then became a lot more like Roblox. And so there's kind of just a lot of convergent evolution there where we're like, we're starting to splash around in the same pool. Roblox, to give them credit, that is a juggernaut of a product. Like that's an amazing product. Obviously, they have incredible user base. They do really well monetizing those users. And so it's a huge gravity well that, I think we did get sucked into a bit, and we definitely had some Roblox envy for a while there. Made some things that were like, man, if we could, have some of their engagement, some of their monetization, that would be really healthy for us as a company. I'm not sure it was always best for us as a product. But no, we didn't set out to make a Roblox clone or anything like that. We did pick a fight with Roblox and become a Roblox competitor, but it was kind of more convergent evolution than it was like, that is our goal. I'm sure we're going to see some Rec Room creators go on, have some success in Roblox or, maybe in UEFN or whatever, I'll be interested to see.
Typical Broski, yes. Is there any meaning behind the Rec Room logo besides it being a smiling face with a headband? What did you make the game you are most proud of?
Oh, okay. So that's two questions, right? So one is, what is there any hidden meaning in the Rec Room logo? I mean, yeah. So it's actually three things. So the Rec Room logo is meant to be, number one, it's like a court. It's like a tennis court. So if you imagine the lines of a tennis court, that was kind of the initial inspiration. And then we're like, okay, using that style, we'll draw a smiley face because it's like, happy, friendly, social place to be. And then C, the third thing, it's got the headband because for whatever reason, I was completely obsessed with headbands in the early days of Rec Room. I think part of it was like, probably people have heard me say this before, but like in the very early days of Rec Room, Cloud, our art director, and myself high-fived on the vibe of Rec Room being Wii Sports directed by Wes Anderson. That was kind of our North Star creatively. Yeah. And Wes Anderson, in the Royal Tenenbaums, Wes Anderson has the kind of like iconic headband shots of like, I think it's Owen Wilson and some others. And so like, in the early days of the Rec Room avatar system, I was like, we got to have 1 million headbands. They're still in there. Like, so funny. That's actually funny. So it's meant to be inspired by a tennis court, but the lines are painted in the shape of a face and a headband. Concept artist Terrence, who did that way back in the day, really did a great job. We've spent the next decade plastering it all over everything.
I remember when I met Terrence for the first time, he explained what the Rec Room logo was, and he also said that was a plug too for the eyes to plug in your headset. I think that's what he said too. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I think he had a thing about like the eyes being like a energy plug, like you're plugging into social energy and plugging in your headset. Like there was a second part of that question, wasn't there?
The other question was, what did you make for the game that you are most proud of?
Oh, like me personally? Yes. I don't know. That's like, I mean, honestly, like I always had the most fun doing the music, like being a little part of the RRO teams, making the quests and things like Rec Royale was super fun. I think like, I don't know if it's the thing I'm the most proud of, but it's just triggering a memory of like making the Rec Royale music was super, super fun because like, I didn't know what to do for that. Like it's, what are you going to do? Like, but then I had this kind of like, it was like this scout themed, like it's Frontier Island. It's like a Boy Scout camp. And so I kind of had this thing. It's like, should be like a brass band, like a scout band, like a Boy Scout brass band. And I happened to have a friend, a high school friend, who now lives in Ireland, who I hadn't seen since we were kids in school together in Australia. And I got in touch with him, and because he grew up in the Salvation Army, he's a trombone player. He now writes music for brass bands. And so I was like, man, how do you write brass band music? And he like gave me all this advice about how to write for brass bands. And I used all of that to like, make the synthetic brass band And I was really happy with the way that turned out. And I was like, oh, that was kind of fun. So I'm proud of that, I guess. When I talk to young game developers these days, I always say to them, like, audio is some of the highest return on investment stuff you can do. Like, I think people sometimes sleep on audio and how powerful it is, like both music and sound effects. Like, in terms of like how difficult it is to create and how like complex it is technically, it's some of the simplest stuff. You know, you're like, hey, look, you play a WAV file or whatever. But in terms of the emotional impact and how it changes the experience, it can be night and day.
Mr. Inrix, he asks, is there a chance we could see more of early development or prototype builds of Rec Room? I'm a big fan of the behind the scenes screenshots of the games that are really early in development, so we will see more of that type of content.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've shared some of that on the Discord over the years, and you know, and with the shutdown, you know, like there's probably like stuff I might have been like, might have wondered if I could share it or not in the past. I will feel free to do that. So I'd love to do that. Question is, where and how should I do it? Maybe we'll have to think about that. I think a good place could be the Rec Room subreddit. I'm planning to keep the Rec Room subreddit running. Like I think I've posted this a few times with our Rec Room. You know, obviously we won't have much to say about Rec Room the game anymore. My plan is to kind of use that as a space to post about projects in the extended Rec Room universe. Like, so from people who used to be part of Rec Room, used to be part of the team. Like, let's celebrate, you know, the next work they're doing. And you know, we could also post fun things like, you know, here's old design documents. I know Radiant Blur has some great old, like, graph paper designs of, like, the quest layouts and stuff like that, you know, there's probably 3 people out there who'd be interested. Baja, of course he's called Baja. This was, from memory, this was the first, you know, it was kind of, we were always confused whether to call these ROs because these were built with the UGC tools. And this was the first room with the first major UGC RO that was built with Rooms 2. And honestly, my main memory is how incredibly painful it was for the team and what a great job they did pushing through. Like, both the Rooms 2 team who were building the support and the content team who were building the room. It was just a Herculean effort from all of them. And so I just shout out to them for pushing through and making something cool. But then, you know, really my main memory is like how delightful the world they created is. You know, the forest that you explore and the little playpen. And of course, the monsters themselves, like that little Mothman, you know, captured a lot of hearts.
It really does. Oh yeah, Mothman. Mothman was a fan favorite for sure for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think you know, no shade to Sasquatches, but I think Mothman would win the popularity contest.
All right, we have a question from Definitely Not Frank. He asks, excited for you to begin development on Flying Car Game 2, Gribbly. All right.
So definitely not Frank is teasing me about a game I made pre-Rec Room. I made a very little demo for the Ouya. If people remember the Ouya, it was the first kickstarted game console.
You made a game for that?
It was like tiny little box. I did make a game for that. I made a flying car game, which you can search it up on YouTube and find people making fun of me about it because of how basic it looks. But you know what? It was fun, and I stand by it.
Do you think if Rec Room was a paid game with more ROs, with no UGC, whether it be different modes and maps, and Against Gravity worked on developing other games rather than just focusing on Rec Room, y'all could have become profitable?
So if we just made Rec Room a paid experience, I think no, probably not. You know, obviously we'll never know, like, if we were to make other games. We never had bandwidth. Like, Rec Room, like, I think another thing people maybe didn't really understand is how small the Rec Room team how small the Rec Room team was relative to a lot of, you know, comparable things like Roblox or like Fortnite or anything like that. Like, when we were shipping on 9-10 platforms, all of this content, the UGC platform, like, it was an insanely ambitious, you know, game. And the team, you know, I think we peaked at several hundred people, but like for most of the game, it was, a couple hundred people at most. That's a small team for the amount of stuff we were trying to do. So it's not like there was really anyone spare who could be like, let's incubate another game over here. And, you know, look, the games business is hard. Like, if we had chosen to make another game, there's no guarantee that it's a hit. You know, look, I'm going to go make another game after Rec Room. There's no guarantee that'll be a hit. You know, so games industry is fickle. Games is a very, you know, creatively driven, hit-driven business. You just never know, you know. So it's really hard to say one way or the other. Like, hey, maybe we would have made, you know, a game that blew up and was, you know, huge, but I don't know.
The next question we have is from Braindead Reese 9000. He asks, will the Rec Room Discord be preserved? So many information regarding the Rec Room is still sitting there, and I feel like deleting the server would be a massive waste.
Yeah, no. So we will archive the Discord server. It'll be in read-only mode, so you'll be able to like go and look and see, but you won't be able to make new posts. And while we're talking about stuff like that, same for the YouTube and the TikTok. We're going to leave those channels up for posterity.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, it'll be like pretty much a time capsule. So if you guys want to go back and that's so sad. Just going back to look at memories again. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Tubely VR, they ask, what will happen to the console version of the game? Will there be an unlisted from the stores on June 1st or that later date?
Yeah, so definitely they will be unlisted from the store, so you'll no longer be able to find it in the store. As for exactly when, I'm not sure. I'm with consoles and stuff, there's often a bit of a lag between when you ask for something and when it happens. So I don't know exactly when that'll happen, but yes, the app will be delisted from the stores.
New Bones Red, they ask, hi Gribbly, I wanted to ask about your thoughts on the VR industry at the moment. I'm currently writing a paper that has a focus on the current state of VR, and I was very sad to hear that the announcement of the shutdown, especially with the VR studios being shut down and the major layoffs as well. Where do you see the VR industry going in the upcoming years? Will you continue to develop for VR, and will you focus on elsewhere? That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a good question. So, I mean, look, we talked a little bit in one of the previous questions about, how Rec Room, really was designed for VR, and, it definitely would have been, I think, a much easier ride for us as a company if VR had accelerated and there was, a couple of 100 million headsets out there, as opposed to the, tens of millions that there are. So yeah, I think, what do I see for the VR industry? Like in the near term, in the next few years, I think it's hard to see an explosion happening and suddenly VR in this form becoming this incredibly popular thing. That said, there does seem to be, a really core audience there that, the Quest audience is very, very solid. There's a lot of people playing on the Quest. I think Meta remain, fairly committed to it. They're obviously pulled back a little bit, but, they say they're going to ship another headset, and they remain committed to it. So, I think it's going to be more of the same. I think it's going to be a slow boil. I've been lucky enough to try out the Steam Frame, that's a great headset. I wouldn't expect it to revolutionize the VR market, but it's a great headset, and I think that's, for people who are into VR, that's going to be a very exciting moment when that becomes available. But I think we're just going to see it kind of plod along like it has been. I don't think we're going to see this amazing hockey stick moment that'll really change the trajectory of VR. I think if we were going to see that, we would have seen it by now. I think, to give Meta some credit, I think, headsets like the Quest 2 and the Quest 3 are really great headsets that are about as good as this form factor can be. They're easy, they're convenient, they work well. I'm a big fan of them. So I think if we were going to see that explosive growth, we would have seen it. I think the fact is that there's a lot of people just don't like putting the headset on. It's just a barrier. Even myself, I've had some great times in VR. I've created incredible memories in Rec Room and in other VR apps. It's like an incredible thing. But even I'm too lazy to put my VR headset on quite often. It's just so much easier to play on Steam Deck or, browse YouTube on my phone or whatever. And I think that's just a fundamental challenge for the current wave of VR headsets, is that activation energy of just like, man, there's so many other things I could do. Do I want to put the headset on, go find the controls, make sure they're charged? It's just a challenge. And so I think, so my prediction is I think we'll see it kind of just continue to potter along the way it has been. There are a lot of companies looking at what is the next form factor, right? Kind of going after more like the glasses form factor, which I think is very much targeted at resolving that activation energy problem. I think if we can see some compelling products there where it's like you can have a Quest-like experience, but in a glasses form factor, I think that, then I think that could get interesting. I think, that might be the next opportunity that VR has to see some real growth and appeal to a lot more people. But until that happens, I think we'll see pretty flat VR growth, unfortunately. I'd love it if it was different, but yeah, that's what I see. In terms of what I do next, my next game, it won't be a VR game.
Oh, it won't be? Okay. All right. You guys heard it here first. The next question we have is from Nexus VR 1234. They ask, genuine question, do you think you'll make more music outside of Rec Room?
Oh, well, I think we kind of covered this one. Yeah, absolutely. Gribbly.org/HQ if you want to know when. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think I have a ton of fun doing it, and if there's anyone out there who wants to listen to it, even better.
From King1046, they ask, I like to add onto this. How was Rec Room's music made?
Oh, yeah. Well, we talked about that a little bit too. So I use Reason for that. How about this, Harry? I think you and I should collab on a Rec Room soundtrack video at some point where we can go through.
Yeah,
we should go through and be like, let's pick one of maybe you could talk to chat, figure out who wants what Rec Room song are they most interested in, like maybe one of the Quest soundtracks or a paintball song or something like that, and we can literally go in and unpack it, how it works, how it was made, all that kind of thing.
Oh, that'd be so cool, actually, like kind of a really
fun,
cool
right?
breakdown of it. Yeah. Everyone in the chat, please comment your favorite songs and then upvote the best ones, and we'll definitely take a look. And it'd be so cool to see a really cool breakdown of how the music is made. Della, hey Gribbly, what has been your favorite memory while working on Rec Room? And also, is there a specific moment where you and the team realized they had a real game on their hands?
Well, I mean, I think I talked about a favorite memory, like, recording the team, doing the music. That's always so fun. One that always comes back to me too is like, and probably this is an answer to the second question. I think in the early days, we were really nervous. I was posting on Reddit, just be like, hey, come play test our game. You can still see those posts in R5. I saw someone dug them up, like with me posting 10 years ago, like, oh, we've got this weird thing called Rec Room. Come and check it out.
Yeah.
And and I think we just didn't know. It was kind of like throwing a party. Like we put the servers up, we put it out there, and people just started coming into I think it was the locker room at the time, or the very early rec center, and it was just amazing to see people turn up. And I think the time I realized that we had something special was like a couple of weeks in, and we realized that Rec Room had never been empty from the moment we opened it up to allow people to come in. It had never been empty. There was someone in it 24/7. That ended up being true for years, with the exception of server outages. I think it's true to this day. With the exception of server outages, Rec Room has never been empty since the first day we turned it on, which is incredible to think about. And I remember like playing disc golf and just fucking around and coming across these two people who turned out to be French brothers or cousins or something. I can't remember. And they were just sitting at a picnic table and chatting with each other. And I kind of was like, they're not even playing disc golf. And I went over and chatted with them, and they're like, oh yeah, we just use it to hang around, and like we catch up and we're just chatting, and like he moved away for college or whatever. And I was just like, holy shit, there's something special going on here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's a few things like that, just like early on, just kind of like seeing, these interesting people from all around the world, and just being like, they're just like, it was started to take on life beyond anything that we were providing. And I was like, yeah, we got something special is happening here.
All right, this is our last and final question to the AMA. All right, this is from Fearless Couple 4800. He asks, what are the devs going to do after the shutdown? Any new projects, or you all go your own ways?
Yeah, man, good question for the final question of the final AMA. What's going to happen for the devs? So first of all, just let me take this as an excuse to shout out the incredible Rec Room team. Like, this has been really the honor of a game development career to work with this team. Some of the most amazing developers I've ever worked with have been on this team. So many people put in so much amazing work, creativity, dedication. I just want to say thank you to all of you, anyone who worked on the Rec Room team. I love you. Thank you for everything you did. This was an amazing ride. I hope you're proud of what we achieved together, because you should be. So what are people going to go and do? So look, I already am aware of some new game teams that are forming. It's not my place to make announcements on their behalf, but I know there are some things brewing. Yeah, so I know there'll be announcements coming up. And so one thing I wanted to say is my plan is to use our Rec Room as a place to kind of like just post and continue to notify people about projects from Rec Room alumni. So as those things become ripe and ready for people to talk about, that'll be a good place if people want to check there. And also that Gribbly, Gribbly.org HQ link, when people have got games to announce or cool stuff is coming, I'll be sure to like mail out to anyone who's interested. So that'll be a way to find out. But yeah, I think you're going to see a whole bunch of, Rec Room DNA and Rec Room thinking and Rec Room heart and soul kind of go out into the industry and really start to influence other games and create new games. Something that I'm incredibly delighted by is seeing some people who joined us on the Rec Room team, really as brand new developers fresh out of college. I'm thinking here of people like Sariest or Carthage, who, really, came to us as brilliant youngsters, and I've got to work with them over the years as they've become incredible seasoned developers who are going to go and do amazing work on the next thing, and that makes me incredibly proud and happy. So I think you're going to see some amazing things from the Rec Room developers. I can't tell you what it's going to be yet, but I know it's going to happen. I think that'll be part of Rec Room's legacy is what the team goes on to do. And while I'm saying thank you, I have to say thank you to the players. I have to say thank you to the community. I have to say everyone who was a part of Rec Room. I've said it. How many times have I said it, Harry? Is like Rec Room is nothing without the community.
Yeah.
Nothing without the players. That's so obviously true. So if you were a part of Rec Room, thank you. I love you for playing. I really hope you go on to find the best version of your life after Rec Room. We're all kind of graduating, and going on to the next level, as Coach said in her very heartfelt farewell. So I just wish everyone the best. I hope you find what's best for you. I hope Rec Room was something that brought you joy. I think it was in one of our AMAs, Harry, where I spontaneously said that, I think one of the questions was, what does Rec Room mean to you, Gribbly? And I think my spontaneous answer, just off the cuff, was Rec Room is an explosion of love and creativity all around the world. I think, I really think that's what it's been. And I'm really proud of that. I think there's an energy that was created around Rec Room that people really took to heart. And that makes me feel really, really happy and really, really blessed. And so just thank you to everybody for being a part of Rec Room. It's sad in a way that it has to come to an end, but I think it's been a beautiful thing. And lastly, thank you to you, my friend, for doing one last AMA with me. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Just to say that thank you so much for just in this whole journey.
Yeah.
So much list because, all these years. But I just want to say thank you to the community. You guys are very inspiring. And we'd love to see you explore that, elsewhere as well. So.
All right. Go forth and be creative. Go forth and give it your Rec Room best.
And this is now the end of Rec Room. Thank you guys so much for sharing your adventures with us. We all graduated. And remember, give it your Rec Room best out there. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.